Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, it is now official. The President, William Ruto, is out of the country, attending UN General Assembly. I meant to understand. And before his departure, he was in Kisumu opening the music festival in Kisumu County. We want to look at this keenly on the significance of the same and what does this tell about the political situation within the country when AZIMIO is blowing a different trumpet at this point in time. Well, there is also the tussle about the majority in the House. Is it AZIMIO or Kenya Kwanza? And or UDA for that matter. Now we will be looking at that keenly and then come up with where we all stand on all the facts available and how we need to respond to the same. Thank you, everybody that is joining us. And if you're able to get us, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse tonight. We want to look keenly on all these things and assess them based on how every Kenyan looks at them and understands them. Since we understand this is our country and it's our responsibility to chart the way forward for the same. I want to appreciate all of you that are coming in. The link to use to get in the studio, I'm sharing it right now in the comment section. For those of you who want to participate, please you click on the link and then allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Thank you again for everybody. I want to appreciate Bernard Wekesa. Thank you. Say waiting eagerly. We already here. Karibu sana. Kuna Fatam Abdullahi Muhammad. Karibu sana kwa show. Samia Mugambi. Karibu sana. Kuna Dennis Okeiga. Karibu kwa show. Kuna GFHGG. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Kuna nani huyu Barin Gideon, karibu sana. FGG anauliza opening what? It was, I understand, music festival and attending a church service at Sitam. That was the mission of the President, William Ruto, in Kisumu today. I don't know those in Kisumu to confirm that. That is what I'm meant to understand from my end. Barin Gideon, karibu kwa show. Nani Uyuli Delilah, karibu kwa show. Following from Maria Kani, karibu sana. MC Sikwiza, Kenyan MC, karibu sana. Busia County, we appreciate you. Kuna Sarah, oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Kuna Anderson Neta, you're welcome. Kuna Bushra Abdile, karibu sana. Claudia Kamwesh, you're welcome to the show. Nani huyu mwingine? Cindy Williams, you're most welcome. Kuna huyu Cyrilius Odinga, karibu kwa show. Nordin Ali, you're welcome. Caroline Okumu, Dahi Abdi, Beatrice Ambale, hi to you. Patrick Odewo, you're welcome. Nani huyu Johnson Kiptum, sorry. Johnson Kiptum Chir. Is it? Yes, Chir. Thank you so much. Nan Simon Imaidi. Alafu Joffrey, kuna Agri George, karibu sana. William Etoho, you're welcome. Mbogwa Muraya, karibu kwa show. Kuna Victor Okinda, nani huyu Lusenge Andrew, Makolo Baba MBB, karibu sana. Kuna Malim Samo San, you're welcome. Barin huyo tumemsabai. Kuna Martins Williams, karibu Martins Wilson, karibu kwa show. Steve Stingo, kuambia majina yako hapa nje. Nicholas Ogola, nani huyu, Victor Okinda, huyu tumekuwa na yeye. Kuna Rukia wa Malua, kuna Daniel, kuna nani huyu, Daniel Cheriot, Peter Mweleza Mbeke, Rebecca Kamande, Prince Amos, Richard Ruto, kuna nani huyu, Sarah Seren, Dubai, karibu sana. Nani huyu mwingine, Wanda is it STL, Wanda Wonders, karibu sana. Wise Cleo, karibu. Peter, karibu. Peter Mwendwa, huyo Makolo tumekuwa na Ken K Arusai, alafu Naba, niko Nairobi. Karibu sana wote ambao mnavimika nasi. Inaitwa Mtembei TV, tunakuja kwako moja kwa moja kutoka jijini hapa, tukihakikisha kwamba unapewa nafasi ya kujadili masuala yanayohusu Kenya na siasa zake na jinsi maisha yanavyokupeleka now under the new government, new policies, new orders. Unapelekwaje huko nje? Tungependa kujua. Na wale ambao mngependa kujiunga nasi kwa studio, basi link ndio hiyo, una click kwa link, alafu unaruhusu StreamYard inakutengenezea kamera, inakutengenezea audio, au utaingia studio bila shida. Lakini ukijaribu kuielekeza, basi hapo itakuwa ngori, utaweza, kwa sababu it's all we call it artificial intelligence for that matter. So you have to allow it to configure for you and not you yourself. If you do that, you will mess and you won't be able to communicate while on the show. Well, thank you very much. Kuna Mora Mandan, karibu. Fatma Nasimiyu, karibu sana. Good evening. Kuna nani huyu, Prince Amos, karibu sana. Kuna Mary Mutindi, anasema uko ndani, karibu sana, nashukuru. Naomba kila mmoja tujumuike pamoja, lakini tunapojadili heshima idumu, tuheshimiane. Hata tukitofautiana kisiasa, basi hiyo haitengenezi uadui, inatengeneza tu njia mbadala ya kuangalia mambo yalivyo. Lakini kwa sasa hivi ningeomba kila mmoja tuhakikishe kwamba tunasimama ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba serikali mpya inafanya kazi, na isipofanya kazi, basi lazima tuisukume ifanye kazi ipasavyo. Kumbuka hao ni watu wa wheelbarrow, na wheelbarrow yesifanya kazi bila kusukumwa. Kwa hivyo lazima nimeleta hiyo kwa sababu ningependa tu tujue, kwa sababu najua wheelbarrow mahali umeiacha ndio hapo utaipata kesho. mpaka uinue na uisukume. Kwa hivyo kazi kubwa ni kwa wanaosukuma wheelbarrow ili wheelbarrow ifanye kazi. So usahau kwamba tuko na serikali ya wheelbarrow na lazima isukumwe. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya ujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba wheelbarrow ina deliver, na hiyo ndio sababu tuko hapa kujadili mapana na marefu ya siasa zetu. Na kiongozi ambaye ni rais leo amekwenda nje ya nchi kuhudhuria mkutano wa UN. Alafu sasa yule ambaye anasimamia masuala hapa ni Deputy President Rigathi, His Excellency. So ni hayo tu ambaye tunazungumzia leo. Lakini kusukuma wheelbarrow, basi hiyo ndio kazi ya kila Mkenya, kwa sababu ukichagua serikali ya wheelbarrow lazima ujitahidi kusukuma wheelbarrow. Itumii petroli, haina engine, haiwezi kujipeleka yenyewe. So lazima ujitahidi kama Mkenya kuipeleka ili ikafanye kazi inayopaswa kuifanya. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Tafadhali hakikisha unakaribisha wawili watatu. Share in your WhatsApp group, share in your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in and let us get talking. Thank you everyone. Naomba nikaribisha Roda basi tuanzishie. Vipi Roda? Rhoda, Rhoda, there's something wrong with your audio. We can't get you. Kuna shida na audio yako, naomba urekebishe. No, utatoka urekebisha alafu rudi. We can't get you. You are hata ukiwa unmute, we can't hear what you are saying. Rekebisha. Haya, John Lee. Ambas. Habari leo?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear you. Habari leo?
Niko poa bwana. Sasa hii maisha hii imekuja na changamoto mingi. Sasa sisi tutaona tu venye sasa mambo itaanza, venye mambo itakuwa tu, hakuna kitu tutafanya sasa.
Unasema kubali yaishe.
Tukubali tu, kama ni wheelbarrow tuendelee na wheelbarrow. Juu sahi hakuna kitu kingine tunaweza fanya sahi.
Okay. Sawa sawa.
Haya, bora tu unajua kitu inatufurahisha sahi. Kama ni mafuta tunanunua bei moja Kenya mzima. Kama ni ugali, unga ya ugali Kenya mzima. So maisha I move on tu. Yeah.
Okay, asante sana John Lee, we appreciate that. Rhoda, umerejea vipi huko?
Yeah, soon we'll be in the winter time, but now we are hot. We are in autumn. We were in the summertime, but now we are in autumn. Yeah, so things are good.
Thank you.
Yes. So I want to say that President William Ruto, Dr. William Ruto, now he is in Europe, in UK. I'm really proud of him. That is the first time to be the president, and now he's in UK. So I'm very proud of him that he's now to visit the king. He's going to visit. He's a new president of Kenya, Republic of Kenya. He's going to visit. No, Queen is right. He's going to start a new beginning to be the president and to be the king, United Kingdom. So I hope everything will be right. I'm very happy he went to save journey. So I'm thank God for that, you know. So that's amazing. And what I want to say about the house, you know, as AZIMIO, we are community. We love people. You know, we are Christian. We don't hate people. We love peace. And we want to make our country to move forward. And to move forward is only love one another. That's why we are here. We are here to preach the gospel, to spread the love of God. Yeah, like today I was in the church. The pastor was preaching about the cross. See the cross of Jesus. When you are carrying the bitterness and hatred, see the cross. Jesus died for you. He take penalty for you. He take every penalty for you. So you don't need to do penalty to other people. You don't need to do a penalty. That's what the pastor was preaching today. You don't need to do the penalty because you have already paid for you. He have paid for us as AZIMIO Moja. He have paid for our Baba, our heroes, Baba Marodinga. He have paid everybody. So bitterness and anger, put in the cross. See the cross of Jesus. And let us love one another. We can make our country. We are Amorites every time. We need Jesus than before. So our country is a time, and the Church of Kenya, they need to preach about work of the cross. What is the meaning of the cross? It doesn't matter what you have been going through in your life. See the cross of Jesus. You have been paid the price for it. He take the penalty for you, so that you don't need to punish other people. Even those people, they are still struggling with the bitterness and anger. They just see the cross of Jesus. Yeah, that's a message I want to address.
Thank you for sharing your sermon today with us, and I believe we are all well guided. And looking at the cross is looking at the solution, the penalty that was paid once and for all of us to walk free, and so we can enjoy freedom in Christ Jesus because of the finished work of the cross. And so I'm sure that need not to offend anybody, but to help everybody appreciate that if the area of a circle is pi r squared, you like it, you don't like it, that's the only way it works. And so you're free to believe whatever you believe, but when all is said and done, we will begin to question, do I believe the right way? Am I on the right path or not? And so I encourage everybody to follow whatever they want to follow, but be sure of what they are following. One of my bishops says, before you follow any doctrine, observe the people who followed it before you. If they are doing better than you, follow them. Well, Mike Njoroge, habari leo? Uko gizani, kunaendelea nini huko? Mike Njoroge seems to have issues. Well, thank you everybody. Well, ambao mnajiunga nasi, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili usitazame peke yako na ufuate mambo yanavyojiri hapa tunapoangazia President Dr. William Ruto nje ya nchi. Rigathi ako deputy president for that matter. He's now in charge of the affairs, home affairs, as the president takes care of the international affairs at this point in time. And of course, there is the looming battle on the floor of the House on who is the majority. Is it AZIMIO or Kenya Kwanza? I don't know what your take is on the same, and it's our duty to see to it that we do the same. Na tunapozungumzia hapa sio story tunakuzungumza, tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba serikali ya Wilbaro inafanya kazi, na unaendelea kuwakumbusha kwamba Wilbaro haiwezi kufanya kazi bila kusukumwa. Kwa hivyo ukikubali serikali ya Wilbaro, lazima ukubali kuisukuma, na njia moja wapo ya kuisukuma ni haya mazungumzo tunayokuwa nayo hapa, kuuliza maswali yanayofaa na kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anawajibika katika kazi yake kutekeleza mambo yanayosaidia nchi kusonga mbele. Sijui Mike Njoroge umerekebisha? You unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Mike, you unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. We can't hear what you're saying. Okay, Mike akijitaibi. Jacob, vipi? Na mbona mko gizani? Kwani mjafikiwa na first and second and third mile? Bana Jacob, how are you? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on it before we can be able to hear you. Yes, Jacob, we can. Yes, Jacob.
It's hanging.
You're okay now. Go ahead. Okay, it seems your internet is low. We can't seem to get you. I think you need to rekebisha your whatever your Wi-Fi speed before you are able to converse, because it is buffering and that delays the conversation. Well, there is one Akama Benedict anasema muendelee kusukuma. Mimi sina nguvu ya kusukuma, my brother and sisters. Haya. Hii sio wenye nguvu, hii ni wajibu ambao tumekubali, lazima tuutekeleze, kwa sababu tusipotekeleza basi mambo yote yatakwama. lakini nashukuru kwa kuwa tuna participate. Naomba tu kila mmoja tuhakikishe kwamba tunawajibika kwa yote tunayoyasema na yote tunayoyatenda. Ni wajibu wa kila Mkenya kuhakikisha kwamba serikali yake inafanya kazi, na kama haifanyi kazi basi lazima tuibandue ama tuirekebishe. Hiyo ndio jukumu letu kama Wakenya. Hatuwezi kukaa tukasema there is nothing we can do. There is something Nani was saying, John Lee anasema what else can we do? There is a lot that we can do. The constitution gives us a lot of avenues to exercise what we think is important and is right in our country. So I don't want you to feel helpless and look like you have no options. There are many options in ensuring that we get what is rightfully ours and what is required of each and every Kenyan. And so don't look at the whole scenario as and say you are helpless, there is nothing you can do, everything is lost. Nothing is lost yet. We can still get back to doing what is required, or making sure that the people who have been charged with the responsibility are doing what is required, because kila maisha ya kila Mkenya ni muhimu na lazima yashughulikiwe. Kusikuwe na maisha ya mtu yeyote ambayo hayafanyi nini, yamekuwa neglected, okay, yamepuuzwa, yamewekwa pembeni. So mahala popote ulipo, tafadhali tukiendelea katika mjadala wetu, naendelea kushare link. Wale ambao mnataka kujiunga nasi katika studio, tafadhali jitahidi. Unangoja studio ijae ndio uanze kusema ulikuja, imejaa, sijui nini. Tuache excuses, tufanye kazi ambayo tunapaswa kuifanya. Nani huyu? Thank you everybody. Majina mengine hapa yanatisha. IG anakuja kwa mkutano. Okay. Aya, tuone nani huyo. Mike Njoroge, I am still on you. Kunaendaje? Mike Njoroge, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. If you don't unmute, we can't hear you. Yes.
Sawa, asante. Sasa mnanisikia sasa?
Yes, sasa umeanza kupatikana. Endelea.
Okay, thank you. Ndio nasema Bernard, lisilobidi la bidi. Sasa tuacha tusukume wheelbarrow ndio baka ifike mahali inafaa. Najua tulikuwa tunaona kama kwamba tutaringa kidogo kama tutakuwa opposition, lakini sasa itabidi ndio jamaa waweze kufanya kazi. Mahali imefikia na mahali inafaa sasa ndio hapa. Juu jamaa akikosa kusukumwa, unajua tulipokuwa tunapiga kampeni, mimi nilikuwa nazidi kuambia watu serikali ni mbili inafufuliwa. Kwa serikali ya Moi na serikali ya Kibaki. Ya Moi ilikuwa UDA, ya Kibaki ilikuwa ya baba. Lakini sasa ya Moi ilifufuka. Na mahali tunaelekea ni hapo. Sasa venye mulikuwa unasikia watu wanasema Uhuru amenyanyasa watu, hapa ndio sasa watu watanyanyaswa. Jundume mbili ndio ziko kwa kiti. I don't think Regathe ni mtu wa kuambia chochote alege. Jamaa alisema everything you tell me, yes sir. Sasa kwa hivyo hapa ni tujitue majukumu, tucheze kama sisi mahali inapofaa. Mzee jamaa ameshaenda huko nje, ameachia Regathe, wacha tuone naye venye kutakuwa. Juu ni warm up, bado ni warm up. Mambo bado. Tukiingia bunge ndio sasa kazi itaanza vizuri. Ndio tujue majority na minority. Ingawa tunakaa tutafinyiliwa kwa sababu sasa jamaa anatuambia hatapea opposition kazi. Na shangaa wenye alichukua na walikuwa wetu na unajifanya uko na nguvu, mbona uliwachukua? Si warudishe kwanza, ndio tuweze sasa kupelekana vizuri. Lakini haina shida, wacha tu tusukume, tugoje mahali tutapewa. Sisi tunacheza na ligi yetu, hapo ndio tuko na Kalonzo ameshaanza start mzuri, mahali tunaona anaelekea. Baba naye akanyagie hapo, ndio watu wetu tuweze kusimama na serikali ya pande yetu. Juu hapa serikali ni mbili, kuna serikali ya mtu mmoja na sisi ndio wenye kufanya kazi. Kwa hivyo chochote kitafanyika, ujue ni opposition imefanya. Bila opposition hakuna serikali, hakuna kazi itafanyika. Kwa hivyo tuwe tu ready, wacha tuanze kuona, tugoje tuone wenye watachukua hii kwanza. Hapo ndio kazi itaanzia. Wacha niachie hapo kwanza, nipe wenzangu waweze kuendelea. Taendelea hapo pengine.
Asante sana Mike Njoroge, tuna appreciate that kwa wasia mzuri na maoni mazuri kwa kila Mkenya. Tukubali majukumu yetu, tuhakikishe kwamba haki inatendeka na kila Mkenya anapata haki yake, na wote ambao wananyimwa haki yao tuwatetee kwa kusimama imara na kuhakikisha kwamba serikali inashughulikia kila Mkenya. Hata story ya kusema opposition wasipewe kazi, hakuna sheria inasema opposition wasipewe kazi. Lazima tusimame kidede. Hakuna Mkenya anaitwa opposition na Mkenya mwingine anaitwa serikali. Serikali inaitwa the Republic of Kenya, and every Kenyan has direct and right to work with that government or within the provision of that government, or that government need to secure everybody, those working for the government and those working in the private sector. So tusikubali hii kasumba ya kusema kwamba sisi ndio serikali na tunaamua vile watu watapumua. Kupumua ni vile Mungu ametuwezesha, na tuko na haki kufanyia kazi serikali ama kufanya kazi nje ya serikali, lakini tukifanya kazi nje ya serikali bado tunalindwa na hiyo serikali. So mtu asiseme kwamba opposition hawezi kufanya kazi ama hawawezi kupewa kazi. That is bad politics. Siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, hiyo tuliachana nayo kitambo na katiba iliyopita. Hatuwezi kuirudisha sasa hivi. Asante. Naomba tumsikilize Paris. Habari ya Paris? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Unmute kwanza.
Habari zenyu, we are back. Been trying to heal. I think we have agreed to move forward. And we have to watch. And see, already we can, actually we've agreed to move on because right now we have a government, we have a president. But I hope hataendelea na vile ameanza, because Kenya will still be very much divided. Kianza kusema you cannot appoint anybody from opposition. I think even US appointed the current regime or the Obama regime or whoever appointed somebody from the opposition, because this shows that there will still be a very big division in the country, but it's also good so that we can have a strong opposition. So it's an advantage and disadvantage. And we hope our members of parliament will not be bought. They should go there and really, really, really be real opposition. Because if they don't, then we are in trouble. We can see trouble looming. I pray we don't reach there, although it's not going to be easy with the way they've removed the subsidies. It have its own advantage, disadvantage, but with the current situation and the scarcity of the dollar and the increase of import duty, so many people are going home. They are going to be laid off. So we should embrace hard times We don't know how long it will take. I'm not a pessimist, but it might take more than 2 years. And the 4th year is campaign time. What will they tell us? What will they promise us? You are laughing. What will they promise us next campaign? That is why we should build a very strong opposition right now. Since
atarudi kuanzia hapa chini ili wapande hapo juu.
already tumeona bottom up ishaanza, inatoka chini ikienda juu. We should be happy. Whatever happened, God has a reason for it. And I think we need now our young leaders in parliament, Akina Ledana. I can see we have promising leaders that if they perform, especially the governors from the AZIMIO side, if they can perform and give services, I think we'll be on the right track. And I hope by 2027, we will not be divided. We will go back as AZIMIO, and a very strong one with vibrant leaders. So we pray for him to lead this country well. And we pray for our Boda Boda and Mama Mboga. They should not revolt. Because njaa ikikuwa mingi, revolution ndio itakuja. Tumbo ikiwa na njaa, you can do anything.
If you don't want them to revolt, give them what to eat. A hungry man is an angry man.
Yes, it's true. A hungry man is an angry man. So let's hope tutapata unga ya 90 bob. Walisema Monday, we start having unga of 90 bob.
Which Monday? After there's no subsidy.
This Monday, we are expecting unga of 90 bob. See, the fertilizer has gone down. So unga will be 90 bob. They've removed the subsidy to import cheap fertilizer. So from Monday, unga will be 90 bob.
Hey, Paris, I believe in your faith. I will use it. But for now.
Yes.
Before fertilizer turns into unga, it will be a long process.
You see, we are saying what we are being told. Unajua tuliambiwa Kenya wajinga walisha. But unfortunately, naona wajaisha. Because right now, Raila and Uhuru, they are really suffering. Hata gazla zao hawezi afford kufuel.
Now, thank you. Let's allow
somebody else. Thank you for the opportunity.
We appreciate that. Asante.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Samuel vipi?
Hello. Mnanisikia?
Yes, we can get you, Sema.
Nashukuru sana. Thank you for the opportunity that you've given me. Angalau nami nichangie mawili matatu. Nimekuwa nikiangalia mtandaoni and many people were saying, Baba should go and retire and hata akiona tukiteseka asiseme kitu. Lakini mimi kulingana vile nimeona hali ilivyo sasa, my advice ni kwamba baba asinyamaze. Wacha asukume our leaders wawili kwa sababu ni vichwa ngumu wote wawili. And kama hawatapata mtu wa kuwasukuma, watadanganya. Unajua ni wazuri sana kwa kusema maneno matamu. Because sasa hivi hata kama watu wameteseka, itafika mwaka wa 3 ama wa 4 hapo hivyo, wakati wanataka re-election wapatie maneno matamu na vile wanajua kudanganya, hata watu wameingia box tena. Lakini wakianza kuwekwa wazi kuanzia sasa, from day one in office. Na watu wako strong kama akina Kalonzo, akina Raila, and those people will be joining them. We have a very strong opposition. I think they'll be exposed, and many of their promises zikiwekwa wazi, alafu kama we expose them as early as now, I think it will be making informed choices come 2027. So my prayer is that let the opposition play its role. Another thing ni kwamba we also need tuambie watu wa Azimio kwamba wasife moyo. I think the way things are right now, na vile nimeona hii serikali, I'm not a prophet, but I tend to think that this could be the first government itatolewa kwa office after 5 years, because the way I'm seeing things are and the pace at which they are moving, of course, making wrong choices right now, it is going to be the first government which is going to be flown out of office within the first term of their regime. So let's keep hope alive. Know that maybe 2027 we are going to have somebody ambaye ataweza aongoza hii nchi atusaidie kutoka upande wa Azimio, na labda kwa wale ambao ni advisors wa kina Kalonzo, because sometimes huwa na disappoint. Nimesikia mmoja wetu amesema kwamba ameanza on the right foot. I think anafaa aambiwe kabisa kwamba ashikilie hapo, because I'm seeing in case, kwa sababu labda miaka iko upande wa baba, I think is the next man to watch, and if he's given the right support, I think we are gonna form another government, maybe kupitia yeye na wale ambao watakao kuwa wamefinyika na maisha watu join. So let's keep hope alive, and I know of course we keep on praying for the government, kwa sababu at least tuko na serikali. Kuna unajua nchi zingine hazina serikali ambazo ziko stable, in as much as we are opposing them, but let's also pray for them so that tuwe na peace. Lakini najua kwamba watafanya makosa mengi, so tuwatoe tuwapinge kupitia yale makosa wamefanya for change of regime come 2027. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja ako na jukumu la kuombea serikali na kuombea amani na stability. Kila mtu aishi nchi yake akiwa anasikia kwamba ni Mkenya, lakini makosa nayo yakifanyika tusikose ama tusichelewe kuwatoa makosa wanapoenda vibaya mahali. So God bless you, and let's keep on having hope that things are gonna be okay. Hata kama haikufanyika wakati huu, wengi wetu tulikuwa na matumaini, lakini sasa yalifanyika vile yalivyofanyika. Lakini kwanza nataka niseme kwamba kuna matumaini hapo mbele. Be blessed.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. We appreciate that, and important that we all keep our government on toes and see to it that every Kenyan is taken care of. A lot of excuses right now, but no matter what, every Kenyan must be taken care of, and the government on duty must report on duty to safeguard every welfare of every Kenyan. No matter how hard the situation gets, lazima tusonge mbele kwa vyovyote vile. The tough talking is still part and parcel of the same, but we want it to go beyond talk. We want it to be an action whereby there is delivery. If you can't cook, get out of the kitchen or provide us food we eat. It is that simple. When you volunteer as a chef and then go to the kitchen, what we want from that kitchen is food. Not the utensils are not clean, there is no electricity, the knife is not sharp, the cooking stick is broken. We don't want stories. We want food from the kitchen. And that is why we are waiting as Kenyans to see delivery of this Kenya Kwanza government. Asante sana, naomba tumlete Honorable Kipchumba. Habari ya leo?
Nzuri sana. I've not recovered, and it might take very long.
You are
Although I'm one of
recovering.
those very strong, although I'm among those very strong people in the world, but this one, wacha tu. Hey, jambo, kila mtu. I'm jambo.
I greet you.
You guys must be stronger, very strong. I just realized that I have to wake up when I saw Honorable Raila in Mombasa and being very strong. And it gave me the energy to rise up, because I just wonder what a man, what a heart, what a spirit, what a soul must be very powerful. That even after a week, the guy appears very strongly. He has dusted himself, shaken off, and taken off to hit the road. I pray for him. Let's pray for him. He's one person that I believe we as a people shall regret to having lost him. But you never know. With God, things happen. Otherwise, I'm alive. I am one of the person that would have been a beneficiary of the nomination. I was the ODM party representative of persons with disabilities. And for the first time, I think there's a jinx, something against me. Because in 2013, I was nominated to the Senate. And after 6 months, I was thrown out through a petition that was just pure corruption. It goes down history of the Commonwealth Parliament that I'm the first nominated member of parliament to be removed by a court and not the political party. Secondly, I was also a victim of the shortest court of appeal process, I think, in this country, where you file your matter on Monday. The decision, first of all, was made on a Friday. And the judge refused to give me a stay for appeal, 14 days, which is provided for that this is the judgment, but you are given 14 days to appeal so that you can still stay in that office until the 14th day or when you not have appealed. Mine, I was not given. It was on Friday evening. In fact, at 5:30 is when my ruling was done. Before the same court, the same judge with similar cases, case number 13 and 14 of 2013 were similar. That was the one against Lesuda, Honorable Lesuda. Somebody had complained, petition that why she was picked at number 5 in the list of senators and left somebody number 3. While in my case, somebody said why Kipchumba was number 2 and he was number 1. The same court, the same day, the same judge, different ruling. The Lesuda one is sustained that she was rightfully nominated, even if she was number 5. IBC had the right to consider diversity, regional balance, ethnicity, and many other things, because she was a Maasai in a list of majority were Kikuyus. I was a Kalenjin in the list that was majority Luyas and Luos, but it never applied to me. So 2017, the same court in 2013 says, so long as you are number 1 in the list, you will not miss. It doesn't matter what happens. 2017, ODM puts me number 1 for Senate. And then I'm not picked. They go for number 2. I go to the same court with the same ruling of 2013 as an authority, and they said no. IBC has a right to pick anybody so long as you're in that list. So if they have left you as number 1, they can pick number 2, which is okay. And that died. You come to 2022, in the category of persons with disabilities, the party says you are number 1 for the National Assembly. The party leader says, hey, it seems there are bad spirits with you in the Senate. Can we go to the National Assembly? In 2013, 2017, ODM always puts persons with disability as a priority list, number 1. I go to National Assembly, despite the party and the leadership and the party policy that number 1 is PWD, I am thrown to number 4 and nobody cares. And for the first time, ODM has no person with disability in the National Assembly. And I sometimes think, is it something wrong with me or something? I would have been the only Kalenjin in the AZIMIO coalition side because there is no Kalenjin now. But that's my country. During the elections, everything went well. We knew the results, we were monitoring, we were also tallying, we were also tabulating, we were also collating, we were also verifying. Until about 9 in the morning, I think somebody decided to create their own and announce. It's okay, it's now water under the bridge. The new administration is here. We wish them well, as somebody has said. But we are not going to sit back and watch bad governance. At least we have started as persons with disability. There's a problem in this country. The Constitution is very clear. Under Article 27, 54, 100, 177, on representation of persons with disabilities, their protection and existence. But in 2013, thank God, I was part of the ODM organization of Disability League. We made sure that every county that our party had a majority, we had at least 2 persons with disabilities, a male and a female. It was wonderful. Come 2017, we had them. Unfortunately, 17 counties did not have even 1 person with disability. Majority of them, unfortunately, were Jubilee zones. 2022, it has increased now to 21 counties. That means the presence, the face, the space, the place of people with disabilities is diminishing, is vanishing. And that people do not think that this sector of the society matter. As much as the Constitution recognizes that they exist and protects them, those in leadership, both at the political party level and IBC and the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, do not think that disability has a face or is a development agenda. We are not going to be quiet. There are many counties now that constitutionally are not constituted. and they will be swearing in, I think, this coming week. Whether, I don't know, it's Tuesday or Wednesday. What does that tell us? It's a country that, one, does not respect its constitution. Two, a people that do not count persons with disabilities as people. We are still looked as objects. We are seen as bother. We look like maybe we are the AOBs of the society. And that's what it means. And I'm not going to mince my words about it. It is sad that the arrangement in this country, sadly, those people who came before us to represent persons with disabilities, and two of them, majorly, or three, never developed or progressed matters disability. They took their own issues, personal and other interests that were not of the fraternity. And therefore, as persons with disabilities, I belong to a group of veterans with disabilities. This is a group of elders that started, we mobilized ourselves in 1980s to fight for disability movement rights. So we are rising up, and we are going to make it very difficult for some people to survive. Yeah, at least where I come from, we are mobilizing persons with disabilities to camp at the steps of the county assembly every Wednesday from 9 in the morning with our crutches, white canes, wheelchairs, tricycles, and those who are crawling. And we just sit and make it very uncomfortable. We want to make us a very bad scene that is either with us or you don't have anything. And so we'll mobilize. It's happening in Meru, Isiolo, Nandi. It's all over. And therefore, it is sad. I wish to appeal to the president and his team that they can heal, they can cure this by appointing persons with disabilities at some level. The president should come up with an advisory office in his office of the president, advice on disability, so that they can help. They should retain Honorable Josephta Mukobe, who is a person with disability, and add more other people. And don't use that excuse to decimate us, for we are not also going to disappear anyway. We will be around for a very, 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 very long time. Ni binguni tu ndio tuliambiwa sasa tutaacha crutches na vitu vingine, lakini for now, mchungaji, we pray that we don't leave anybody behind, and the constitution should not be understood, misunderstood, misrepresented, or misinterpreted to close out other people. It is a progressive constitution. Sadly, those who said no to it are the ones implementing it. It's going to be tough. May the Lord bless you. May the Lord give you peace. It's a long haul, but we shall be with them here, bumper to bumper. Hakuna kuachia mtu nafasi. Hii Kenya hatuhami. May God bless you. Thank you, guys.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And that is an experience and a half. But I think you're eligible to take Chebukati's job. You just go for it. Chebukati is leaving office in February. So get your papers ready. You go and preside over 2027 so that tuone kama wewe pia utatubadilishia saa tatu ama tuta sail through this time around.
Mutembei, let me remind you,
Yes.
from the mouth of the horse, nobody and nobody of my caliber will get any job opportunity in this country. Wacha tu.
Acha kuwa hivyo mheshimiwa. Wewe unajua hii nchi ni yetu na ni sisi tutaamua vile inakwenda, sio wale. Na kama tutawajibika vile unavyosema, mambo yatarekebika. The pressure groups that we raise around the country to put this government on toast, because from what you have just given, there is a calculated systematic narrative that is being sold to Kenyans, that the constitution is helpless, the courts can do whatever they want, the commissions can do what they want, and nobody can do them anything. Now, if we allow that, then it was useless. The people who died for this constitution lost their life for nothing. The people who suffered before this change came, they suffered for nothing. So we can't afford to sit back and see this evil being vetted on Kenyans. We need to rise up and say, no, this is wrong. Like what's going on with the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, I'm waiting for that 21 days for them to give me reason where there was hot air and where there was wild goose and all that. I want to see that in the law, in the constitution, and wherever that informed. If we don't rise up to the occasion, hao watu watatuingilia mpaka kwa nyumba. Wacha mahali wametufikisha saa hii. So naomba tu kila mmoja awajibike mahali alipo, and us who know a little better, we need to lead the way. But if we fall back and say, what can we do? Then those coming after us will have nothing to do. And so ni lazima tujitahidi, Madam Mheshimiwa. So I want you to be on the forefront and keep going. It's never won easily, especially when it's a struggle against an oppressor who has determined to oppress you no matter what you do. Atakanyaga mguu, ukilia na kanyaga tumbo. Ukilia sana na kanyaga kichwa. So if you don't keep pushing, you may succumb. So it is our turn to ensure that everything is done according to the constitution. Kama kuna time ambayo constitution order has to be agitated for is right now. And that's why I am in support of what Baba is talking about. We must do what? We must reorganize IBC. We must relook at the Supreme Court. We can't have the highest court in the land talk to us in standard 3 English. That is not going to work. We allow that, we are doomed. And the only hope we have as a country is not who is in power, it's the constitution that is in effect. The moment that constitution is put in the basket, in the dustbin, tumeisha. So thank you. No, naomba tutasonga mbele. Naomba wale ambao mnatupata, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili mjumuike katika mjadala wa leo. Tunazungumza rais ako nje ya nchi, deputy wake ndio anasimamia masuala sasa, alafu Azimio na Kenya Kwanza, vita katika bunge kuamua ni nani aliye na wengi kisheria na otherwise. Itakuwa jambo ambalo ni la muhimu kuangazia, kwa sababu kuna utapeli fulani ambao unataka kufanywa na kuuziwa wa Kenya ili waamini kwamba we are the majority when they are the minority, and we are the minority when they are the majority. That needs to be corrected, and the best place for it to be corrected is on the floor of the House and the registrar of political party. Those schemes that they are trying to play needs to be aborted now, needs to be thwarted now, or else we'll live a lie. Our country living a lie will perpetuate lies, and those lies will not help this country go forward. So kama vile mheshimiwa amesema, kuna dosari na jinsi tunavyofuata sheria. tumefikia mahali ambapo tunachagua sheria ina apply wapi kivipi kulingana na mood wa judge ama koti ile umeenda ama uliona nani kabla uende kotini. Haya masuala tulikuwa tumeyazika 2010 na ni kama yamefufuka, na yakifufuka yana uhai ambao unaweza kuwa wa milele. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tuwatafute jinsi tutakavyoshughulikia masuala hayo. So let every Kenyan be vigilant, and the best way to be vigilant is seek out for everybody's welfare, not just your own welfare. Unajua narrative ambayo inauzwa saa hii, just taking a few minutes before I bring Joshua, narrative inayouzwa saa hii especially with Kenya Kwanza is kila mtu ajisimamie, okay? Everybody for himself. What can you do? You are helpless. We are the people. We are in charge and all that. There is nothing you can do to us. Now, and the Kenyans are buying into it because they are wounded right now. The majority of Kenyans are wounded right now. And they are accepting almost everything that is being thrown at them. That's the wrong way. You will succumb to something you wouldn't if you are in your right state of mind, in your right set of emotional intelligence. And so we need to realize kuna mtu anasukuma kona fulani na anataka tukae kwa hiyo kona na tusimsumbue. Na njia moja ya kutumsumbua ni kukubali hali yetu kwamba ndio vile mambo yalivyo. There is nothing we can do. Tukae tu tungoje after 5 years. No, we cannot sit under oppression for 5 years. We can rise up and change the situation no matter where we find ourselves at what time. With our leaders leading us, or are we leading our leaders? That's the power of the people. If our leaders are not leading us in the right direction, we need to lead them in that right direction by ensuring that every Kenyan is catered for. And so people with disability, other Kenyans, wherever they are, the marginalized community. Right now kuna watu ambao wana chakula, wana chochote, kuna kiangazi, ng'ombe saa ile Nairobi tunapambana na ng'ombe tu na magari kwa barabara. Usigonge ng'ombe ya Masai, atagonga gari. So haya mambo yote yanaendelea sasa hivi na ni lazima tuwajibike kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinafanywa ipasavyo. Thank you everybody. I want us to play one video before we bring in Joshua. Naomba tu tuendelee kukaribishana. Hii ni Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Usitazame tu, tazama ukiparticipate either on the comment section or you come into the studio or you share with your circle so that everybody can benefit from what we are doing from here. Let's listen out to this before Joshua comes in.
Ya kusubiri gharama maisha kupungua. Gachagua amesema kuwa kinyume na walivyotarajia kufanya kampeni ama wakifanya kampeni siku zao afisini zimedhihirisha kuwa taifa halina hela na kwamba serikali ya William Ruto itajizatiti kubadilisha mkondo huo kwa kipindi cha miezi mitatu. Vilevile Gachagua amesema kuwa serikali itabadilisha mbinu ya kukusanya ushuru, akisisitiza kuwa mfumo uliotumiwa na serikali iliyoondoka haukufaa.
Truthfully speaking to the people of Kenya, what is your assessment of our economy?
The situation is very bad. There is no money in the treasury.
At all?
And the little that we are collecting goes to salaries. And you have to keep the country going. So we need to do a lot to boost production. And we must spend a lot of time, effort, and money on agriculture. That's really the way to go. And I can tell the people of Kenya that in another 2-3 months, they will start seeing now things picking up. We have been talking to KRA, and we have told them that we must agree on how to change our tax regime. We must be friendly to the taxpayers so that we collect more voluntarily. Let us not criminalize tax collection. Because if you really are so hard on the people who pay tax, and when they see the tax collectors, they close their shops, then what are you doing to yourself? So progressively, we are going to have an increase in revenue collection. We are going to increase production of our agricultural commodities. And in another 90 days to 100 days, the economy will start, feeling the effect of good management.
What do we have to tell the hustlers who voted for William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, knowing that perhaps it would have been an immediate...
We are looking for a permanent and sustainable solution. It would have been foolhardy and deceptive to the people of Kenya to continue with subsidizing the fuel only for a short while, and then we have an economic shutdown. We must look for a long-term solution, and I want to urge our people to be very patient, and things will work out. We don't want a solution that is temporary or is deceptive. Like the one they did for Unga, 100 shillings. They are telling us they have paid bills for 8 billion. Nobody ever saw this Unga. It was all theft. People took advantage. A few traders with a few government officials took advantage. You know that Unga subsidy was being done for the purposes of election. They wanted to bring down the cost of Unga so that people can vote for AZIMIO.
But surely, if it is true what you're saying, that there were lots of shoddy deals happening, then you would be justified to go after the individuals involved.
What I'm saying is that we will not pay bills without verification. Yeah, they must be verified because these are public funds, and the officers paying must be convinced. Yeah, that public money was spent in the right way before we can pay. That I can assure you that that inspection of those bills, the verification, the validation, the auditing, that will be done in a very thorough manner. And if the bills are genuine, they'll be paid. If they are not genuine, of course, there are consequences.
Haya, huyo ni Deputy President akijitetea kwamba mambo sio mazuri sana Treasury, kwa hivyo mikakati ya hasla na bottom up na hiyo mengine yatachelewa. Saa hii wanaitisha siku 60 90 au 100. Ilikuwa kwa siku 100 tutakuwa na maisha ya bottom up. Okay, kila kitu imetoka chini imepanda juu. Kuna wale ambao wanatengeneza video za kuonyesha kwamba kila kitu imetoka chini kapanda juu. Petrol ilitoka 150 kafika hivyo, imetoka chini imepanda juu. So bottom up is at work. Interesting times indeed. Now I can see Alex tulia hapa tumsikize Joshua kidogo. Nini Alex wewe?
Najua nimeingia kuuliza swali moja Bernard.
Endelea.
Hao watu wanasema hakuna pesa kwa treasury. First day walipeana judiciary 3 billion. Ilitoka wapi? I just want to know, where did the 3 billion come from? Because they are saying we only have 93 million in the treasury, but they have already awarded the judiciary 3 billion. I just want to know, where did it come from?
I think it was UDA contribution. I don't know. But they will say they can only pay a bill after verification. So we also need verification of whether it was 3 billion or it was 3 million from the 93. Bwana Joshua, karibu, vipi?
Yes, salam Bernard, habari yako?
Niko salama nashukuru. Karibu.
Yes, naona Alex uko pale, Paris, Kohango and Caleb. Yes, I think hii UDA government, they are very funny. Wako funny sana. Hiyo narrative ya Asla inaenda saizi imeisha. We had Asla, we have bottom up. Now we are not even hearing anything like bottom up, Asla. We are now, what we are now hearing, hakuna pesa kwa treasury. You know, it is just funny. Because I'm sure Ruto knew this, because alikuwa anasema kuwa ana intelligent wangemwambia kuwa pesa hakuna kwa treasury, because he's the one who told us some time back that yeye ana intelligent ambaye akipata information kwa rais lazima impitie. So angetakana ajue kuwa hakuna pesa kwa treasury before aanze kuapishwa. He ought to have told us that I'm getting in but hakuna pesa. So I'm shocked that this is the time that they're telling us that there's no money. It is just funny. You know, you should always speak your words, because, you know, if you're a hustler, and then today somebody is telling you that you need to collect more NSSF by giving 2,000. How can hustler get 2,000? Hustler getting 2,000. Unataka hustler umie? If kama hustler 100 pia haizi pata kwa mwezi, hiyo mmoja anataka kupata hii. Now we are telling hustler to contribute 2,000 ya NSSF. Are they really sincere? So I'm seeing this government, either they're not sincere to Kenyans or they have failed. And if they have failed, the best thing that they can just quit, so that wampatie Raila aongoze inchi, because Raila wanted to put this country in the right direction, but they hijacked Raila or they hijacked the process, and now they have it. So we want them to take it, and they should not complain. Ruto yuko out of the country, you are praying for him to come back so that tunaweza pata pesa mfukoni. We need pesa mfukoni. Tunataka hiyo unga ya 90 bob. Tunataka hustler fund. Tunataka pesa mamboga. Those are things that we want to hear from them, because these are things that after 100 days we are going to see some changes. But now I'm hearing Gachagua is telling us that we should give them 3 months. 3 months, that's 90 days. That's almost 100 days. You want us to give them so that things are stabilized. So they should not joke with us. Tunataka pesa mfukoni. Tunataka pesa kwa vijana, hustler fund, that 100 billion. Mama mboga, pesa mama mboga. We want issue of NHIF. We want free primary education. There's so many things that they promise us. We want them. Sio tunabembeleza, we want them because it's our right. You know, if somebody promises you something, it is your right now to demand it. Now we are demanding that we need whatever they promise us. And then on the issue of majority leader, if KK wanataka majority leader, we should just give them, because we don't tutaki after 5 years waseme kuwa majority leader ilikuwa na AZIMIO, that's why they could not work. Tuwapatie hiyo majority leader. Hata ukitaka minority leader pia tuwapatie. What we need a good economy country. So if they are demanding wanataka hiyo majority leader, walichukua speaker tumepatia both houses, tukapatia chair lady wa council of governor tukawapatia. So even if they want majority leader, we'll give them, so that they should not have any excuse of not delivering. Anything they want, we'll give them. Hata ukitaka MPs wote wa AZIMIO, we'll give them. If they want senators wa AZIMIO, we give them. If they want all governors wa AZIMIO, tuwapatia wote. What we need, pesa mfukoni, bei ya fuel iteremke chini, because that's what Kenyans want. We are not busy with whether you are a speaker, whether you are a majority leader, whether you're a minority leader, whether you are the whip of the house. What we need is pesa mfukoni. Tunataka bei ya fuel teremke. Tunataka unga 70 bob. That is the most important thing that we need. But ile corona anatuambia kuwa now we need to contribute 2,000 kusaidia. You know, sasa walisema bottom up, pesa inatoka juu inateremka chini. So saizi pesa wanataka pesa itoke chini iende juu, because now they want the hustler to contribute 2,000. We want pesa itoke juu iteremke chini, iteremkie mtu chini, huyu mtu wa chini apate pesa. But now we want mtu wa chini ndiye contribute kwa coffers ya NSSF. If they could be sincere, wamsaidie hustler vizuri, waseme kuwa now we are going to contribute for 2,000 every month. We're getting 2,000, we save for 2,000. Wewe usitoe pesa yote, then we could celebrate. But now it's me who they want me to contribute to the NSSF simply because wanataka kuborrow internally so that they cannot borrow externally. Warudi huko nje tu, because I remember when Ruto was in Meru, alisema kuwa watazidi kuchimba. Wachimbe. Naona now they're saying that they have a good way of collecting taxes. Whether if they want to increase taxes, can they increase the taxes? Because that's what some of Kenya wanted. Can they just increase taxes so that we can contribute the way they want? But what we need at the end of it, we need pesa mfukoni. Tunataka bei ya unga iteremke chini. Tunataka fuel iteremke chini. We want our kids to go to school freely. We want to walk to those people without paying any cash. Those are things that we want to hear from UDA government. But any other thing, wanatuambia kuwa hakuna pesa, that will be lie. If kazi imewashinda, it's still early. I saw last time Gachagua alimfuata Raila. You know, they went to look for Raila. And it's good that it came out. Yeah, alimfuata Raila Mombasa. So right now, what we need is not less than pesa mfukoni and not less than pesa bei ya mafuta teremke chini, unga teremke chini. We need hiyo unga ya 90 bob so that our life, the kid can enjoy and we can enjoy this government. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, na niliwaambia hapo utangulizi kwamba serikali ni ya wheelbarrow, na wheelbarrow ni mashini ambayo haiwezi kufanya kazi bila kusukumwa. So ni lazima kila Mkenya ajitahidi kusukuma ndio kazi ifanyike. Isiposukumwa itabaki hapo hapo mahali imeachia. Lakini cha muhimu ni kila mtu akue alert. Kila mtu akue alert. Don't play victim. Don't play victim. All the proposals being made must be framed within the provision of the constitution. Kuna sweeping statements ambazo zinapeanwa na hii serikali ambayo haina mbele wala nyuma kwa sababu haina backup ya sheria. You cannot just wake up and say 2,000 for NSSF and then you wake up and say I have done this and said this. Where is the law that backs up what you are saying? Is it that the Kenya Kwanza government want to function outside or rather with the extra constitutional powers? That's something that we need to check, because when we all go to presidential orders that don't have constitutional framework, that's when we begin to set the constitution aside bit by bit, and we will eventually end up functioning without the constitution or opening room for somebody to mistreat you because the constitution no longer has a grip on him. The law has been replaced systematically without our noticing. It is important that we arrest the situation right now and be able to hold to account all the participants to do what is required based on the constitution. If the parliament approval is required on any issue, let the parliament be involved. We can't change KRA from the president's office, change NSSF from the president's office, change tax regime from the president's office. Eventually, everything will be coming from the president's office, and it will be a more worse state capture than the one being complained about. I want to appreciate all of you as you continue following the discussion, continue inviting people to join into the discourse. Naamini kwamba masuala tunayozungumza hapa ni ya muhimu na kila Mkenya angependa kumakinika katika kuyaelewa. The link we are using to get in the studio is now in the comment section. Click on it, join us, let's talk. Kelab Melek, habari leo? Kelab, you unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute fast. Without sorry, you threw yourself out. Now, looking keenly at yes, Paris, you can weigh in on this before we. You must unmute. You must unmute.
I'm saying I avoid looking at news. I avoid to see what they are saying. So I've just seen that now. And when Kibaki took over, you remember when Kibaki took over, this country was not in ICU. It was on its deathbed. It was actually in the mortuary on the way to be buried. Kibaki never complained. Alikana akaanza kazi. So akianza kutupea balance, it's so disappointing to hear it from the Vice President, Deputy President. He should keep quiet, call their advisors, and look for the way forward. But it is like mwanamke na mwanaume mko na shida kwa nyumba yenyu, badala ya kusort out, you go to a marketplace and start telling the problem that is in your house. That's how I see it. Will the market people solve the problem in your house? They made us promises. The common mwananchi. They said within in fact, it is this Monday, unga is supposed to be 90 shillings. I still insist on that. And I remember very well during the campaign, Ruto was complaining of borrowing. This one is not being done. He's been in that government for 10 years, including Gachagua, drawing salaries from that government. Why didn't they raise it? They had members of parliament who are now in parliament now, and they were there that time. Why didn't they raise it in parliament? Because whatever they are doing, I wish I could say it's a criminal offense because you lied to the public. They lied to the public. So they are not supposed to come up with excuses. You are laughing.
It's okay. Thank you, Paris. They lied to the public. We should arrest them for lying.
Yes.
Obtaining office by false pretense.
By false pretense. They are not supposed to be complaining, surely.
Sawa, asante sana. Tumlete huyu IG. IG, it seems your configuration has an issue. Carry on, unmute and speak. Yes, go ahead, IG. Your net is very... Internet yako iko chini, you are buffering. Inaonekana speed ya internet yako iko low. Work on that first. Because even if you talk, your words will be coming in bits and pieces. Work on that. Thank you. Okay. One moment. Let me find there is a video for us to share as we continue the conversation. Let's keep moving.
Mafuta saizi ni 250 na kuna hii.
Sisi tumefurahia sana kama raia. Uhuru anateseka sawa. Anateseka sawa. Sijui sasa ni serikali inadili na cartels ama ni cartels wanadili na serikali. Tumefurahia sana. Hey.
Okay, one more. You can.
Ngine mimi sijui mbona sisi ni wachokozi, mbona hatunanga shukurani, mbona tunapenda kulalamika, Sasa serikali ndio imeingia kwa ofisi hata haijamaliza 1 week. They are already overworking. Mbona tumeanza kucomplain mapema? Walifika tu kwa ofisi hivi na zile vitu za muhimu tayari washafanya, kama ku appoint judges na kupunguza bei ya mbolea. Sasa hii mko hapo mnauliza kama mtakula mbolea sijui. Sasa hii waacha tukule judges tukingoja hiyo maneno mengine ikishughulikiwa. Kama ni gari chukua mbolea full tank, weka kwa gari, enda safari. Wacha malalamiko mingi. Unga tunafanyia nini? Unga is not even important. Tunafanyia nini unga? Saa hii kama ni njaa tutaambia first lady na second lady wataombea njaa. We are a praying nation. Kama ni mafuta, in fact we don't even need mafuta. Zai kama ni mafuta, wacha hata washikane first lady na second lady wafanye muujiza, they turn water into oil. Sijui mbona tutakuaga hatuna shukrani kabisa. Mbona Wakenya sisi ni wachokozi? What is wrong with us? Na hiyo unga unaenda kununua, badala useme wewe ni hasla, upewe yako ya 70, unafika huko unasema wewe ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Utakosaje kuuziwa unga 280? Na tulichagua hii serikali kupanish Uhuru Kenyatta. Wewe nyinyi hamjui unga ya hasla iko ya 70, lakini ni kusema usemi. Utafika supermarket tu unasema nipe unga. So tunadhani si wewe ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Sema wewe ni nani, tunajua unga ya 70 iko. Sasa wewe usemi. Hii serikali ishafika kwa huko ndani, ishafanya vitu za muhimu zile za kwanza. Alafu uko hapo bado una complain kabisa. Sijui tunataka namna gani. Ulisikia aibu wa rais alisema badala ya DCI sijui eti kuzunguka kutafuta wakora ikwishe. Wakora wanajua penye ofisi za DCI ziko, watajileta huko. Wewe kama DCI kaa huko, wakora watakuja. Lakini tuko hapa tuna complain. Sijui what are we complaining about? Na tulisema ni bottom up. Kama unga ilikuwa 280, saa hii inaenda 500. Bottom up. Saa hii tunataka lita moja ikuwe 800. We agreed ni bottom up. Kutoka chini kwenda juu. I don't know what we are complaining. Wakenya tunatakanga nini? What do we want? Tunataka namna gani? Ile kitu tunafanya, tutulie, serikali itupange pole pole. Serikali they know what they are doing.
Mutembe nimesikia.
Aya. Tunashukuru. Wanasema kuna wale wanateta huko kwa comment section kwamba the Kenyans are sarcastic about the operations of the new government. All the same, they have demonstrated what we do is more important than what we say. So if that is the action they took, then let's stick by the same. Bwana Guru, habari ya leo? Umekuja gizani leo?
Habari.
Niko salama nashukuru. Wakenya ndio hao.
Ukweli umeanza kudhihirika.
Yes.
Unajua uongo na ukweli haiwezi kwenda pamoja. Unajua hiyo?
Yeah.
Najua ni kapasta, kwa hivyo unajua hiyo maneno. Unajua hiyo maneno sana. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo
endelea.
Unaelewa wewe, unaelewa. Kuambiwa mara mbili. Sasa watu they have adopted satire. Unajua satire? Ulifanya literature to cope with the problems that they are there. And that guy is very creative. Huyo umetoa hapo is a very creative guy. Na si yeye peke yake, ni wengi. Kwamba they are using satire to cope with the hardships that are there. Ukweli ni kwamba Bernard watu wanarara njaa. Akiwa ile pesa, akiwa kabla ya Uhuru hajaenda watu walikuwa karibu kukata roho. Ni sasa ambayo bei imeenda hata juu zaidi. You know what, one thing this new government does not understand is that most people in Kenya live from hand to mouth. Yule jamaa mbona unaona asubuhi anaamka ile pesa alikuwa amepata the previous day yamepea familia, wamekula sapa, anaacha ameambia bibi yake, wacha niende nitafute zingine ili jioni tuone kitu ya kuweka kwa mdomo. So when you have a government that says it's not going to have subsidies for food items, I don't know which Kenya they are living in. In fact, I dare say that the first seeds of revolution could have started being planted right now. Watu wakikosa matumaini na watu wakikosa kitu ya survival, you have nothing to lose. Absolutely. And you can imagine, because most people actually, these so-called small businesses, they operate on the edge. Those people don't make much profit as you think because of the pressing needs that are there, especially those who have families and relatives to take care of. And therefore, when that guy talks the way he is talking, he knows what he is talking about. So when you come and blatantly say that you not subsidize food items or an essential commodity like fuel, which actually has a ripple effect across the various sectors, unaweza kuniambia kama sasa mtu yule anafanya chomelea, he has to increase cost of his products kwa sababu component ya stima imeenda juu. So what happens is that the demand goes low because it may get to a point where even your customers can't afford. So they delay the buying from you. So what do you expect these people to do? Mimi naona hivi, wacha wajipige kifua na wakifikiria kwamba kwa sababu wamepata serikali, watu watawafumilia kama vile walikuwa wanawafumilia wakienda round wakiongea mambo ya dynasty na hustlers. Ile itawagonga hata hawatajua ni nini. Baba tu anataka a time in about after 100 days aitishe mkutano Kamukunji ama ni wapi, utaona wale watu watatoka huko, watatokelezea. And more so because this government lacks legitimacy. Unaangalia kila region ni blue, ni region mbili tu ambazo zinaonyesha silipigia hao watu. You can't run a country like that. You must be sensitive to these people. Lakini ya muhimu zaidi, hata wale walimpigia kule Central, si hatu watakuwa na yeye, kwa sababu everybody looks after his interests. Yule mtu ya mbona na mama mboga anaangalia, anajiuliza, sasa sisi tuliahidiwa hii, mbona hatupatiwi? Tuliambiwa kwamba Kijana ya Njomo na Wanjaramogi ni kwamba wao hawakuwa washawahi kulala bila kukula. Kwa hivyo ndio sababu anafinyiria mwananchi wa kawaida, lakini unajua hiyo ni uongo, na sasa ndio imeanza kuonekana kwamba ni uongo. Na when you have to explain people otherwise, itakuwa ngumu, na hapo ndio sasa kisungumkuti itakuja kwamba sasa Kijana ya Njomo ameenda Ishaweri, yule mwingine wa Jaramogi ameenda Mbondo, lakini maisha imekuwa hata ngumu zaidi. Sasa itakuwaje? Hawatakubali. Na naona okay, mlitundanganya nyinyi. Afadhali hata wale walikuwako, kwa sababu hata wakati huo tulikuwa afadhali. I'm telling you, explaining the public today that they are sleeping hungry, and yet they have a new president who promised them a lower cost of living. They will not understand. Nyinyi endeleeni kuongea mambo ya international circumstances. Mtu ya bodaboda ajui hiyo, mtu ya mama mboga ajui hiyo. Ili anajua ni kwamba kuna rais, na yule rais waliweka pale, aliwaambia kwamba akishaingia namna hii awekelee Bible chini, maisha itakuwa nafuu. Na hiyo ndio anangojea. Hataki kusikia hiyo violi zingine ati sijui mafuta iko na pesa mingi huko international market. Hiyo hataki kujua. Lakini pia you can't blame them. Ni vile waliambiwa. Sasa wewe ukianihindi mtoto utamletea mkate, alafu jioni unakunja mkono tupu. What do you expect? Una expect nini? So mimi nasema hivi, wacha ukweli udhihirike, wacha watu wa kule mawe. Naona wengine hata they will not leave their offices because going to face the masses will be a Herculean task. Mwambie aanze kuambia watu hatupangwingwi huko Kirinyaga, huko Karatina. Saa hii uone ile atatemewa mate. Hiyo ndio nakwambia. Kwa hivyo ukweli ni ukweli, na ukweli umeanza kudhihirika. Tunangojea wale wameambia baba atulie, baba wacha atulie, na mambo itajitokesha. In fact, he doesn't need to talk. Let the people themselves agitate from below. Wacha ashikilie huko juu. Wakisha agitate kutoka chini, atakuja kupalilia huko juu. Hiyo tu haitaonekana kwamba ni wao ndio watamuita. Wacha vile walisema anaenda Mbondo, aendi Mbondo. Mbondo hafiki. Hata gari imekataa kuenda huko kwa sababu maisha imekuwa ngumu, na wanajua yeye ndiye amewapigania. Hata Wakikuyu hawa unaona hapa wanajua baba ndiye anawapigania, na wanajua hiyo. So hivyo mimi nangojea tu. Hata ile huzuni ilikuwa kwa Ateo, mambo imeenda namna hii, hiyo huzuni ukienda kwa watu wale wa Azimio wanajua vile mambo inaenda, ameanza kufurahi because wanajua hii ni kitu ambayo itakuja kusumbua mtu kichwa. Hata jua hao watu they will not leave their offices. Tell them to organize public rallies today. Waende waongee na watu, tuone kama kuna mtu hata atawasikiza. Hiyo tu. Asante Bernard.
Asante sana Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Wakenya ndio hao wanadai haki yao, na Wakenya wakianza kudai haki yao, basi hawatakuwa na kitulizo. Kama wewe ulitaka uongozi kwa njia ya uongo, basi uongo ndio huo utakunasa, kwa sababu lazima njaa idanganyi. Hakuna mtu anayedanganywa ati njaa yako hiyo ni fake. Atienda ukaguliwe kwanza, tulete daktari aone kama njaa yako ni genuine ama si genuine. Hunger cannot be lied to. And a hungry nation is a dangerous nation. My suggestion to these people is to own up the responsibility. What they are trying to do in trying to run away from responsibility and look for somebody to blame that they got the treasury that had nothing. When Uhuru had sustained us for 5 years without them, when they were on top of the cars, what was he using? Was he using his own money? Because they are claiming that it is the Odinga family, the Moi family, and the Uhuru family that has taken away the coffers. Now they should tell us, was Uhuru using his money to sustain the Kenyan economy for 5 years? Was he using the Odinga and the Moi money? And now that they are gone, they don't have access to that money. Somebody needs to own up the responsibility. Kama vile nimesema, ukiingia jikoni, sisi tunataka chakula. Hatutaki kusikia mwiko umevunjika, mara hakuna stima, mara hakuna sufuria, wewe ulikubali kuwa mpishi, sisi tukakupatia hilo jukumu, basi ingia jikoni tutolee chakula. We are hungry, we want to eat, not to be given another story on why we cannot get the food to eat. Now, let's listen to this as we continue with the conversation. I appreciate everybody who is joining us from wherever you are joining us. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Karibisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike pamoja. Haya, tumsikilize Deputy President hapa.
Spending bills continue to hurt ordinary mwananchi. They've done the work, they still have not been paid. What is this administration going to do? When will we start seeing these spending bills cleared?
Well, to start with is that when money is available, because right now there isn't money, we have inherited a 500 billion debt for public bills, and we don't want to borrow money. Because what we are saying, Sophia, and that is why we said we can't have the subsidy for fuel. When you are in a hole, the first thing you do, if you are somebody who knows what you are doing, you stop digging, and then you figure out how to get out. But you cannot be in a hole and you continue digging. We are having a 10 trillion public debt. You cannot borrow to subsidize consumption, because that is digging the hole deeper. You need to stop digging, stop borrowing to subsidize consumption, and figure out how to get out of the hole. So we are looking at the possibility, and we have discussed with the Treasury on how to create a bond to raise money to pay the pending bills. And if that is successful, and I'm sure it will succeed, if we inject 500 billion and pay all the people with pending bills, that will be an economic stimulus intervention. Money will circulate in the economy, and the ripple effect will be felt by everybody.
Yeah.
Again, all the stored projects where contractors have stopped working because of non-payment, all the projects that are stored will get back and continue. The net effect is that all the people who are working on these projects will get employment, and that will turn around the economy. Again, in this case, principal secretaries, accountants, procurement officers, chief finance officers will pay without fear after they verify the pending bills. They should go ahead and verify, and they should not have too many committees now. It is not necessary anymore.
Right.
They just need to have one committee, a verification committee, and let the internal auditors check.
Okay.
Once the internal auditors say that these bills were properly incurred and they should be charged to public funds, let the people supposed to pay go ahead and pay.
All right.
There will be no more extortion, there will be no more harassment, there will be no more intimidation of government officers by detectives who are trying to make money, who are perpetuating graft when they are purporting to fight graft.
And you've brought up the issue of the fuel. Let's talk about that, because it's a big one. The prices have gone up, and as we know, once fuel prices go up, the ripple effect is that then cost of living equally, because many commodities, you see an increase in price. And I want us to first go back to the campaign rhetoric and messaging, because is that then where the folly of our politics lies? Because you went out and told your supporters and Kenyans, as you sought votes, vote for us and the cost of living will come down.
Yes,
absolutely. Vote for us and fuel come down unga.
Absolutely.
But today, you are having to explain to Kenyans, before it comes down, things are going to be a bit painful.
It will come down, but it needs to come down forever. We don't want quick fixes. I've told you, Sophia, when you are in a hole, you don't continue digging. You stop digging and then figure out how to get out. We need a sustainable solution. Subsidizing consumption is not sustainable. It's actually foolish. You cannot borrow money to subsidize consumption. What we have agreed to do, and our president, in his pragmatic style of leadership, has given the way forward. We subsidize production. Once we subsidize production, and this is coming now, already 1.4 million bags of fertilizer are in high seas. Once people get fertilizer that they can afford, and increase their yield, it will bring down the cost of maize, and automatically it will bring down the cost of unga. But if you say you subsidize 100 shillings, the subsidies is so far done, yeah, at 20 billion a month. We are talking of 240 billion a year. That is equivalent to the entire annual development budget for the whole country. What that means is that you'd subsidize for 1 year and stop all development activities. Then after that, what happens next?
So we
are saying, let us deal with the problem in a pragmatic manner and get a solution that will last. Let us do something that is sustainable.
Which what
and
you're
the
also telling
is,
Kenyans,
is agriculture.
there will be some painful moments.
And very, very short-lived. Very, very short-lived.
But how do you guarantee short-lived? Because
short-lived, because even looking at the trends, even looking at the trends, it is clear after a lot of analysis that the prices of fuel will stabilize by the end of this year, which is a good thing for us. But most important,
which trend is informing that? Because next month, for instance,
I'm saying that the trend, the way it is going, there's a lot of analysis. I don't have the figures here. The analysis that have been done, we have a lot of petroleum experts and economists, and a lot of analysis has been done. And the brief we are getting is that going forward, is that the prices will stabilize, hopefully by the end of the year. But again, the most important thing is the interventions in the agricultural sector to subsidize production so that we bring the cost of unga down. And we add money into people's pockets so that they have a higher purchasing power. Yeah. Because if we bring down the cost of maize production, wheat production, miraa production, tea production, and the farmers get a higher return, they have a better purchasing power. That means that they will be able to deal with escalating food prices with a better purchasing power. So what we have done is what you call a win-win situation. Let us come up with a solution that is practical and that is sustainable, because we don't want also to cheat our people. I've told you a lot of Kenyans.
But that's what you should have been telling them during the campaigns. We told them yes, that elect us, but when we come in, because of how badly this country
we didn't know how bad it was.
The deputy president before was in this
we
government.
Were saying, no, he wasn't. William Ruto was not part of this government.
The state of our economy was known. That is not something, but the extent, even by myself.
The extent, we knew the economy is doing badly, but the extent was not known to us because Treasury kept on giving figures that are not accurate. It's only when we called the CS Treasury and all the technocrats in Treasury and demanded the balance sheet for the country, we realized how badly we are. And we had to make tough decisions.
But this is the thing, you've said something that the trends are showing.
Yes, very good.
Now, you know, I have a problem with that. Because what I heard and what many Kenyans heard is that the two principals, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, were insensitive because they have never slept hungry. That's why they are letting the prices escalate. But now we are getting a different explanation. Nevertheless, what even they are suggesting is hypothetical, in the sense that you can give farmers fertilizer. I've not heard them talk about quality seeds. Number two, although I've heard this is a very prayerful set of leaders who depend on miracles, I would want to know whether they have a contract with God that the rains will come in torrents so that the maize can increase exponentially, and then you have lower prices of food. I mean, you can't plan on nature. There has to be some pragmatism. What if the rains fail? What if they fail? And they have failed before, and they can fail even after giving that fertilizer. Let's be candid. Let's be practical. Let us call out these people that they are liars. They are people who have whipped emotions of people, and now they are not able to live up to their promises. I don't know what this man is talking about. If they think they are going to run the government through propaganda, which they have been using for almost 4 years or a while, because very soon Kenyans will call them out. Kenyans are hungry. They are hurting. Today, a distance where you are paying 200 shillings to travel, you are paying 400, and that time you are going to sell goods. Therefore, your profit is cut down, is reduced. Some of them may have to stop even that trading because of high cost of transport. Production, foodies, those who are doing panel beating, those who are doing, this construction work. I don't know what is going to happen, because this issue of fuel is going to have a ripple effect. They would rather even have subsidized fuel, at least, because, so that they can keep the production systems working. Anyway, let's wait and see. I can see something roading. I can see Baba smiling somewhere. Somewhere is just enjoying the whole scenario. Kuna mtu atachomeka hapa asipoangalia mzuri, miezi 2, 3, 4. You can't wait. You can't tell a hungry person to wait for 6 months so that maize comes out of the farm. It doesn't work like that. Lakini wacha tungoje. Asante.
Okay, asante sana bwana Guru. Nashukuru kumsikiliza Deputy President Gachagua. Unaona kwamba ni watu ambao hawana mpango wowote ama hawakuwa na mpango wowote. Walikuwa waingie treasury, waangalie kuna hela ngapi kwanza, ndio waanze mpango wa jinsi maneno ya bottom up yataanza na vile pesa itafika mfukoni. So walipofika treasury wakakuta hamna kitu kulingana na hao, wakakuwa thrown under the bus. Walidhani kwamba the grass is green on the other side. Only for them to reach there, they found a jembe and a rake and some seedlings that they need to plant first before they get the green grass. But all the same, it appears that Kenya is in a bad position. And the people to navigate them from that bad position seem not to have any idea on what really happens for this country to be sustained. And the claim by the deputy president that the former deputy president was not part of the government, it's a good public lie, but nobody's going to buy into that. We can't go about Kenyans' lives by guesswork. The Kenya Kwanza administration must come out clean. They either have a plan or no plan, because what they are doing is witch hunting or, trying this and hoping it will work. Kenyans are alive right now. They need to eat practical food, not this hypothesis you want to give us that we subsidize fertilizer and then the same fertilizer will be transported on the road, okay? Using the petrol that is expensive. So by the time the fertilizer leaves Mombasa and reaches Usenge, our village, what happens? The same price of 6,000 will have reverted, because how are you going to transport it on double price for fuel and keep it at 3,500? So these people need some economic sense, and I pray that somebody beats them, to wake them up. Ni kama bado wanalala. It is not that easy. They need to understand the Kenyan lives are practical lives. It's not guesswork. It's not theoretical. It's not hypothesis. And whatever they are confronted with is people who need food to eat, not stories to be told. I hope they understand that. Mr. Kamau drives the bus. How are you today?
Very fine, very fine. How are you, Bernard? Hello?
I'm here today wondering about Deputy President and his hypothesis.
You know, I want to say hi to Guru and of course Paris and you, Bernard. But I understand Paris when he says he doesn't watch news because these are signs and symptoms of a failing state or a failed state. Because you can see the person representing us has no understanding, he has no composure, and is not making sense. Because Bernard, you live in Kenya, you know the square meters of Kenya, you know the only arable land, it is 1/3. And this includes the waters and the forest. Yeah? And in that 1/3, right now there is no rain. So you also have to have rain or irrigation for you to plant. So in their wild ideas, in their thinking, and after consulting experts and the consulting advisors, they came up after the meeting and said, Wakenya wanataka bolea. You know, that bolea is a solution of a high cost of living. What they didn't tell us is that watu wanakaa Wajia, wanakaa Garissa, wanakaa Loitoktok, watafanya nini na hiyo bolea ikifika? Wakati itafika Garissa, let's say lori ya kwanza imefika Garissa. So what happens? Watakula bolea ama watapatia ng'ombe ama watafanya nini? You know, I'm trying to understand how the economic sense of the Kenya Kwanza government, because it is very interesting. One of the things is that they have got it wrong and things are going to boil out very soon, because oration is not management. I think they are very good in orating, giving stories. But when it comes to the real thing, labor meeting the road, then they have no idea of exactly what they should do. How did Uhuru manage? Because Uhuru seems to have managed. But this is a person who are not making sense. Having said that, they also saying that they got the balance sheet. They got 63 million bob. In fact, if they got 63 million, they are very lucky, because Kibaki got 10,000 shillings from Moi. Yeah, 10,000 bob. Lakini he was not dismayed. He was not upset. He had a plan. Na ukisikia wakiwa juu ya magari wanasema sisi tuko na plan bwana. Tumejipanga sana. Sasa sikia kujipanga. Wameanza kubadilisha hadithi. Saa hii lazima tuvumiliane, sijui tufanye nini. Let me tell you, and this is a prediction. Actually now I'm a prophet. In the next 3 months, stima itakuwa rationed in Kenya. Na nitakuambia kwa nini. In the next 3 months, mishahara hata ya county haitaweza kulipika. In the next 3 months, I can tell you for free, even civil servants wataanza kuchelewa kulipwa mshahara. Kibaki ndiye alileta mshahara ikalipwa tarehe 23. I'm telling you, if you're a civil servant, there is a danger ahead of you, because these are people who will not be able to manage the what we call the recurrent expenditure, their debts, and the development and subsidy. I think they are overwhelmed, to say the least. So I'm waiting for the cabinet, because I'm telling Kenyans, Guru mute. I'm telling Kenyans, bless yourself. This is a roller coaster government. We actually don't know what will happen next. It will be movie, visanga, vipindile. That is what I'm telling you will happen. And that is why they are telling us we contribute to NSSF, so that they have a float to use our money. I'm telling Kenyans, buy a cow. Yeah, go invest in insurance, pension. Yeah, buy land. Don't give the government money, because if you do, you are not so sure you will get that money back. You know, the problem is not giving the money, is who is managing that money. Today, as we speak, there are numerous cases on NSSF money. In fact, Nyomba was here yesterday. He retired from the government. He said that when he retired, he stayed over almost, I think if I'm right, he said over 10 years before he got his money. Sasa unaweza kufa ukigojea. And then somebody is advising you, save 2,000. Because he knows if 10,000 save 2,000 within a month, those are millions of shillings that you can play around with. Waambie watu sasa tunataka kutengeneza na hii barabara, mtarudishiwa pesa yenu. We are not sure, because the people advising us to give them the money have problem in money themselves. The deputy president has a case with money. The president himself has cases with money. So sasa tumpatie pesa. You know, if it was Bishop Mgani anatuambia, I don't know which bishop, because we also have problems with bishops of Kenya. But I think let's take a bishop from the US, TD Jakes, people with integrity. Huyo tunaweza patia pesa, kwa sababu wakina Oresapit pia ni shida, iko kidogo, iko problem. Amanesi key person, but ninaona wanaenda huko wanatoka na ka brown. Mtu anaingia huko mikono tupu, alafu tunaona ana mark time na ka brown akismile. We are in problems, my friend. So hii naona hii Kenya in the next few days, actually hii haiwezi maliza mwaka, in my own prediction, because utalipa mishahara, utapatia county government, utaanza hustlers fund, utaleta mbolea, subsidize. What will you do if you're given this government? So guys, let's watch the movie. It's getting interesting. Let us tuitishe popcorn na maji mingi, because this is an interesting time, very interesting. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate that. In interesting times to be alive and watch things unfold the way they are. It's a bit scary, but we need to brave up and do the right thing. Paris, you want to say something before we bring in Vicky?
Yes, Bernard, there's something I want to say. If you look, Kenyans have to learn now. And I think this government will be a lesson for all Kenyans, despite where you voted. Because if you look at the election of 2013, all the promises that were made, they were never fulfilled. But there was a looting spree. 2017 came. Okay, it happened, whatever happened, in government or not in government. 2022 is there. We've had, for 4 years, there have been promises. And that's why I want to say, between the two guys, me, I call them the two guys, because I don't recognize that presidency, for sure. Between the two guys, you cannot separate them from lies. Hao na uongo ni mandugu, or they share the same bed. Because this guy cannot come on a national TV. He should even just be ashamed of even calling for an interview. He should avoid the interviews. Because the more he talks, the more he's making Kenyans angry. Now telling them it will take, they've had, information have had, it will take a year until the end of the year. It will take 1 year for price of fuel to stabilize. What is he telling us? Number two, I remember there is a time, I think when Mr. Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture, or after, there is a time they took fertilizer to farmers in the Rift Valley region, Western Rift Valley, Trans Nzoia region. Na hiyo fertilizer ikaua mimea yao. They cannot invest everything on production. They are forgetting there is climate change. Let's say today they invest in fertilizer, then there is no rain. What happens? I think D is a joker, a big joker. They should eat their humble pie and call Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila for advice. I think that's the best thing they can do, how to run this government.
Perry, hapo I can't agree with you. I can't. I mean it, Bennett. Nani Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila should hata wasikohoe. They should not even cough. Hmm? They should be so quiet. Wacha hii kitu ijikarange. I mean, it is fun. Unasaidia mtu ambaye alafu who gets the glory. Si wacha waji enjoy Paris. Wacha Uhuru Kenyatta wanyamaze. Si tutaongea tu kwa sababu sisi ni
I
Wakenya.
understand you perfectly well. At the end of the day, it's still our country. Na ile nitakwambia saa hii, if we don't see, I had said it before, let me not repeat that word. It happened in Tunisia. It happened, is it in Sri Lanka? You don't joke with a hungry man. It is not you or me who will go on that street. And the kind of language the Deputy Gachagua is using, in case there is demonstration on these streets, police ndio watatumiwa. At the end of the day, what will happen? Because soon, as from today as we are talking, there are so many people who cannot put food on their table. So many. And it reaches a time Kenyans will say, enough is enough. To hell with the government. They will, because as we are talking right now, expect so many people are going to lay off their workers. Expect other people not to be able to pay salaries. Expect, and immediately they lay off workers, there is no taxes to be paid. Expect people not to pay taxes. How will they manage? Loans, who will loan them? Who will give them loans? Now, and remember, they still need to recover the money they spent to get that illegitimate government. Do you think they use their own money? There are people who gave in that money, either as loans or they'll get something from. Politics is all about interests. We saw Dagote there. Dagote wanted to start a factory for cement and be exempted from paying tax for 10 years. What did he end up saying? Kenya is the most corrupt country than Nigeria because he wants to be exempted to pay tax for 10 years. Where are we heading to? Even it is not us. Unaona huyo Gachagua? Tunaanza kuona Afro cinema ya Gachagua versus Ruto. Watch and see.
So,
I share your thoughts. Raila should keep quiet.
Yeah.
Uhuru should keep quiet. Wanateseka sahi. Uhuru na Raila ndo wanateseka. Sisi.
Asante Waperis, tunashukuru kwa hayo na maonyo mazuri. Naomba tu kila Mkenya aweke sikio vizuri, aswa hawa watu ambao hawataki kusikia lolote likisemwa kinyume na Kenya Kwanza. Kama wewe unataka kusafiri kwa merikebu ama kwa mashua, alafu ile dereva alikuwa kupeleke ngambo ile ingine, anakuambia hajui akifika katikati ya bahari vile atafika huko kwingine, utaendelea na safari, waambie mimi naamini tu dereva ni dereva, atuende tu. si lazima hofu na mashaka ikupate. Sasa sielewi watu wa Kenya Kwanza hapa shida yenu ni nini? Haya maswali tunayauliza hayatoki mbinguni, yanatoka hapa hapa. Na mmesikia mwenyewe Deputy President akiongea. Plani yoyote ya kusaidia Mkenya haipo. Kile kinachozungumzwa ni mbolea. Sasa crisis ya mbolea mimi sijaiona katika hii nchi. Tumekuwa hapa miaka hii yote. Kama kulikuwa na crisis ya mbolea, ni ile mbolea ililetwa ikaharibu mashamba yetu. Ile shamba ilikuwa inatoa magunia 10, sasa inatoa gunia 2 kwa sababu ya kutumia ile mbolea mbaya ililetwa. So that needs to be corrected, but all in all, right now Kenyans need what to eat, needs to multiply their income by multiplying the people who can be employed in the household. But now the few who are working are waiting to be laid off. The next thing you're going to hear with Kenya Kwanza is the county governments are too much to sustain. We should suspend them. And that's when we will end up with central government again, just like it happened in the 60s. If we don't watch out as Kenyans and rise up to the occasion to call this government to order, na to play game wanatuambia at they inherited that. Nobody inherits government without inheriting the liabilities that government had. If you are not willing to do that, then keep away from the kitchen. Kaa jikoni, limwa na moshi, lakini toa ugali sisi tukule. Sisi hatutaki kujua. La sivyo ng'atuka atapata mpishi mwingine anayejua kupika, atapikia sisi tule. Nashukuru sana kila Mkenya, asante kwa wale wote mnajumika nasi, mnakaribishana hapo na nimeona hata na bibi amefika. Karibuni sana, tuendelee katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Tunaangazia President Dr. William Ruto ako nje ya nchi kuhudhuria mkutano wa UN naambiwa. Alafu Gachagua the deputy ndio ameachwa na Home Affairs, anashughulika maneno na mmeona vile anaongea. Nasema kuna hela, they inherited what. Sisi hatutaki kujua, tunataka pesa mfukoni, tunataka hustler fund, women fund, children fund, men fund, anybody fund. They funded everyone. They said they will fund everybody. We want to be funded. In fact, I'm waiting for pastors fund. I'm also a pastor now. Well, let's bring in Bwana Guru. What is it? Nataka uleta Viki.
Bernard, I think even before we proceed, it is good to freshen ourselves of what was promised to Kenyans. The first thing was 100 billion Hasras Fund, free Wi-Fi to the youths, especially in marketplaces. 1 million acres to be bought for the squatters, mostly in Coast Province. 2,500 shillings fertilizer. Guaranteed minimum returns to the people of Central, and I don't know whether the others were covered, where the coffee, 1 kilo of cherry will be capped at 100 shillings. So a farmer will never get less than 100 shillings for a kilo of cherry of coffee. For tea, I think I can't remember the figure, but there was also a figure. Police salaries to be increased so that they stop taking bribes. And of course, that means also the civil service. We also be given higher salaries. Unga would be at least 90 shillings or thereabouts. Some people are talking of 70 shillings per kilo. Is it kilo or 2 kilos? Employment of teachers, about 100, over 100 or thereabouts, 120 between 100 to 120,000 teachers to be employed. Remove people from Fuliza, CRB. They are, I don't know how whether they will pay the loans that they have taken. I don't know how they will do it. Mortgage, they will drive mortgage from about 30,000 to 1 million. If you pay 5,000 per month for your rent, you are entitled to a house of 1 million shillings. And generally, to bring down the costs of living. Maybe I may have forgotten some, but those are the ones that I can quickly remember. So I think the panel, as they discuss, they must have that in context. We know we have been keeping records, and we are demanding that be done. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Guru kutukumbusha hayo, na Wakenya, haya menu ishasomwa, appetite wewe uteremshe, alafu twende kwa ofisi ya Gachagua kuanzia Monday to supply whatever that we were offered as Kenyans. Kuna kitu Peris amesema ambacho kuhusu kwamba ni Wakenya walichagua hii ili kupunish Raila na Uhuru. Hiyo tunachukua na with some exceptions, because the majority of Kenyans are shocked that they ended up with this kind of government, because when they went to the ballot, that is not what they voted for. I trust Kenyans and their choices. Very few would make that kind of a blunder. So and that is why we need to fix the IBC, we need to fix the Supreme Court and the whole justice system on this matter. The kind of elections we are doing in Kenya are wanting by far. And nobody, whether you will want to protect it prophetically, protect it spiritually, protect it and justify it, whatever means you want to use, it doesn't just add up. And when mathematics is not adding up, it's no longer mathematics, it's magic. Vicky, karibu vipi? Vicky, you unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, hello. Bernard, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Karibu.
Yeah, I've been listening on the side of corridors. I'm Victoria. I'm from Birmingham. I've been working today. I didn't go to work, so we've been having just a morning about tomorrow for Queen. So I decided to join the club. I've been down since the election. I've been crying. I've been all the time. I don't want even to listen the TV Kenya. But when I sometimes I listen Mutiambai, I feel so happy because it gives me morale that there is a future we will go through. Although it's not easy. I'm a Baba side since. Even if Baba say he want to go again for the next rerun, I will be there. I really don't know what are we going to do, but we just put everything to God. So this Ruto, I don't know if it's going to work. If they leave it to stay like 3 months, I think things are going to be worse. I think they need to take action and talk to president and try to work on according with the community, those who are in the government, because how can you come in and immediately you are changing things, you are changing the board? You have to take time and check what's the next step. I take it to the government. You can't just rush like you know more than the other one. You know, that's the problem with our president. He thinks that he wants to please other people, but he's just killing this Mama Mboka and the people who are those who are motorbike, because those, they don't know things going quick. They just need help because everybody is crying at the moment. No food on the table. When you call someone, is saying, I don't have this, and then you just feel yourself, is it Kenya or Uganda? We used to see Uganda or Nigeria, Cameroon, you'll say, ah, my God, thank God Kenya, we haven't reached there. But now we are inside, we are in the pot. It's spoiling, and we don't know if we are coming out. I don't know really if we are going to get this problem to come out. So that's what I will say at the moment. I've been all the time on the side, but I thank God, Bernard, you've given us time to chat, and I've just come myself to feel like there is a chance we will come out of this problem. Thank you.
Asante sana, tunashukuru. We will pull through. We just need to galvanize what we have and ensure that Kenyans are not taken advantage of. Like I've already said, there is a calculated narrative that they want to push, that we are helpless, we cannot do anything, it is too late, we are the ones that are in, and you should have to live with what we have. We don't have to live with what we have. We can change it if it is not fitting. If I bring you a pair of shoes that are not your size, you don't have to put up with those shoes simply because they are the ones you have. You can either exchange them or go and buy another one. Kenya cannot be left in the hands of incompetent drivers. We have enough drivers in this country that can help us navigate through. And so Kenyans, keep your eyes open. And if Kenya Kwanza are not providing the leadership we need, they are not putting food on the table for us, ensuring we have a conducive environment to do business, conducive environment to generate our income, then they should be kicked out of office. That's something that the Constitution envisions, and it gives us power to do that. So usikae hapo ukisema we are helpless, we must live like this for the next 5 years. No, we can cut that time short by ensuring that we demand what is rightfully ours based on the provision of the Constitution. They may be in the office based on the Constitution, then they should serve us based on the Constitution. If they are not honoring the Constitution to serve us, then that Constitution should not protect them because it is not protecting us. So as all Kenyans of goodwill, let us rally together and do the right thing for this country. Our children and our children's children are banking on us to help them have a future that they can bank on. We can't say that we got this, we voted this and got this, and because we got this, we should live with it without questioning what must be questioned. From every indication and the history of Dr. William Ruto as president right now, it leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know how you look at it. I don't want us to look like we are all negative, but just the moves, they tell you that this man has a plan, this one doesn't have a plan. You can't take over a country, then begin to look for a plan. No. You must have a plan, and that plan must be well thought through. And when it's executed, there must be immediate solution and long-term solution. You can't be looking for a permanent solution to a perpetual problem that you have been part of for the past two governments, 2013, 2017, 2022. You are in government. You saw how government was operating. And then you come up with a few PowerPoints here and there to say that we will change the KRA, then we will change the fertilizer and all that. We don't want stories. We want delivery. And the first responsible government, the first requirement of any responsible government is to take care of its people. Safeguard its people from hunger, safeguard its people from external and internal aggression, protect their property, protect their lives. Before you talk to us about roads, before you talk to about a sustainable and all that, Keep the English to yourself. We want our lives safe under your care, or else stop the nursing, stop the doctorship, stop playing with Kenyans' minds. Asante. Naomba nimlete Nabii amefika. Nabii vipi?
Mambo vipi bwana?
Niko salama. Umesikia Deputy President?
Leo nimekuja uchokozi.
Chokosha nisikie, mimi bora sio mimi nachokozwa.
Ni wewe kwanza kabisa, nasikia unajua I've been busy trying to get an appointment for you to go to State House and meet Madam the First Lady.
For what?
So you can bring us the brown envelopes, bro.
They inherited debt. You want me to go and collect debt and bring you? Wewe mbona ushiki maneno wewe?
Unajua ndio mkubwa wetu hapa sasa. Ukikuja na brown envelope ukipata kutoka huko kwa First Lady, hata sisi tunafaidika bwana. Na unajua wote watumishi wa huko.
Unaenda huko unarudi na deni. Mimi sitaki kudaiwa.
Na sasa shida yenu ni nini na mafuta? Unajua niliona hawa watu wetu tunawapenda sana kutoka the lakeside akiingia expressway akaambia Ruto, nini bwana, ukiingia hapa unaingia na Mercedes Benz. Pandisha mafuta ifike 530. 500 ya mafuta na 30 ya kutoa. Hiko nini? Yawa Omera.
Barabara ya jiwa Wajaluo na wazungu ama?
Itabaki ya embassy, American embassy na Wajaluo. Alafu akafika mahali hivi akaangalia akasema poleni Wakisii, sina ubaya. Wakisii haki ona sasa. No, but Bernard, thank you so much. Let me get serious a little bit. Watu wanajua kuongea lakini ni sawa. But I think first of all, we need to get our deputy. I mean, according to the president, that's not my word. That's the president that said. Our vice president needs to understand how to hold a fork, a spoon, and a knife. Okay, when you become a vice president, before you offer people, to go eat waru na mchele at the State House, then at least you need to understand how to show them how to hold some, be etiquette. It's a sad affair in our country.
Hey, Mato, you have reminded me a brief short story. My pastor told me he came from the village and started taking care of a certain bishop who was doing ministry in the city, and then he had some guests. So he was told as an assistant pastor, take these guests to the hotel for them to have lunch, and then he's fresh from the village. So then the waiter came with a towel. He asked, what's your problem? He said, I'm here to serve you. He was given that lemon for washing hands. He took it and ate it. So you want to safeguard some lemon in State House?
Ama ni wale walikuwa wanaulizwa utakunywa soda? Yeah. Unataka straw? Na ukatekate.
sawa, endelea please.
No, it's really a sad affair for our country. And actually, I was just talking to some people the other day when your video, Mjalu, I think you saw it on the group. You could see where he was passing by the expressway. And actually, for the people that live in first world countries, you can understand, you see that you can, if you're not told that is Kenya, you would not understand that is Kenya. Because you have the toll station and everything is working. Yani unaweza angalia hivi ulizuko ni wapi uanze kufumble. That is what Uhuru was looking for, and that is what Uhuru was doing. While he was quiet out there, huyu mwingine akiwa masiasa huko Central, akienda kutafuta waru, hiyo ndio kitu Uhuru alikuwa anafanya. Now you can see the infrastructure. And what I'm really scared about our country is that, Bernard, on a serious note, I think that these guys don't understand what was happening, because at the time, the East African community and where you have to fight for your place to be as an East African community hub and a center of financial power, you have to have that infrastructure. These guys, mimi aki, na hiyo expressway kuna mali inapita juu hata ikanyagi chini. Naona ikipata portals. Kwa sababu watu sasa washaanza kuwa utapata portals juu ya mali hata kufai kuwa portals. Sasa kama kina Dindinyoro washaenda kuchukua kuchukua the immediate thing, wameenda kuchukua nini KCPNL na vitu kama hizo. These guys are all talking about entrepreneurship. And that's where it came to a place where the subsidies were always going to only a few people, few chosen people. You know what it is? Ni uchungu because waku are part of it. That's all it is. It's all about entrepreneurship. And Bernard, moving forward, I'm telling you, like this thing, guys, let me ask you a question. There's a lot of people watching here, and we have at least what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 panelists here. What is this obsession that we have about fertilizers? I have a farm back at home, and I've farmed since tukiwa toi, ulikuwa unatumwa kwa shamba huko. There's manure, there's kama ulifanya agriculture, there's what do you call it, cross cropping or whatever, yenye unalima kitu moja hii.
Farmyard, there's farmyard manure.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, where you mix maize and beans so that the maize profit from the beans.
Yes. So what is this obsession about fertilizer? You know, and I know why it is, why I'm asking that question is because it's just that guys trying to go bring that fertilizer for their own benefits. It's the same thing that maize was happening like that. So we are back into entrepreneurship, and that's why Bernard, the other day I was making fun nikisema mimi saizi register company 6 nyumbani, siwezi shikwa. DCI kwanza afai kwa ofisi ya watu DCI aende kabisa akakae huko Thika Road. The work for investigation is over, it's done. Bernard, we are headed at very tough times, and I hope there's an after 21 days, I know Mother Karua is going to go to the East African Community Court. And the one thing I like about it is because delegitimizing that Supreme Court ruling, so that at least if even people revolt, then it doesn't stand and it doesn't become a precedent to our country. Because if we have a precedent to our country that says, in the law, that says hot hair, na hizo maujinga zote, Bernard, we will never move on. We're going back to where we had been years and years, and that's where we're going back to seeing DEOs telling people at least junior and senior. There's no junior or senior in public servants. You're supposed to be a public servant. You're not a honorable. Honorable, my foot. Sorry, forgive my language. We have chosen you. You're coming there to be a public servant, and I wish for the day that those public servants are given the least of the money, the least of the payment that anyone can be, so that if you're a lawyer, stick in your duty unless you really have the people's heart in yourself, so that you come inside and actually do that for people not expecting money. That's why you see people crying after elections trying to say, oh, I spent all my money, you guys did not elect me. What are you crying? You wanted to go serve the people. Why did you even spend that money? You see, some places, and I've said this for a long time, some places you don't even see the people that you're going to choose. They just put posters and you go. We'll choose you if we choose you. If we don't, you keep on doing what you're doing. So I'm hoping that, I don't think it's over. I think we have a long way. But I think kuna ile kitu tunasemanga mark time in Ukambani. 2 steps forward, 3 back. We've taken 3 back, but Uhuru still said a number that I still keep, 3 months. And Baba said there's possibilities to change things. Let's just watch. Na sijui kwa nini Ruto anaenda huko sasa, anaenda wapi na amesema ombi chochote. I don't know what he's going to do. Introduce himself as the fifth, actually fifth number 2, because alishaikuwa president tena before Uhuru akienda ICC. So now, okay, so what is he going to do if he's not going to borrow money? Asitulete madeni zingine na kaivo, and I hope Baba stays away from it. Bernard, let me finish at that for now. If anybody has a question, I'll be here for a minute, but thank you so much for... Naona Guru ameniamulia.
Bwana Guru, endelea.
No, Leo, it's not that I want to ask a question, but I want to make this panel know that the Deputy President Gachagua was saying that they will be looking to possibilities of raising a board. And the man says that they don't want to continue to borrow. Now, I don't know whether he knows that a board is a form of borrowing from some category of people, whether locally or internationally. A board is actually a debt you borrow, like the board that we floated of 200 billion. That was borrowing from pensioners in Europe. And then this man comes to tell us that they can't continue to borrow, but there is a board. I don't know what these people are talking about. Thank you.
Asante Bwana Guru. Inaonekana Wakenya wajinga wamerudi Kenya. Walikuwa wameisha time ya campaign, lakini wamerudi. Sasa tukisema borrow, it's and then we make it bond becomes not borrow. But I think we need to be alert as Kenyans, and one way to be alert is let this conversation continue. Tukisubaa tu tutauzwa sisi wote na kila kitu.
Okay. Bernard, the most depressing thing is that the board that they are trying, or they are saying they are going to float, is for purposes of paying the so-called pending bills. These are the wheeler dealers in town. Some of that debt cannot be well ascertained to be really not having been incurred in the right way. And he is saying that they will do it fast. There will be no much scrutiny. It will just be something that will be done very fast because it is going to bring funds into the economy. I don't know. Anyway, he needs to go for a few classes in economics first to understand that a board is a debt.
Thank you, Bwana Guru. Let's listen out to this, then we bring Jonathan.
Sasa runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Thank you everyone for staying tuned. We appreciate everybody. Just wanted to remind us on that our project that we are working on to make Mtembei TV be in every home without necessarily requiring bundles and wherever internet to be able to catch with what is happening. And so if you want to be part of that, I'll be sharing the details on what to do. You send in your contribution, goodwill and otherwise. And we are also still looking for those partners that want to partner with us with $200 to help us expand from internet TV to ordinary TV set format of broadcast. That means we are not closing online, we're just expanding to the other system. And we urge everybody to be part of this as we build Mtembei TV. I'm sure that your name should be in the history books, that you are there when Mtembei TV was just a channel and it became a household TV station, a media house that you can depend on to get raw news, not diluted news. Asante sana. Naomba tumlete nani Jonathan, nataka kuonea wewe, subiri hapo hapo. Enoch alikuwa hapa kabla yako. Enoch, vipi?
Hello, Bernard.
Hello to you. How are you?
I'm good.
Karibu, karibu.
Nimesikia vile wengine wameongea tu hapo. Na nilikuwa nikifuatilia hii channel yetu ya Mtembei. Na in fact imetufundisha mambo mengi, vile tunaongea, vile kila mtu anaongea. Imetufundisha mambo mengi. But tunapoangalia hii Kenya yetu hatujui penye inaenda, sababu unapoangalia election ambayo iliisha tu juzi, jamaa walikuwa natuambia ya kwamba kila kitu kitakuwa bottom up. Na tunapoangalia sasa hivi Mr. Gachagua ndio yeye anasema ya kwamba mambo itakuwa ngumu for a short time. Lakini unapoangalia hiyo short time hatujui itakuwa lini, itakuwa 2 years to come. Haya, sasa hivi juzi uliona ambaye anayeitwa president, sababu mimi simtambui kama president. Mimi ambaye nayetambua ni mzee wetu, vile rais wetu ambaye aliyetoka alisema ya kwamba yeye anatambua mzee wetu kama yeye ndio mzee wake. Mimi pia nami nasema ya kwamba natambua mzee wangu ambaye ni Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga kama ndio mzee wangu. So aliposema ya kwamba juzi eti price ya fertilizer ishuke, Sasa tunapoangalia sasa hivi Wakenya jamani, wanalia mambo ya fertilizer ama sasa hivi wanataka chakula ambacho wakule. Sasa fertilizer na chakula hapo kuna nini hapo? Sababu saa hii mtu anataka chakula akule, sio fertilizer. Fertilizer itakuja hii ni msimu wa saa hii msimu wa fertilizer itafika. So kitu angeshughulikia ya kwanza ni chakula, watu watakula aje? Ndio hiyo unga iko huko. Juzi Kimunya aliposema ya kwamba unga ni 100, tuliipata kiasi, lakini baadaye mambo ikakuwa vile ilikuwa, tena ikarudi vile ilikuwa. Lakini wao walisema ya kwamba wakiingia mambo itakuwa rahisi. So rahisi gani hii ambaye tunaambiwa ya kwamba eti sasa vitu msitarajie sasa hivi eti itakuwa vitu ni ngumu. Sasa itakuwa ngumu mpaka lini na tutapata Wakenya watashipa mpaka lini? Hiyo ndio swali. Hata ndio nimeona kuna kitu kingine hapo wanasema ya kwamba Mount Kenya wameingia kwa street, but hiyo sijui ni ukweli ama ni uongo, sababu ya njaa. Watu wako na njaa, so sioni ya kwamba tutaelekea hivi, lakini ile kitu tunaomba tu ni Mungu aliye juu. Mungu aliye juu ndiye aturahisishie mambo, tuendelee kuishi. Na naomba ya kwamba wacha niachie hapo, nitaendelea kusikiza wenzetu chenye wataongea. Mbarikiwe.
Okay, asante Bwana Enoch, tunashukuru. Hali liko hivyo, lakini lazima tujitahidi lazima tujitahidi na tukae macho, kwa sababu wale ambao tumewaachia nafasi ya kutulinda ni kama hawana habari jinsi ya kulinda. Unajua
kitu kingine kidogo tu.
Samahani, wewe time yako ilisha, ngoja kwanza tarudi baadaye. Nilikuwa nasema ukimsikiliza David President Bwana Gachagua anakaa kama wale vijana ambao wameoana, alafu mtoto wa kwanza amefika, alafu anasema hawako tayari kulea mtoto. Anasema mtoto angoje miezi 3 atakuwa tayari. Sasa hivi although mtoto ashafika hawako tayari kulea mtoto, hawajui jinsi ya kulea mtoto, lakini tukiwapatia miezi 3 hivi 90 days hivi mtoto atulie tu angoje after 90 days watakuwa tayari kulea mtoto. It is sorry state of affairs. So Banendo, kulikuwa nasemaje?
Ni swali nilikuwa nauliza vile juzi tulisikia akiuliza ya kwamba akisema ya kwamba eti hakuna stesheni ambazo zitaonyesha ile sherehe alikuwa naye anaapishwa. Je, tunapoendelea tu hivi kama hii media yetu, kuna media zingine ambazo maybe zinachambua mambo vile yalivyo. Yaani kila kitu inakuwa wazi. Je, atasifunga ama ataendelea tu kusiacha tu hivyo? Swali ingine ya pili, kuna wale ambao walikuwa wa UDA walikuwa tu naona tu wakiingia wanaulizwa swali wako na ile tashwishi wanakasirika. Sasa hivi wao wako na ile yani wanafurahi ya kwamba walipita. Mbona tusiwaona hapa ndio tuwaulizie hayo maswali ambayo tunauliza?
Okay, good questions. Naomba tumsikilize Jonathan kwanza, alafu I'll respond where necessary. Jonathan, vipi?
Salama sana, habari zenu?
Salama.
Bernard, one thing kuna hata mimi niko tu Mombasa, naangalia venye maisha inaenda south, nikiangalia tu nikingoja tu hii government itatufanyia nini. Sasa Bernard, kitu cha kwanza mtu anafaa ambia wa deputy president kuwa Uhuru aliachia Ruto sword na constitution ili yes ndiye aran. So acha hii maneno ya kila siku kusemanga like kwa any interview lazima amtaje Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta now is the former president and he has done so much to us Kenyans. So wanafaa like kwa hizo media they must stop like mentioning like our former president jina kila time like wanamweka. So they are trying now to tell us that wana blame sasa Uhuru. Like I heard someone saying that a very senior senator saying that we are having now only 93 million shillings in the treasury. So how are they going to pay the workers? How are they going to allocate money to the counties? Where is the Kenya going, Bernard? I wonder, when I had someone like a senior senator saying that, Bernard, I feel so sad and my heart bleeds. I don't know where we are going. I don't know where. Sometimes I wonder. I just say, I pray. I just tell God, let the world end just right now, because where we are going, Bernard, will be very difficult for us as Kenyans, Mama Mbogas and Boda Bodas who are cheering and who are chanting about them. Now they are like, the life now, the reality now has hit us. And Bernard, what I want to ask, like, was it necessary for our president, William Ruto, to go to UK and the United States? And I heard that Gachagua said that Deputy President Gachagua said that they are not going to borrow any money. They are going to use I don't know which money are they going to use. Was it necessary for him to travel to go outside the country after 5 days of swearing in? Bernard, there's some things which is people we don't see, or I don't know, we are seeing like, but we are keeping just quiet. Or was it just he wanted just to, because he was not traveling before, now you want to compete with our former president Uhuru Kenyatta because he was traveling. Uhuru was traveling to other countries to negotiate and to talk about economy of our country and to bring something for our country so that our country can go on. But what I don't understand, that was allocated, that was that money that now our president, Deputy Uhuru Ruto, has gone to UK and the United States. That's the money. That's a taxpayer money. I'm sure that this money that he went with is not coming from his pocket. It's coming from taxpayers' money, Bernard. And this is so sad. Was it necessary? It could be just nice if we could have just sent the condolences and said, my country has difficult times. I need to maintain like the money and something. Was it necessary for him surely to go, Bernard? This is so sad, Bernard. It's not as long as that we are trying to console each other, laugh, but it's very, 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 very sad to our country, Bernard. This is not going to end well, Bernard. It's very serious. We are in a very serious situation, Bernard. People need to kneel down and pray so hard that God can give us wisdom, and God can give them wisdom to run this country. And the last thing, Bernard, let someone tell Gachagua, Deputy President Gachagua, that it's not the only his people that voted for him, in quotes. He's always, when he speaks, he's always saying, I thank the people from Madeira, they voted for me. Let someone tell him, now is the Deputy President of Kenya. He needs to say, I thank the people of Kenya for voting me or us in the government, in quotes. Let them not saying that I thank the people of Madeira. Now he's not the Deputy President of Madeira, he's the Deputy President of Kenya. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Nashukuru Bwana Jonathan. Maswali mazuri na rais ku travel. Unajua mimi kile naelewa ni kwamba serikali ile naelewa ni kwamba rais huwa ha travel by accident. Hawezi mpigia simu ambia kuja sahi na aruke kwa nduta akuje. Ukishakuwa rais unakuwekwa kwa mkakati. Ngo mkakati ni kwa appointment. na hiyo appointment mpaka ipangiwe kwa miezi mingi. Sasa hii ndio sielewi, hapo ndio siwezi sasa kutetea kama ni halali yeye kusafiri ama kutosafiri, kwa sababu amekuwa kwa ofisi kwa siku 5 na huwezi kupanga safari kama rais kwa siku 5. So either huu mkutano ulikuwa umeshapangwa na the former president ambao ulihitaji rais kutravel many months before. That's the only time he can fit into that plan. That's how every government works. No emergency with government, no without prior plan, no action. That's how government work. But if this one has been abrupt, I don't know. But what does it bring to the table is something that we need to question, because if you travel spending and you're coming back with nothing, you are causing us to, you are digging us further into the hole, just like Deputy President Gachagua amesema, ukiwa kwa deni huwezi borrow deni nyingine, na sasa anatengeneza bond kwenda kuboro. So sasa ndio tuelewi kabisa, na at the end of the day, we as the Kenyan people, we must own up our lives and our future. We can't leave it in the hands of people who are sending mixed signals. Okay, mixed signals. Mtu anaingia kwa main road na anaonyesha taa, anaenda both sides. If you jump at the road, he can knock you down because you don't know whether you go left or right. Now, this mixed signals is what is making their government unpredictable. Na kuna mtu mmoja kwa comments anaitwa Faith, naomba tafadhali tulia, okay? Tulia, lugha yako safisha, la sivyo tutakung'atua hapa, kwa sababu sio lazima uwe hapa. And YouTube iko na watu wengi zaidi ya 2 billion channels mingi kabisa, unaweza kwenda ukatumia hiyo lugha kule. Kama unaona kile tunachozungumza ni nonsense, just take off, leave. We don't need you, but we are here because you are concerned about our country and we want things done rightly. If that doesn't bother you, then you are part of the problem and we will solve you. That's why we're here. And so stop calling people names here and stop forcing. Like I said, Dr. William Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya constitutionally, and His Excellency Gachagua is his deputy president constitutionally. But the constitution does not say once made president is permanent. No, the constitution gives us avenues to address whether you're president already in office. If you're not performing, we have avenues either to impeach you or to picket against you, demonstrate against you. All that is still constitutional. So msifikirie kwamba mtu akishafanyika president amefanyika sasa Yesu ama amefanyika Biblia haiwezi kuwa reviewed. Hapana. And that's what I want Kenyans to understand. It is not, we are not cast into stone that we have to survive under a bad regime for 5 years. No, we can interrupt this anytime. And I'm not talking about overthrowing any government. We are just talking about if they are not delivering to what Kenyans expect, then Kenyans have a right to picket, they have a right to demonstrate, they have a right to run them out of office. Na huo ndio ukweli wa katiba. Kama upendi katiba, choma. Lakini ukishaichoma unajua umechoma ofisi yako, umechoma urais wako, umechoma kila kitu, kwa sababu ni hiyo katiba inakufanya rais, ni hiyo katiba inakufanya deputy president. So ukishaichoma pia wewe you have sacked yourself, because whatever made you is no longer there. So we can't even trust you with the leadership. So let us not be let's not be treated as if once you are sworn in as president, you must go through the whole term. If you are not performing, Kenyans have a right to agitate for better leadership. And from the indications that we are receiving from the Kenya Kwanza administration, we are seeing they are headed in the wrong direction. And from what they are doing, Kenyans will soon be tired, if they are not yet tired already. So let's not be tusikae hapa na kuna wale ambao wanakaa hapa kana kwamba ukisema kitu chochote kinyume na Kenya Kwanza wanakuona kama adui. Sisi tuko hapa kama Wakenya kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anajua ukweli na huo ukweli atasimamia. Kwa hivyo Dr. William Ruto and Gachagua are in office, yes, legitimately or illegitimately questionable, but as at now they are the sworn-in leaders of the executive at this point in time. We are looking onto them to provide required leadership. But if they fail, we have every reason to run them out of office as Kenyans. And we have that capacity as Kenyan people. So mtu asikuonee ama kuambie kwamba ukisema chochote kinyume na rais utakujiwa, utatembelewa ama station itafungwa. Hiyo vitisho zote tulikuwa nazo hapa for 24 years na President Moi tukasurvive. We sailed through that and we can go through anything. We can go through anything. And if we can't even do it from here, we can do it from elsewhere. So let everybody understand that. Na Wakenya, wewe ni Mkenya kwanza kabla ukuwe mfuasi wa chama chochote. Kwa hivyo wakati vyama zinaanguka, uongozi wa vyama unaanguka, wote tuna revert to factory what is it called, factory settings. Factory settings ni Kenya. Okay, then when we are all reverting to Kenya, we fight for what is Kenyan and what is rightfully in our right provided for in the constitution. Asante sana. So naomba tuendelee na nini. Let me see one video before we can bring in Vicky to weigh on the same. Let me see if this is ready. Okay, one moment. Let's just get this first.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you, everyone. There is somebody on the comment section called Thug Life. Please mind your language. And you're talking of toeni mawe na mwende street. Hiyo upuzi itakoma Bondo. Where are you new in Kenya? Go and talk to Isaac Hassan. Alipo kataa kuokoa Kenya, tulimngatua. Wakati huo kila mtu aliswear, including the sitting president, that they are not going anywhere. They went. So hayo mawe unayozungumzia sio kitu kipya Kenya. Na hii safari ya Bondo mmeifunga 2007, mkaifunga 2013, mkaifunga 2017, mkaifunga 2022. Hamjafaulu. And I see you talking about the same in 2027. So relax. The truth is, this country is not going to the dogs for nobody. For nobody. If you can't drive, get off the steering wheel. Let competent driver drive us. We will not get into the ditch simply because somebody sat on the driver's seat accidentally and you want us to continue with the journey. Sisi hatutaki kufia njiani, tunataka kufika salama. Na kama wewe ujali, whoever drives you, whether he's competent or not, take the journey by yourself. Don't carry us along. Thank you. Vicky? Okay, it seems Vicky is leaving. Turudi kwa Bwana Guru ama
ndio. Bwana Bernard, mi nasema hivi, I think it is important now for Kenyans to read and revisit histories of other places of what has happened in our country. And a good case study, the most recent one is that of Sri Lanka, where a government came in through populist sentiments, promising less taxes and more social welfare. And then it ended up in the opposite direction. While we may not wish that for our country, the sins of that kind of a thing are showing very clearly, because when you listen to what the Deputy President said today, Mr. Gachagua, he does not seem to have to be in touch with exact reality of the ground. You cannot tell somebody to wait for 3 months. That is when his belly will be full. Things don't work like that. A hungry man is an angry man. Mtu anajaa ni mtu mwenye hasira kubwa, na hiyo hasira isipochungwa inaweza kuwa kitu ingine ambayo haijawahi kuonekana. You have noticed that most of the population in Kenya is quiet. That is even more scaring. Afadhali watu wakiongea utajua wanafikiria nini. Me, I will repeat again here. Those guys cannot go into the masses to face them today. And I would dare them to go and try to take those sentiments they are talking in the TV stations to the masses. Waende waite mkutano huko Karatina, waende huko Nyambene, huko Meru, watoke huko waende huko Karachuongo, alafu waende huko Mbutere. Ningetaka kuona wananchi wangewachukulia namna gani huko Nyali na kwingineko. Sababu unajua ahadi ni ndeni, na hawa watu hawakusema kwamba tutakuja kwa mwaka mmoja tutakuwa. Walisema wakiingia namna hii na kuwekelea Biblia chini namna hii, maisha itakuwa imebadilika hapo papo. So what are you telling an angry man? It is on that account, by the way, they got quite many faults, especially from those who did not understand this was just mere political rhetoric. Lakini sisi hatuwezi saidia wao. Tulielewa kwamba ni kura wanatafuta, lakini sisi tutasukumana na wao, tutawasaidia wale walindanganya, so that they own up. Let them own up. Sasa unajua propaganda, hata siku hizi sioni wale walikuwa wanampigia propaganda, ni kama wamestuka, sababu they don't know what to do from here, because you can't run a country through propaganda. No, you must tell the people the truth. Kama sasa Bernard, hii mvua ya mwaka huu haikufanya mzuri sections of Eastern Province, Embu, parts of Meru and other parts, many. So people don't have food. That is the truth of the matter. Maize crop actually withered before it could bear fruit. So what do you expect those people to do? You are telling them to wait for another, is it 4 months until the next harvest? Oh my, I don't know whether these people are in touch with the reality. It's not going to happen. They would rather look for other ways to cushion people. And more so because most of our youths and most of the workers in Kenya live from hand to mouth. The 400 shillings you are paying is what you eat in the evening. So what do you expect now? Somebody like that going to buy 1 packet of unga at 250, and he has a family. We are quoting a disaster. In fact, I would rather they subsidize particularly fuel, and then see whether maybe the other things would leverage on the raw fuel prices. But now when you just throw everything, you throw away the subsidy on foodstuffs, you throw away subsidy on fuel, and so on and so forth. It's going to be a disaster. They would rather get it that way. I don't know whether you went to Kisumu. Maybe you can tell us. We would want to know whether that trip was made and what was the reaction of the people. Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Guru. Watu wameenda wapi? Hiyo video ya Kisumu nimeitafuta sioni. Sijui nani ako nayo. The one I got was somebody was reporting about it, but the actual visit and what happened after the visit sina habari kabisa. Yes, Nabi, endelea na mchango tuone.
Pole unajua I'm trying to inaitwa nini multitask hapa hivi kidogo. Napika, naangalia, narudi, nakuja, unajua. Pole sana. No, but ni video gani kwanza hiyo unatafuta? Naweza kuwa nayo maybe.
Dr. William Ruto in Kisumu today.
No. Okay, sina hiyo, maybe naweza kutafutia lakini sina hiyo. No, I think sitasema mingi sana cause bado nilikuwa nasikiza Guru and Guru is speaking very well. Unajua Bernard, and it's so funny, eh? You find people like I heard you ukijaribu kuambia Thug Life how they are talking, and I have UDA guys that really sometimes really speak so bad. But again, it's so funny that I've heard some of them starting to talk nicely and saying, hey, hapa tujui nini tulifanya. Unajua? Ni kama tuliangukia si ndipo. Unajua? And so it's Bernard, like I've always said in this channel, now I know we are not many here, so I'll try and say something, and I like to be realistic, even though I play a lot. You see, if this country, and you always say it, if this country is led by UDA people or led by Raila Odinga or led by whoever, if this country goes down, it goes down for all of us. Sisi wote. And if we are ready to be called a third world country forever, we will be called third world country forever. In fact, but some of us will go down while it's still called a third world country. You found it there, you did not help with anything. Democracy was fought in this country. People died for it. And so many things have changed for us to be where we are. Sometimes when you go to elections, Bernard, it's not about a competition of who and who. It's about our democracy, our country, our freedom of movement, our freedom of everything. There's countries today that some people were born And I've never seen another president than they have even today. Zimbabwe just got out of that thing just the other day. And in fact, other the Kasi military iliingilia, the wife was supposed to be. Uganda, some of us here, yes, there's people here who's never, you ask them for who was the president of Uganda before Museveni, they can't tell you. Unless they hear about the Idi Amin of the day, of the days. We are well placed in our places, in where we are, and we've moved a long way. What were 80s kama sisi, you know? People went to school in the 80s. We know what it used to be, Bernard, to be in Kenya. Maziwa ya Nyayo. It was such, yani kila mtu alikuwa anaona kitu ya muhimu kabisa. Every Thursday, inapita pale maziwa munakunywa. Zingine, and I remember a friend of mine we went to school with, and he actually never used to drink that milk. Alikuwa anaibeba anapeleka nyumbani kwao. Hiyo ndio itakuwa ya chai kesho yake. And people need to understand what we are fighting for and what people have been fighting for. People need to understand that even what the freedom of speech that we have today, some of them, wanatutusi yuko kina Thug Life, they need to understand that the fact that even we are here talking about this and we can say Ruto ni mjinga or something like that, I'm not saying ni mjinga. The reason we can do that is because of that thing that has been fought for by people. As like when Thug Life was saying, jaribini kwenda kwa barabara muone. They don't understand Sabasaba happened. And the person that people are going against was the harshest of everyone. But it did happen, and Section 2 did change. If the people decide enough is enough, it will be enough is enough. Ask Museveni. Leri lingolewa. Ndio wanasemanga nyinyi watu wa reli sijui nini, na hakuna chuma ilitumika, watu walitoa na mkono bwana. Ala, tumekula huko samaki tulitoa. So
tulinyoa reli.
Don't ever underestimate the power of the citizenry. There's so many countries that have been overpowered by the citizenry. The military cannot kill everyone. And your good example is just your country, which is your neighbor, Ethiopia. The other day was just overturned. By who? The citizens. If you think you won and we've left it at you, please lead the country with decorum, respect of what it deserves to be. Otherwise, we will take you out, and we can mobilize and take you out. But again, the biggest thing that in life and in our country, we also need to see where our country goes, and we need to unite as a citizenry and really understand where we are going as a country. Are we going to see ourselves come from a third world country? Unajua tunachekagwa na hizi countries zingine. You know, one day somebody asked me, do you guys even have houses down there? Unadhani tunaishingi kwa miti? Ala. You know. So, do you guys have cars? You get some stupid questions. Do you guys see lions every day walking down the street? It's because that's what the world sees you out there. But then you find a UDA guy here not understanding those are the things that we're trying to fight about, Bernard. And let me keep it. Let me nyamaza for now because I gotta go do something, and I see there's new people, Bernard. Let me give you the space to actually usher somebody else. But I wish all Kenyans, we can actually not start thinking about when Mkale, when Mkamba. Now, Kwanza, by the way, Bernard, I'm pushing for a protest. I'm pushing for a protest, a Kamba protest. This is for Kambas. This is not for the Kenya. Kala yetu ya yellow muachane na muturudishie. We are going to the streets. First of all, hapo ndo tutaanzia. Muturudishie kala yetu ya yellow, mulitumia enough na mjatulipa. Ala.
You must get your rights. Intellectual rights must be protected. So you are covered under the Constitution. You are kikata, take the matter to the ICC. You must get your yellow color returned to the rightful people. Well, Kenyans, we appreciate all of you for joining us into the discourse tonight. And we are looking at the deputy, wherever we are looking at President William Ruto out of the country. Is Deputy Gachagua in charge of the affairs now? And he's talking of 3 more months in order for them to be able to take care of the child that they gave birth to just 5 days ago. Will the child survive until they are ready in 3 months? If that is not possible, then they must be taken to court as irresponsible parents so that the child can be put under adoption, and then we'll be able to save the life of the child and punish the irresponsible parents. So if they begin to talk the way they are talking, we have avenues to address their irresponsibility. 100 days with a child under no care, the child will die. And we don't want the child to die. So if they are not ready to be parents, they should be punished for being parents without being ready, and then the child to be saved by being put under foster parents. So ni mambo ni kama hayo, kwa hivyo kila mmoja ajitahidi. Asante, naona Kenyan all the time. How are you?
Vipi bwana Bernard, how are you?
Niko salama. Leo umekuja kama mpita njia, kuna nini?
Leo nimekuja kama mpita njia sababu sitaki kukaa sana.
Hakuna kukwepa.
Pole, so I have just come, nimekuja tu nichangie kidogo to also see hear what other Kenyans are saying. So if you can allow me like 5 minutes, I can say what I feel, and then I allow other people. Am I late?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. So tuko na serikali hapa sasa. And one thing which I want to tell people here is that UDA government is implementing somebody else's policies. From across the root of what they are doing, that is not African economics. So I think from the root of my things, intellectually, I think there is somebody who has given these guys a script to implement. Because our African economies cannot work in that. First of all, the first indicator that you want to change people's life, and then in the short term, the people's life become difficult. There is no any economics which works that way. There's no reason which is hinged to a corrective measure, which first of all makes life of people difficult. So that's a lie. So I could have understood them if they said, because already our life was expensive, even the way we were buying goods. Remember that it is not that the prices of our goods were bearable. So I was expecting them at least to say, let's not raise any price now. Let's continue having the prices which we have as we look for mechanism. But when somebody comes and first of all says, your prices have to go high so that we look for a corrective mechanism, is wrong. So I don't understand that economics. Yeah, I know they have people like David D and other people, but I would like them to help me understand the economics, because to me, I do not understand that. Because if you want to understand this issue, go into your family. In your family when you don't have money. So in your family when you don't have money, the concept is very few. Just keep the cost low. That is what happens. So when the government is saying they don't have money, the concept is keep the cost low. But you cannot be saying you don't have money at the same time you want to keep cost high. So in other words, and this is what I want to tell Kenyans here, we have to start prosecuting people because this is cheating. These people, when they were being voted, they came with the lies. They told the people called Mama Mboga and all those people that we will make your life comfortable, tutawaletea pesa mashinani, we will do a lot of things for you. So they did, because if the president today, during his campaign, told people that the prices of goods will go high, I can tell you, he could have lost close to 1 million votes. So in other words, we have to start now making Kenyans to be accountable of what they say. And these ideas of allowing people to promise anything is not good for our economy and is not good for our leadership. I want leaders who are accountable, and I don't want leaders who want to peg me on time, and they have started at a very low tone. So I wish he was already a president for 5 years and he is saying that. But now he is saying that at zero time when he is starting. I don't understand it. So that means he knew what was happening, but he cheated Kenyans so that they can get votes. So to me, I don't get that. And I want, I think there is a country in Japan where a senator was prosecuted because of cheating people. Because after his presidential term, it was discovered that majority of the things he had told people, he had actually not achieved. So Kenyans, we have now to reach that level because this is taking advantage of people. You cheat people, you tell people, I will do 1 million things. Then they give you that seat because you have cheated them. And then things go haywire. Right now, let me tell you, life is very difficult for the common mwananchi. Remember, Kenyan economy is basically subsistence. We are not an industrialized economy. So this concept which he is trying to apply here, they are concept which you want people who do not have food, hard to mouth guys, people who ile pesa nimepata leo ndio nakula leo. Kenyans have no money. Kenyans don't have reserves. We don't have even food. Ile pesa napata leo ndio nanunua chakula ya jioni. That's our concept. Siku za kuweka chakula kwa grana ziliisha. We are no longer in that times because of the changing of our concepts which are there. Mashamba imekuwa kidogo na vitu mingi. So we don't save for eating. We get as we eat. That's our concept. And that concept of getting as you eat cannot allow you to wait for any method or to wait for the government to think. The government needs to have a concept already on the table. So that is one. So there is another thing which here I also want maybe the president to tell Kenyans, because I am seeing the script changing all the time. Like when they were campaigning, he did not even say that NSSF was literal. But I want people to be honest during campaign. I wish during campaigns he told Kenyans that once I become president, you will be paying 500, 1,000 in NSSF. But remember, these are the same people who were criticizing the government heavily on already the pre-existing prices. Not hata sio ile wamepandisha, the pre-existing zero wamekuta. They gave all form of excuses. So that's why I'm now saying we are now having a government which cannot be trusted. So, and on the other side, we have an issue whereby now we also want to put faith and we want to tell people to have faith on things which are human intervention. Bringing prices down has nothing to do with the faith. Serving people has nothing to do with the faith. That is a human intervention. So things to do with the faith, they are things which are beyond human control. Like, for example, you cannot, when I'm already a president cannot tell me I pray for jobs. He has a concept to do it. I cannot pray for, he cannot tell us to pray for jobs. He is the guy with the lock and the key. He knows what he can do. So I see a mix of faith and what can be done by a human being. Like, for example, when I'm a senator, when I'm an MP, I cannot start telling people to pray for their lives to be better, to pray for them to get school fees. And there are some things which I can do as an elected leader. So faith is purely on natural issues. Faith is purely on issues which are beyond human intervention. Kama magonjwa, like unataka kujaziliwa, you want to feel glorified. Lakini government issues, you cannot put faith and prayers on government issues, on policies. Kuandika policy, things which need to be in the constitution, you cannot start putting faith hapo. So mimi hapo ndio naona sasa Kenya we are at an inflection point where we don't know what faith is and what work is. And remember, once we start mixing work and faith, we are going into a ditch. And right into the presidency, they are already mixing us. We are already Christians. We are blessed in our own ways. But the government cannot start now, again, cheating us, because, again, it's a concept of creating a utopia. You know, the moment you start telling people, have faith, what, you are making now people to believe in things which are not there. So Kenyans need practicality. Kenyans voted practicality. Kenyans did not vote faith. We voted practicality. And whatever we voted for, we knew that these guys can do. So we did not vote these guys so that they go there, they can pray, but as they are praying, they have to make our issues work. So I now see people who are mixing faith and work. Maybe Bernard, who are pastors, they can help me understand that, but I don't get it. Anyway, that's my take. This government has to improve, and they will not. They are even now making people beyond hustlers to suffer. Now they control a very smaller portion of the country, but now their concept is now making everybody suffer. And we have no time for slander, for mistakes. We have time for, and we had people who could have done these things, but they cheated Kenyans, and we are now in this hole together. Thank you, Bernard.
Hey, Bwana Kenyan. Thank you. Wewe ndio utaanzisha ya mashtaka ama?
You know what I want you to understand is the line between faith and work. Hapo ndio sijaelewa.
Hapo nataka kuingilia katika dini yetu.
Hata juzi sikatai, I'm hearing big pastors from Zambia. These days they are coming to the State House. Tumeona hizo picha zinatambaa. Big pastors from wherever. It's good. But we also want investors to go to the State House. Investors, people with ideas, they also need to go to the State House. So we should not only concentrate with faith. Remember, even the Bible says, sijui ni Bible ama ni wapi, faith without actions is dead. So we have to mix faith and actions together. So tusiongee sana. Hao watu na wanaongea sana. Literal talk, literal work, yani they are speaking a lot. Kibaki was not speaking. We were seeing the impact. Kibaki was just a small talker. Na tulikuwa tunaona impact. Lakini hao wanaongea sana every day. Like from the day they were sworn up to now, wameongea. Rigathi Gachagua, I think amefanya like 3 speeches. Mr. Ruto mwenyewe amefanya almost 4 speeches. We are yet to see anything for us. I'm sorry. I hope, but Kenyans cannot hold for long. That is one thing which I know. Kenyans cannot hold for long. Even these hustlers watakuja kuanzia kutupigia simu tuwasaidie.
Sawa, nashukuru Bwana Kenyan. And faith without works is dead is a quote from James. James is in the Bible. The book of James. Faith without works is dead. And so he says, show me your faith without works, and I will show you my faith by my works. So if you really are working by faith, then it will be seen by your work, not by your confession, not by your association. Na story ya manabii na mapasta na maskofu kuelekea State House ni kulingana na mimi naongea kama mtumishi wa kanisa, mimi ni reverend, ni kifumba macho ili Wakenya wasiulize maswali kwa nini, kwa sababu ni Mungu amefanya. Unaona, wakishasema Mungu amefanya, kila Mkenya anasema kazi ya Mungu haina makosa, kwa hivyo tusiulize maswali, tukubali tu yaishe. Hiyo ndio kifumba macho ambacho tumekataa. Okay? Kama ni Mungu alifanya, asimame atupatie unga, asimame atupatie maisha ambayo yanafaa. Kama Mungu anatumikia tu mtu mmoja kwa nchi nzima ya 50 million people, huyo Mungu mimi simtaki. Mimi nataka Mungu ambaye anaweza kulisha watoto wake, anaweza kulinda wanyonge, anaweza kutetea wasiojiweza. Lakini kama ni Mungu wa kudhulumu wengine akitetea mtu mmoja, huyo Mungu pia akae nje ya Kenya. Tunahitaji ukweli wa mambo. Kwa hivyo hicho kifumba macho wanajaribu kutumia kutulimbikizia mapasta na kuleta maombi. That's why at times I agree with Kagame. Okay? Hii story ya maombi mingi na makanisa mingi bila maendeleo na investment ndio inachelewesha maendeleo katika Afrika. Watu wasikubali kudanganywa. Sisi tunataka delivery. We want Kenya to move forward economically. We want every Kenyan to be able to take care of their own family, to preserve their dignity as the head of their families, and being able to take care of each and every need within that they are charged with. Lakini hii maombi kila asubuhi, kila jioni, hapana. Na mnasema, tukisema hivyo nasema sisi ndio wachawi. Sikilizeni, hao mnaleta ndio wachawi, wameoroga, hamtaki kutumia akili kwa sababu eti mmeletewa maombi. Hakuna maombi yataokoa nchi wakati uzembe unakidhiri. Progress is only achieved when everybody is willing to do what they are required to do. So tuache hii kifumba macho. Watasimama kwa manabii wakibeba brown envelope. At the end of the day wanasema waliachua 93 million. Hii 93 million ndio imechukua ndege ikapeleka Amerika, sasa itarudi. Si itakuwa imeisha by now? Hii 93 million peke yake ndio bado inafanya kazi na inatolewa kama sadaka. Let's own up the responsibility. We will pray for Kenya, yes, but not the defrauding of the country in the pretext that prophet so and pastor so and bishop so and so came and said this and confirmed this and that. This is not the time for prophecy. This time for fulfillment of prophecy. Fulfillment prophecy in terms of the plenty be found within our borders. Justice be our shield and defender. Those are the prophecies we need to see fulfilled. That every Kenyan goes to bed fully fed, well catered for, secure in every way. That animals as randarandi, ng'ombe nimekutana nazo Nairobi leo, ng'ombe nyingi on every street. Why? Kwa nini hakuna nyasi? Hizi ng'ombe hazijazaliwa jana. So let's have a government that is thinking, not all this madness of manabii walikuja kusema. Na manabii wa Zimbabwe na huko kwingine wakae kwao. Kuna shida nyingi Zimbabwe kuliko Kenya. Watatue matatizo ya Zimbabwe. And I'm not holding anything against Zimbabweans. I have Zimbabwean friends. I have Zimbabwe prophets who are my friends. But kutuletea hapa unabii wa kutuongezea umaskini hatutaki. Tunataka unabii ambao utakemea kiongozi ili atubu dhambi zake na achukue majukumu ya kulinda kila Mkenya. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuwa mwaminifu na mfuasi wa Mtembei TV. Naomba tuendelee na mjadala. Jonathan, unasukumwa na nini wewe?
Bernard, sukuma na someone will pray salt water it turn to fresh water. Simuliambiwa hivyo. So don't worry, salt water will turn to fresh water, tutakunjwa.
Mbona ilifanyika Karen peke yake? Wewe bahari hiyo uko na uko Mombasa, hiyo bahari tunahitaji kwa fresh water. Ni nauli ya ndege hamna. Hapa Nairobi River kuna Nairobi Dam. Chafu kweli kweli, tunataka ikuwe safi. haiko mbali na Karen. Hii story ya maombi mimi sitaki kuingilia imani ya mtu, lakini ni muhimu tuchague kama tunataka inji ama tunataka sarakasi.
Bernard, I want to ask a question.
Playing games.
Bernard, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Kuna hiyo story ya 93.75 million inasemekana that is the only money which was left. Can you tell me the practicality of such a value? Because frankly speaking, that value looks too small to be true. 93 million, that's an individual money. Kuna watu hata wako na pesa zaidi ya hiyo. Can 93 million be the only money left in a government coffer? No, let's audit that value.
The question is left by who? The Kenya government reads or enforces or engages its budget every June of every year. Okay? That means by the time Uhuru Kenyatta was leaving office as president, mambo na budget for the next after June, we are in September, until June of next year. That's when a new budget will come into enforcement. So kutuambia uliachiwa nani na nani? Kwani wewe ni yatima uliachiwa? So all those are games. They want to change the narrative. They don't want people to demand what they promised. That's why they are claiming, they are looking for somebody to blame. They have done that before. They blamed the handshake, they blamed reggae, they blamed this, they blamed. Now they are looking for how to blame Uhuru Kenyatta when they are in office. Uhuru Kenyatta anapata marupurupu yake. Magari yake inakuwa fueled. Mahali analala, ana usalama, polisi wanasimamia yeye. Sahi, kukuwe na 93 million, kukuwe na only 2 million. Lazima Uhuru Kenyatta ashughulikiwe kama former president na priority apewe kwa kila mambo. So mtu asituletee na story ya 93 million, hata kama waliachiwa kifagio peke yake. Umeingia kwa nyumba, organize nyumba, uko na watoto 50 million, pika chakula ya kutosha, lisha wote. Mahali utatoa chakula sisi hata kujua, ulikubali jukumu, tekeleza. Kuja kutulilia sisi hatuwezi kukusaidia. Ulikuja ukatulilia tukuweke kwa ofisi. Accidentally tukakuweka. So kaa kwa ofisi, tekeleza majukumu. Kutulilia sisi we can't help you. We are not the ones that we placed you in office so that you function, not to come and cry to us that you are left only 93 million. 93 you are left by who, going where? Kenya's budget inasomwanga June na ina last mpaka hiyo June nyingine. So kwa hiyo 93 lipa ma-governors. Kwa hiyo 93 lipa ma-MPs. Kwa hiyo 93 lipa county government zote. Kwa hizo 93 lipa walimu, lipa madaktari, lipa manurses. Vile zitatosha. Kama ni maombi utatumia, kama ni mlisema sio uchawi ni maombi, wekelea mkono. Okay, hizo 93 ziweze kufanya majukumu haya. Kama hayatoshi, basi tumia akili ipasavyo. Asante. Naomba tusonge mbele, tumlete bwana Walter. Amengoja sana. Walter, vipi?
Sana.
Unmute.
Poa sana. I hope everyone is okay there.
We are good. We are good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. Now, what I can say and what I can hear what you are saying, we have to give these people time, but there is no hope. We will give them only like they say 3 months, but in 2 months. No, first 100 days. Now what I know, there is no hope here. There is no hope, and I'm very sure about that one. There is no hope in this government, because everything now, taxes are going up, like water, electricity, and they promise the first thing that they will do, they will lower the price of the common accommodation, the common like foods and fuel, but now fuel is high, everything is high. It's just increasing instead of decreasing the price. So I think we have a lot of problem. Second thing, I think this government, if I can say, this government have monopoly. Hii serikali iko na shida na tutawapatia masiku tuone, but mi sioni pahali ambapo tunaelekea. Sioni pahali ambapo tunaelekea. I can't lie about this. Na naona demonstrations ikirudi, na mi siombi hizo demonstrations ifanyike, because hata watu wa Kenya kwanza hao maasla ambao walichaguana hata ndio wanalia zaidi. They cry. Mi niko nao huku kwa barabara wanalia. Nimeona kuna wamama sahii, mama mboga wamebomolewa maviosk zao, wenye walikuwa naruka wakisema si kwa uchawi, si kwa nini, si kwa maombi, si kwa uchawi, ni maombi. Now I was asking myself, na hii maneno ya kuingiza kanisa, and even last time I always talk about this one. Watu wanakuja bishop nini, sasa naona kuna system ambayo imekuja, karibu wahubiri karibu wote wale wanaendanga State House wamejiweka TikTok wakipiga hizo picha za State House, and I was like, what? Hii sasa ndio imekuwa system. Hawa ndio wahubiri wenye tuna nini? These are conmens. And siogopi kusema hivyo, hawa ni wakora. Hii ni mafisi ofisini. Hakuna wakati utawachia chui ama chita mbuzi achunge. Hiyo ni kitu haiwezekani hata kidogo. And then history ya 93 million, seriously, hiyo ni pesa, hiyo ni pesa kidogo sana. Hii ni story tu. Unajua hii nchi, this country we create stories watu and to brainwash people. Hii ni kubrainwash watu, wana brainwash watu waanze kutafuta njia yenye yani escape route. Ndio watu waseme hii government kuachiwa kitu. And Kenyans, we forget very quick. We forget a lot. Sisi uzao haraka sana. Tunaona, tunasikia na tuna nini, na tena inakaka kidogo tuna nini, tunazao. So I think we Kenyans will wake up, and I know demonstrations inakuja very soon. I can't lie. This one are coming. Tunarudi ile era ya tear gas na watu watajitokezea, na kama I think kama kutaendelea hivyo, naona even revolution can come in this country. I think that is the only way, because hatutakubali kunyanyaswa, because we have our future and our dreams, the future of our children. Hatuwezi kaa namna hiyo. So I know hakuna, and I'm very sure about this, hakuna kitu hakuna magic naona inaenda kufanyika ati vitu zirudi chini nini ifanyike, because sahii wanasema wako na hiyo 90 something million. This means lazima wapandishe vitu bei juu, wakiweka ile kikwazo wakisema sisi hatukuachiwa pesa, ili waweze kufanya nini? Kutafuta pesa ambazo wanataka kurun nazo nchi. Lakini hiyo si ukweli. Hiyo si ukweli. Hata kama wenye walikuwa hiyo government ambayo imeisha wangejitokeza waongee ukweli tu, kuacha hii pesa kwa nini? Pesa yenye tuliwacha Uhuru mwenyewe, our former president, sema hii si pesa tuliwacha, si kuacha hii pesa. Hii pesa ndio pesa ilibaki. Then budget ilikuwa imeshafanywa already. Fanywa mwezi wa 6. How comes? Seriously. Hiyo muda wote na wamekuwa wakifuel magari zao, wanakula vizuri. Hakuna watu wengi tunasikia ati wajalipwa. Watu wanalipwa normally. So this is just an excuse ya bure. So I think mimi sina mengi, hiyo ndio nitaongea nayo, lakini wahubiri wawache kabisa kuingilia maneno ya siasa. Nyinyi wahubiri mfanye uhubiri wenyu, muachane na leave politics kabisa. Na by the way, kuna kitu nilikuwa nimesema, sikuisema hapa, but I was somewhere na nikasema hii, and this one you can take it to the bank. I remember government ya Kibaki wakati iliingia, hakuna kitu kibaya, uamini usiamini, kama uongozi mbaya. Nasema hii na siogopi nikisema. Kuna vitu zinaenda kufanyika. I'm not a prophet na Mungu adanganyangi. In this government kuna vitu zinaenda kufanyika. Vitu venye zinaenda kufanyika kwa hii government, there is some of them even they will lose their life. I'm not a prophet na siogopi kusema hivyo. When unafanyia mwenzako vibaya ama unafanyia watu fulani vibaya, usicheze na watu milioni zaidi ya milioni 7. Hiyo machozi ya roho ni kitu moja mbaya sana, na hakuna mtu mwenye ajui hivyo. Hakuna kitu mbaya kama machozi ya roho, watu wakikulilia oh. So wakati Mungu naye, unajua mnyonge ana nguvu, lakini Mungu ana exist na ana nguvu na anaona. Okay, wewe unanyanyasa hawa, jueni mnyonge, hauwapatii haki yao. So wait for that time, it's coming very soon. Believe me or not, you will start to see something will be happening now and there. Na already mi naona kuna already kitu imehappen, na hizo vitu zitaendelea kuhappen tu, na sio nini ama kutumia nini. Mungu alalangi. Wakati mtu anakunyanyasa, anaona huyu mtu hawezi fanya kitu yote, hakuna pahali ambapo anaweza nipeleka, ni sawa. But remember, wewe ni binadamu ambaye umeumbwa na Mungu, na yeye pia ameumbwa na Mungu, na huyo Mungu anaweza mprotect, amfanye favor. So wahubiri, hii maneno ya kukimbia kimbia sijui nini, hiyo sisi tumekataa kabisa. Tumekataa, and Kenyans we are not foolish. Tunaona zile vitu mnafanya, na nyinyi ni wahubiri wa tumbo, wengi wenyu, si wote. Kuna wahubiri wazuri, juu hata mimi ni Mkristo na mimi naenda kanisa kila Sunday. But kuna wengine wamezidi sarakasi, sijui wamefufua wafu, wamekuwa Yesu, wamefanya maajabu sijui nini. Tafadhali wahubiri, wachaneni na maneno ya siasa kabisa, mkae kwa uhubiri wenyu. Sisi na watu wa siasa nao muache na siasa yao, na sisi pia tungojei miracle. Unafanya kazi, hata Biblia inasema fanya kazi ndio. Kwa hivyo serikali tufanyie kazi, sisi hatutangojea miujiza. Asante, thank you very much Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Walter, for that and more as we continue with the conversation. Masuala ya wahubiri kwenda State House, wanaruhusa ya kwenda State House, lakini usiende kuhalalisha kitu ambacho ni makosa. That is where there is a point of departure. Pastors participating or being invited to pray for the president and all that, it's all in order. But don't do it in such a way that you are making right what is wrong and selling it as right. That now makes you unfit as a representative of God and as a spokesman of God. As a minister of God, you must stand by what is true and what is just and what is ethical and acceptable. Raise red flags where you see unclear light. That's what makes you a bona fide preacher. But when you become compromised in such a way that because you have seen the brown envelope, you now want to sing the song of the party and you want to wear the uniform of the party and you want to prophesy, I see you staying here 20 years, I see you, forget that. You are a gun for hire. You are no longer a minister of God. But for now, let us all ensure that we play our role. Being a pastor, nataka kutetea wa pastor kwa sababu mimi mmoja wao. Being a pastor doesn't make you a less Kenyan or a non-Kenyan. Our participation in politics is because we are Kenyans, not because we are pastors. So we play different roles in this life, but one thing is constant. We must stand for what is true. Wakati tumevaa kola ama tujavaa kola, the truth remains the same. Wakati tumevaa robe ama tumevaa suit, the truth remains the same. So when you go to State House, speak the truth, guide the nation in the light, show the people that this is wrong, this is right. Not to support the oppressor when he's oppressing, because you are praying for God to protect him so that he can continue oppressing others. God does not do that. We need to be a people that are true to ourselves, true to God, and true one to another. Let's safeguard the welfare of each and every Kenyan. That's the whole essence. God gives you that opportunity to be in charge of whatever diocese or whatever community that you are charged with the responsibility to lead. So as at now, let everybody understand that when Kenya Kwanza leads us in the ditch, the way they are doing right now, we should call them to order. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu. Lakini kwenda kuwaombea kwamba ni vipofu wanatuongoza, lakini Mungu hakikisha tuanguki kwa shimo. Hapana. Kama ni vipofu warudishwe nyuma, wenye macho watuongoze. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Nashukuru kwa kila mmoja. Tutaendelea na mjadala wa leo. Naomba tu heshima idumu na tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya yanayofaa kuhakikisha kila Mkenya ako salama mahala popote alipo. Inji haiko mahali pazuri, njaa imezidi, kuna kiangazi, kuna upungufu wa mambo mengi na gharama ya maisha imepanda. Tunataka suluhisho kutoka kwa serikali ambayo was sworn in 5 days ago. If they can't provide the solution, get rid of them from the kitchen. Tunataka mpishi ambaye anajua kutumia iliyoko kama 93 million kutengeneza chakula ya kutosha to all the 50 million of us. Thank you. Nani huyu? Francis.
So, thank you. So, I was following Gachagua on NTV when he was being interviewed, that I was laughing because, you know, budget is different from you, Bernard, the way you spend your money. Budget, we plan for income that we have not collected. That is why we have supplementary budgets to cater for any shortcomings when we have a deficit budget of a country. So before we had election of 8th August, the president, 3 months before election, the president could not transact. So on the month of August and that of September, there must be money that KRA has collected, because budget we prepare for income that we have not collected. That means, for example, if what we are spending on October, we shall collect it maybe on September. It's not that something was there. So when Gachagua is saying there's 93 million, he has to tell us the income of August that the KRA were able to collect, the VAT, the pay-as-you-earn, where is that money? He need to explain much better, because he cannot say that the moment they won the election, there was no any income that was collected by KRA. VAT is paid on sales, and it does not mean after election people did not sell. People sold some items. Therefore, when he's saying that there are 93 million in the treasury, that is purely a lie and a lame excuse. The other thing you need also to know, government can operate on credit. It does not have necessary to be external. It can even be internal. So they can even subsidize maize with money that they don't have, in anticipation that in future they will be able to recover and pay those maybe brokers. The same things happens even in our county government. How many projects are carried in county government on credit? Unapata governor anaamrisha maybe a certain project happen without money, then he comes to pay later. Why can they do such way if indeed truly they are willing to serve Kenyans? These are lame excuse that they are trying to use. Rigathi has never gotten out of campaign mood. I have seen him complaining that they could have gotten 300,000 more votes. And you have already won, and you are claiming that you lost 300,000 votes. then even if you go to them, where could they take you? And you're already a deputy president. Eh? So you see they are still in campaign mode. Ati unajua ulinyima nafasi kama sio hivyo ningepata 7.5. Sasa na umeshashinda nini hiyo 300,000 votes unataka upeleke wapi and you're already a winner? You know those are the things Kenyans you need to look at it. Then the other issue you need also to look at it in a better eye is the issue of religion. I have no problem with Christianity, I have no problem with Hinduism or everything, yes. But I have a problem when one religion will feel secluded, and that are Muslims. When they will feel secluded, and you can recall the social injustices that those community has been passing through. You can recall the Gala massacre. You can recall everything else. All those targeting the same individual. These people might start acting in a weird manner. We are not wanting as a country to reach at that scenario. Let us govern Kenya as a secular state. If it's Christianity, let it remain in church. I love Catholics so much because of one issue. Catholic will never show off their religion. They will always pray and go home. Hata ukikuja ukuwa president ama MP, utakuja vizuri kama misa imeendelea, utapiga magoti kule nyuma uombe, tumalize kuomba, mkutano tutafanyia nje. Hata watu watajua kama kulikuwa na rais ama naibu wa rais pale. And that's why you'll never see them going to Catholic, but they will go to these spiritual churches because they always amplify and make the politician appear like God. You'll never see them in mosque. Ukifika msikitini, hata ukuwe wewe ndio president, wengine kama wamefika mambo ya sala, utakaa nyuma utulie. Sadaka hata ukitoa kuna mtu anajua umetoa shilingi ngapi, utoke. Mkutano wako utaifanyia nje. That's why huwezi ona wakienda kwa misikiti ama kwa Katoliki, lakini kwa ajili ya spiritual churches zenye zinaangalia sadaka na ku glorify things, that's why they will always appear on that side. So we as Kenyans, let's be vigilant. Let's hold the government in accountable. I will tell you one thing. When they came for socialists, we did not defend them. We said you are not one of them. When they came for Israelites, we said you are not one of them. We did not defend them. Until when I was left alone and nobody could defend me. So you see, so if you don't defend this country, it will go into back where right now where Zimbabwe is, the country to do like Cameroon, Haiti, countries that are not governable because of small issues that people are ignoring, So let's be vigilant with our country. These are our country that we love it, all of us. They are just custodian of our constitution, custodian of our economy. They are custodians of our values. They are not demigods. So we should tell them this is wrong, this is right, this is the way, this is not the way. And it should not be an issue of whether AZIMIO or UDA. We are all Kenyans. The moment we voted, our job ended there. The only job now we have now is to hold the government accountable. Nyi ukikubali mafuta ikipandishwa alafu mnaanza kusema atio watu wa AZIMIO ndo wanalalamika, watapata nguvu, maana watajua nyinyi kwa nyinyi mmegawanyika. It is either we stand united or we get perish, all of us. We have no alternative. It's either we get united or they consume all of us. So that's my message for today.
Okay, sawa, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Swala la dini, tusimame imara. Sisi hatuko kinyume na president kuwa Mkristo ama mke wake kuwa Mkristo, kuwa mwokovu na hiyo masuala yote, lakini tusibadilishe katiba ama tufanye State House iwe nyumba ya dini. State House ni nyumba ya Kenya. Kuishi State House haiko tofauti na kuwa mpangaji. Okay? That house is a property of the Republic of Kenya. It's not the president's property. It's not the wife's property. It's not the family of the president's property. It is a property that belongs to Kenya. The title deed is written Republic of Kenya. Okay? So don't go and turn it into a religion headquarter for one religion against other religions. That makes you a person who does not understand even the constitution that has made you the president or the deputy president for that matter. Everybody should feel at home in State House, whether it's a Muslim, a Hindu, ama dini msambwa ya kwetu, ama hizo dini zingine zote. Tusitumie mamlaka ya kuwa rais kulazimisha watu kuokoka, okay? Ama kuintimidate watu kwa sababu hawajaokoka. One of the unmaking, those of you who are students of church history, one of the unmaking of the Christian church was when the Roman Empire took over the leadership of the church in the pretext that they are supporting them, and then turned in the church into wherever a state religion. And when it became a state religion, it carried the evil and the sins and all the mess up of the Roman Empire. It ended up at the doorstep of the church. And so the preaching of the gospel became suspicious. The word crusade that we use right now for reaching people, it was for killing people in the past. So people need to be careful, and they need to be aware that it is wrong to use state power to enforce people into a particular belief system. It will mess up the church, it will mess up the preaching of the gospel, it will mess up everything. Right now, you're dancing, wearing your purple, whatever, with your collar, going to take photographs with the president. But when now you will now be vilified because you're wearing collar and you are seen with the president, and the president is now wanted by the masses, you will suffer, okay? So let's separate the two things. Na kama unakwenda kuhubiri, ubiri injili, maliza, ondoka. I've given you the story of the young prophet who was told by God, go in the city. When you reach, open your mouth, speak up. When you finish, leave. Don't enter anybody's house. Don't eat anywhere. But the young prophet went. The first day, he did very well. People listened to him. The second day, he did very well. People listened to him, and he left. On the third day, there was an old prophet. There was an old prophet. There is always an old prophet, okay? The old prophet said, even God also talked to me. Now, when somebody begins to talk like that, you know he has not been with God at all. He said, even me, God spoke also to me. And he told me today, since you preached well yesterday and the following day, now today he has given you permission to come and eat in my house. The young prophet, without confirming whether the message was from God or not, he was too hungry to think. He went and ate in the old prophet's house. And no sooner did he finish eating than he was eaten. That's what happened. If you go to dance in the wrong place, support the wrong thing, it is not the thing that will be eaten. It is you that will be eaten. So the church in Kenya needs to be careful lest they get eaten by this regime. They will come friendly. They will say they will support you. Wamewaambia watapatia mashamba, watawapatia title deed, hiyo mambo yote, ili mkishaingia kwa hiyo net, hamtakuwa na sauti ingine. Mtakuwa mnatingiza kanisa zote zipendiwe yellow. Tumekubali. Hakuna kuhubiri ukibeba Biblia, hubiri tu kwa kichwa. Tumekubali. That's what you're signing for. If you don't take care, you will end up in a place where you will never be church again. I warn you. Not as a prophet. I'm just an ordinary person. Not a son of a prophet, but I see trouble when I see it. I was here in 2010 when you told us that you can stop the new constitution. I told you, please, you cannot. They said, no, we can. We will show them that we have numbers. The moment they said we have numbers, I was so happy. I wanted, and then I used to do a show on K24. Show ilikuwa inaitwa Taswira ya Jamii. Early in the morning every day. So nikasema nataka hao maaskofu wakuje waniambie vile watastopisha hii maneno. So nilipowaona Uhuru Park, tunaenda kustopisha constitution kutumia kadi na firimbi, nikaona hii imeenda. Hii imeenda, hata hitaji maombi. Tunatumia kadi na firimbi kustopisha mwanasiasa. You are not serious. So all in all, let's do our very best to do what is required and forget these games of trying to pull and push in a particular direction that you know is not valid. Bwana Guru, ni ulikuwa unasemaje?
Kabla sijaenda, wacha niseme hivi. Umegusia jambo la muhimu sana, sababu kuna pahali ya kanisa na pahali ya serikali. Kenya is a secular state. Kuna mtu aliuliza, what if a Muslim gets the presidency? Ata transfer mosque kwa State House. What if an Akolino gets a presidency? Tutakuwa tukiona ndarama ikipigapigwa pale nje ya State House. You know, we got to be serious. What if
yetu ABC Avaluya
Aya.
Dancers Club, I mean,
Aya.
African Divine Church.
What if the inaitwa Thai gets to power, the Kikuyu traditional religion? Are we going to see ingots being slaughtered in front of the State House? So this is a serious matter. But beyond that, Bernard, the problem is that and Kagame is also a clergy, has already warned the president not to overuse the religion. Soon you'll be told that being hungry is the will of God, Fumiria. Therefore, abdicating the state abdicating its duty, that whatever is going on is the will of God, that you are hungry because of God, that your children cannot go to school because of God. It is the will of God. Religion has been used and misused in many societies. In fact, it has been used to make people commit suicide. You are told that your time has come to go to heaven, and therefore God has commanded me as a prophet to tell you to take your life so that you can meet him faster. He does not need to come all the way to fetch you. So this is what we saw during the Nyayo era. Moi would go to church every Sunday. It would be announced over the radio, over the television, that time KBC. But when he was doing that, many Kenyans were being tortured. One of them being Raila Amolo Odinga, somewhere in Nyayo House. And nobody should tell us here that the Mzee did not know what was happening. He knew. He was the commander-in-chief. So you can portray an image that you don't have for purposes of, managing public expectations and reactions. That is not what we want for now. Let the person given work to do, let him do the work. Let him go to church, like some of us. He doesn't have to bring the church to the State House. That house belongs even to atheists, traditionists, Muslims, Hinduists, and the Jesuits, and all those others. That's why it should stay neutral. It's as simple as that. And if he cannot understand that simple concept, then he has no business being the leader of a country that carries even those who don't believe in God. And here I'm not saying that he should not be faithful to his religion. No. What I mean is that he should also be sensitive that he is leading even those who don't believe, and therefore, and those of other religions. And let me not use religion as a way of escaping responsibility. Right now, we are told that he was elected in Mungu si uchawi. But we came to know it is Jose Camargo, a shadowy figure from Venezuela, who did the trick. So do we now say that Jose Camargo can replace the Almighty? Let's be careful. Let's not be confused. Religion has been misused by many people to get to where they want, and it is not the right thing. But judgment is to the Lord. You know what to do with such people. Thank you.
Okay. Asante Bwana Guru, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Naamini kila mmoja anafuata mahala popote ulipo. Karibu Sister Roda. Okay, ni kama amejitupa nje. Ameja vipi?
Poa sana. Mambo vipi?
Ni kama tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Okay. Nashukuru sana. Ni kwa muda at least kama wiki hivi sijaweza kufika hapa. Lakini pia wewe tulipoteza kwa siku kama 2 hivi. Tukakuwa na bwana Wekesa naye ni wa kuhepa. Anasema waache dakika kama kidogo 10 hivi. Kuwa moderator nitarudi, lakini akienda ameenda hivyo. Okay. Lakini sawa lakini mimi nitachangia kwanza kwa kusema Francis Mukungi, unafaa uingie bungeni. Watu kama kina Toto, achana na watu kama hao. Wewe una tajriba naona. Sasa hivyo tu naweza nikaanza kwa kusema, alafu pia nitakuja nizungumzie kuwa hawa wabunge yani ama hii serikali ambayo imeingia, hawa watu wanang'ania kuingia kwenye serikali kuiba. Si ati wanaingia pale ati waongoze wasaidie wananchi, wanataka kuiba. Na ndio maana watakuja kwa uongo mwingi. Wakishaingia pale wanaanza kusema tumepata hivi, tumepata vile, na sio hivyo, unaona. Alafu pia hao viongozi wa kanisa pia nimeona kweli, nikiongezea kwa hilo, kuna debate ambayo nilifuatilizia, ilikuwa Nyeri katika one of the university, I don't know it was a college or a university, ambapo kulikuwa na Noni Gathoni. Noni Gathoni ama Noni nani? Yule wa KTN. Kulikuwa na debate, na hiyo debate ilikuwa ni kati ya Kanini Kega na one of the politician huko Nyeri. Na kulikuwa na one guy wa kanisa, bishop fulani wa Catholic, archbishop. Anajulikana sana. Huyu jamaa amekuwa mwanasiasa siku hizi. Kulingana na vile nilifuatilizia debate yao na Kanini Kega vile alikuwa anaongea mambo, Kanini Kega alikuwa anaonekana kuwa support pande ya AZIMIO kabisa, yuko pande ya Kenya Kwanza. Unaona? Na ukifuatilizia baada ya Ruto kutangazwa mshindi, ni hao ndio viongozi ambao wameenda kwenye nyumba ya deputy president kule Karen kunywa chai na kuweza kusema na congratulate nini. Kutoka hapo kaenda kwa Raila kumwambia concede defeat. Unaona? Sasa hao ni watu viongozi wa kanisa ambao watu wahitaji kabisa kwenye kanisa zetu. Unaona? Nimefuatilizia huyo jamaa sana, huyo archbishop. Nimemuona ni mwanasiasa, si mtu wa kanisa. So viongozi wengine wanafaa waangalie ukweli, si kuangalia mambo ya siasa. Hao ndio wanaalikwa kule State House kwenda kukula, na hawaendi kule ati watu wameenda mambo ya kuomba ama nini. Manake kiongozi ambaye mnamwangalia ambaye kuwa mnasema ati ameshinda kwa haki ni kiongozi ambaye amekuwa na rekodi mbaya. Na ukifuatilizia vizuri, ndio mimi siwezi sema nimeenda kotini, nimefuatilizia, ndio but kulingana na unajua alisemalo lipo, kama halipo liko njiani laja. Huyu jamaa ambaye ni kiongozi wetu sasa amekuwa rais, amekuwa na historia mbaya. Nimesikia mauaji kadhaa, witnesses wa ICC wameaga dunia kadhaa. Umesikia mabodyguards wake wameaga dunia kwa njia isiyojulikana. Umesikia Msando, umesikia Juma hata alisema kabla na akataja watu ambao huenda kuwa wanampangia kumuua, na aliaga dunia. Alikuwa ameshataja na amemtaja pia yeye na aliaga dunia. Unaona, Jacob Juma watu walidhania ni mchezo. Aliaga dunia. Juzi tumekuwa na walikuwa wanataka kumpunish Babu Owino kwa kumlazimisha yule returning officer kumtangaza yule jamaa mwingine wa pande nyingine our opponents kuwa ndio mshindi. Na lakini sasa kwa vile alisimama kwa haki na akamtangaza Babu Owino, iliweza kuwa wammalize na walimmaliza. Unaona? So unaona mahali tunaelekea. Na hiyo ni introduction. Yule alikuwa ni deputy president, sasa ni president. Vile kuna mwenzetu mmoja wetu ameongea hapa sometimes back, alikuwa ni Walter. Maafa mengi yanaenda kufanyika kusema kweli, si uongo yatafanyika. So watu wataanza kulia, wenye walikuwa wanachagua, mtanyanyaswa kiuchumi na tutanyanyaswa pia kinini, kiuongozi, na watu kumalizwa. Itakuwa ni dictatorship na si nini ama nini. Na Gachagua huyu mmoja huyu niliwaambia juzi, Gachagua ni mtu ambaye anajigonga, anajipiga kifua. Ruto ni mtu anajipiga kifua. Hii serikali haiendi mbali. Watapambana pale, watalumbana pale kwa kumabishano. Hapana, mimi nataka hivi. Na huyu mwingine anasema mimi nataka hivi. Waanze kusumbuana, usikie kina Ndini Nyoro wameenda hivi, akina Ruto na kikosi chake cha kule Rift Valley wameenda hivi. Ngoja uone hivi karibuni. Mimi ni hayo tu. Nashukuru Bwana Bernard.
Thank you Major, we appreciate that. Kenya iko mahali ambapo hapaeleweki, na kwa hivyo kila Mkenya ajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba hautamezwa na hii hali. Uhakikishe kwamba your level of vigilance is beefed up and you are ensuring that you are safe, one, and you are secure, but more than that, you're holding the government to account. If we sit back and accept whatever that is there as the way they want us to say it's the will of God, it is God who has made it, nobody can do anything against God and all that, hiyo ni mchezo. Okay, hiyo ni mchezo. Mungu mwenyewe alikataliwa Israel na wakasucceed. Mpaka akaenda kuambia Nabii Samuel, si wewe wamekataa, ni mimi wamekataa. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu ataenda kutumia dini kulazimisha Wakenya kukubali uongozi mbaya. If you are in office and you're not able to deliver, the Kenyan people will come for you. And the Kenyan people have the power, the sovereign power rests with the Kenyan people, not with the parliament, not with the judiciary, not with the IBC. It rests with the Kenyan people. Now, when the Kenyan people are fed up, wait for them. They are coming, led or leading, whichever way. And so, Deputy President Honorable Gachagua and Dr. William Ruto, you are now in the kitchen. We want nice food from that kitchen. If you are not providing it, we promise you we are coming for you and we will demand good food. Don't complain to us that hakuna ingredients. Ukienda jikoni na hakuna chakula na unapaswa kupika, unatafuta hiyo chakula, unatafuta all the ingredients so that you cook right for the Kenyan people to enjoy. So don't complain to us how you found the kitchen. How are you arranging that kitchen? How are you making use of what you found in that kitchen so that you are able to deliver? But if you're withdrawing everything because you have a plan and your plan is going to work after the fertilizer has left the high CC to the lower C and then the in-between, hiyo story tafadhali peleka mahali pengine. Kizi hatutaki kujua, tunataka pesa mfukoni. Okay, asante wote ambao mnajumika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Naomba tusonge mbele. Yes, Meja, unasemaje?
Pole. Kwa kuongezea pia nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi, mahali Kenya tumefika ni mahali ambapo sasa mtu anatetea familia yake. Manake Kenya, uchumi wa Kenya utusaidii, serikali ya Kenya ni wizi tu. Sasa hizi ni umeondoka, umeenda kuhustle nchi ya nje. Serikali ya Kenya hajakupa kazi. Umepata pesa ili familia yako iweze kukomaa na yani uweze kujiendeleza, familia iweze kula. Na mtu anakuomba pale kando kando, nisaidie 1,000, nisaidie 2,000, niaje niko mbaya. Sasa wewe saa zingine pia unapata hauko sawa, unamwambia mimi siko sawa, iko hivi na hivi, umefinyika, huwezi elezea shida zako kwa kila mtu. So saizi mahali tumefikia ni mtu kupambania familia yake, unaondoka umeenda kuhasolia nchi yako, yani familia yako wapate kula, wapate kusoma, kila kitu kile. Unaona, ukiwa pale Kenya hausaidiki. Pale watu wataanza ikifika nyakati za kampeni, wheelbarrow wanainua juu, wengine wanafanya nini, lakini hakuna mahali, unaona, hakuna mahali tunaenda. So ni uhustle, usaidie familia yako. Kama kutakuja na serikali mzuri, tutapata kazi, wenzetu watasaidika kule, watoto wetu wajukuu watasaidika. Lakini saizi ni umeondoka, umeenda. Saizi imekuwa na campaign, imekuwa kali sana. Kuna wale wamelia Ruto the fifth, wenye wamesema Raila the fifth. But all in all, umeondoka, umeenda kuhasolia familia yako, na yule alikuwa anainua wheelbarrow anakuja na kuambia bana, nisaidie ka 1,000, nisaidie 2,000. Ile serikali hajamsaidia. Ni hayo tu, asante.
Sawa sawa, ni vile unavyotandika kitanda utakavyolalia kitanda hicho. Ukichagua makosa, lazima hiyo makosa yatakupata. Tuna siku tulisema hapa, kuna Wakristo ambao huwa wana, one of my senior bishops huwa anasema the devil tempts all of us, but an idle man tempts the devil. Kuna wale ambao wanataka kuchagua serikali mbaya alafu aende kuomba kwamba Mungu atatumia hiyo serikali mbaya kuwatendea mazuri. Akwendi hivyo. Ukishachagua uongozi mbaya, lazima ukuwe tayari kwa consequences ya bad leadership. The only place to prevent a bad governance is make sure that you choose right leaders. So right now, as Kenyans, we have a responsibility either to make the current government work for us or be prepared to suffer under their bad leadership. That is, if they are going to lead us badly. And from what they are saying right now already, we are smelling a rat. Kuna kitu ambacho akieleweki. Okay? Mbolea. Kila kitu sasa imetoka bottom up, imeenda kwa mbolea. Mimi sijui ni muujiza gani iko kwa mbolea. Mbolea kifika hapa, itageuka ikuwe unga, ikuwe petrol, ikuwe nyumba watu waishi ndani. Mbolea. Everything mbolea. What is up with this mbolea? May God arise, his enemies be scattered. All the same, let's listen to Rhoda, Jeff, and then Mora. Rhoda, ulikuwa unasemaje? Ulipigwa nje that
nilikuwa nasema kama mimi siku ile Ruto alikuwa napitishwa, I was worried. Na nikapiga mama mwingine simu nikamwambia I'm worried, lakini hakuwa nataka kusikia. Watu wengi hawakuwa nataka kusikia vile roho yangu nasikia. Yani we just assuming. Namwambia ukweli, Kenya yetu itaenda vibaya, but they didn't want to listen from it. It's very sad. Na nikaambia siku moja mtanikumbuka. Everything I say, it come the truth. Naambia watu ukweli, mtanikumbuka. Na vile vitu Mungu alikuwa ananionyesha, it's coming the truth. Ruto, he was not supposed to be in the state house right now. It was not from God. It was force. Na mimi niko na familia yangu, mamangu akaniambia Raila ni nani, you know. Nikamwambia brother amesha nini, wakapiga kura nani Ruto. Wote nikamwambia nyinyi mtajua ni nani. Mtajua Ruto ni nani. Atatesa rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu akona bitterness na kuna hasira. You know, I knew that everything he's doing right now, I knew that. And unfortunately, it's very sad. Lakini kanisa ya Mungu ya Kenya, hakimugelilia Mungu kabisa. Mpige magoti mumulilie. Hatungekuwa sahi tunapokua sahi. Lakini sahi, the problem with the church in Kenya, they assume the problem. Mimi na shida kwani kiroho iliisha Kenya. Na vile mimi najonga Kenya ni nchi ya kuomba. You know, mkienda press kama Uhuru Park, mulilia Mungu until I answer. You cry to him until he answer. Kama Biblia inasema, knock, I'll give it to you. Kile unataka nitakupatia. Muge prophesy the word of God Kenya. hatutatoka hapa, utatubariki. Mwende huru pakimulilia Mungu wa Israeli. Nakwambia Kenya sasa ingekuwa hivi, lakini ni kwa same problem. Watu Kenya wame close Holy Spirit. Na kama leo today I was watching the church in Kenya. Ati wanalia Mungu kwa sababu thankful for peaceful elections. Nikashindwa, instead of mulilie Mungu apatie wema Ruto afanye kitu vizuri, instead of they pray to God, to cry to God that God can give the Ruto wisdom, na serikali yake na Gachagua ni thanksgiving. Yani kanisa Kenya imekuwa very very down religion. Hata huku kanisa za wazungu wanalilia Mungu. Kwa nini? Ni iti very development na wakuna kila kitu, na wanalilia Mungu wa Israeli. Wanalia na kila siku, wanalilia watoto wao, wanalilia nini, wanalilia serikali, wanalilia nini. And it's very rich country. They have everything. They have a Volvo. They have a IKEA. The owner of IKEA, this country is a very rich country. But lakini wanalilia Mungu. Why in Kenya we can go back to God of Israel? Tumulilie Mungu wa ukweli. Vile Biblia inasema, mkililia nitamsikia huko mbinguni. If people humble myself, mkihumble yourself, na mkilia Mungu, nitakuja nipone nchi yenu. Lakini Kenya, you don't care. You don't care. You just assume. Unajua, it's so sad. It's so painful. Unajua Mungu, unajua, nilikuwa naongea na mama mwingine akaniambia Mungu anapenda nchi ya Kenya. Kabla mjaumbwa alikuwa amecreate Kenya. Na Mungu is always wishing us for the best. Tunakaa na amani, tunakaa na development. Kila mtu unaona kama sasa Kenya iko, everybody is confused. Kuna baba mwingine alikuwa na preach jana wa kutoka America. I believe America preacher. Alikuwa na we are in the dark time, confusion, evil, we are evil days. Unaona kama mtu kama Chebukati, vile what is doing, confusion, lying. Ni mtu mzima na anasema ni Mkristo. Kenya we need to bow for Jesus. Itani turudie Mungu wa ukweli. Turudi huku Uhuru Park. Tunalilia Mungu, tunamwambia God have mercy on. Hata watoto wako na 5 years wanalilia Mungu. This is time even children cry to God. You know? Kwa sababu we are in the bad place, you know? Hatuko place ya kucheza mchezo. We are in the serious. Sahi kuna maombi inaendelea sahi kuomba. Hata Professor Ben Hinn anaombea nchi ya Kenya. Akaambia I pray for Kenya government to do the right, to rule with the God fear, to have the wisdom. Kwa nini Ben Hinn? I believe Ben Hinn is a prophet. Na anaambia nchi. Unajua ni watu walikuwa wanakuja missionary those days, wanakuja Uhuru Park, watu onge show, wanakuja na preach line bonke, wanakuja salvation. Kenya it need people wanajua Mungu kabisa. Mungu wa ukweli. Salvation it only can. Unajua kama mimi wanaenda mission na whole world, wanaenda Afghanistan, Pakistan, because they want people to be saved. Kenyan people, they must be saved. Hata huyo Ruto aokoke kabisa na abatizwe na roho wa Mungu. Na ajue roho wa Mungu ni nani. Hawezi tesa mtu mwingine, hawezi tesa Uhuru, anaogopa Mungu. That's the God we want. Analilia Mungu wa Israeli, give me mercy. That's the government we want in Kenya. Hao watu wote, mimi naombea watu wote, kina Waitagula wote wakoke. They receive Jesus, they need the Holy Ghost. Wote Musera Mudavadi wote wakoke. Wa believe Jesus. Hata Gachagua wote, they believe Jesus. They baptize the Holy Ghost, because when they know the God of Israel, they'll humble themselves and they say, Jesus, I need you. This is the God we want in Kenya. Nothing else. In Jesus' name. Sina mambo mengine ya kusema.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. I believe your appeal is reaching to rightful people, and the right thing will be done. We are where we are by reason of what we have done, and we will find the way out of here. God is going to help us. He will not abandon us as his children. There are many things that have happened in this country. There are so many things that we are owing as a people. And we believe that God will come through for us, especially those of us that profess his name. It is not a demand for every Kenyan everywhere to go and pray. It says, if my people were called by my name. So just a few of us who know him and want the best for this country, we will achieve the same. So it's not like a political office where we'll need every Kenyan on board. And your prayer is being heard, and so is other Kenyans who are praying wherever they are. And we will continue in the same focus to see to it that everything falls in place. Like I said, winning an election, being sworn in office, and assuming responsibility in office is not always cast in stone, in the sense that it has to be 5 years. The Constitution envisions everything that can go right and everything that can go bad, and when everything has gone bad, what needs to be done. So what I would want to discourage from every Kenyan is to feel helpless, feel victim, and feel like we have to put up with everything. No, we have every reason to rise up and defend what needs to be defended, reject what needs to be rejected, and move forward as a people. Francis, what is it?
So one thing that I can tell Rhoda is that change has never originated from the majority. It has always come from the minority. If you can recall, somebody like Thomas Sankara said that he told his people they are people of the upright people. That's why they call them Bukinabe. So we, the small people here, the 10 of us or 5 of us, change can originate from us. If you recall people like Malala Yousafzai, Greta Thunberg, all these people, they were able to bring change. It's not, change has never originated from many people. It is a minority, and we are the minority, and change can originate from us. Let us not give up. Let us not lose hope. We can change these things very easily. And actually, I'm telling you, if you recall Raila, the people started Raila, the journey with Raila. Today, they are not together. He's a lone man. And he's a person who has been bringing change. So let's not give up. Let's not reach at a point that we feel like we're giving up. No, 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 no. Change has always come from the minority, and we can do that one. And I believe we are the one to do it. Nobody else. Nobody else. We are the one to do it. And it is very possible.
Thank you, Francis. The truth is, evil will never prevail over good. It may look like it's prevailing, it may look like it has an upper hand, but eventually good will always prevail over evil. And so, as long as you're on the right side of history, you will go into the history books to have achieved a lot by just standing for what is right, what is just, and what is true. Everyone falling for the lies and pursuing and perpetuating the same, they will fall victim of the same too, but they will go into the archives as having contributed to the pain and suffering of many by reason of their pursuit for evil. Thank you, everyone. And I think it's night time now. My night school teachers need to be here already. Mimi muda wangu wa kung'atuka umefika, lakini nitashikilia mpaka walimu wafike. Bwana Mburu, vipi?
Yes sir, unaendelea vizuri?
Niko salama. Uko barabarani wewe?
Mimi niko barabarani na sitaki kuongea sana. Kuwasalimia tu, nikiseto nitaongea.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to road whatever. Mora, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you today? Bernard, Jonathan, Francis, Major, and Jeff. I hope all of you are doing well wherever you are. Habari ya asubuhi, habari ya jioni. I hope everyone is doing well. I am doing well. I've been in church. I just got home, so yeah, I'm just checking in with you guys and just to catch up on what's going on in this beloved channel. Yeah, just like the topic of today is Ruto is in the UK as we're talking right now. A couple of days ago, they said the only money that was left in the coffers was 93 million. Can someone tell me how much money it takes Ruto to do the trip to the UK? I'm sure it just didn't go with his wife or his wife and his bodyguard. I'm sure he went with an entourage, maybe at least at least 20, 30 people or 50 people with him. And we all know how expensive it is to live in the UK. Hotels are very expensive, and all those people have to be fed. So how much money are we talking about? And where did that money come from? If someone can answer me that from the Ruto camp, I will be very, very happy to listen. But other than that,
quickly before you proceed, it remained 93 million after we removed the 200 for celebrating the inauguration. So, because the inauguration took 200 million, so they should own up to the subtracting the 200 for inauguration before it remained 93. Thank you.
Yeah, where I live, and this is in the US, like a decent hotel room right now costs about like $200, not sterling pounds. And we all know the sterling pound is stronger than the dollar. So all those people that accompanied Ruto have to be catered for. They have to have a place to sleep. They have to be fed. They have to be transported. So all that takes money. So why are they lying to us? Why are they saying like the only money they found was $93 million? That is a lie. Unless Ruto is using his own personal money for these state functions, which he shouldn't be doing, but he is doing it anyway. So we don't know where he's getting the money. So they need to stop lying. They need to stop maligning Uhuru's name. Like he used up all the money and left them with no money. So they just used to come out and tell us the truth. And the visit to Kisumu, I really didn't see much about it. I don't know who he met. I think he went to attend a music festival. I don't know what he went to do there. But was that necessary at this point in time? We are still waiting for the 21 days to go so that we can look at what the Supreme Court decided about AZIMIO's issues, the 9 issues that they brought up to the Supreme Court. We are waiting to see all that. Why would Ruto assume that the people in Kisumu are happy with him, that he has to visit at this time? You know, he's trying to make the people be disgruntled. He's trying to make people like start maybe stoning his choppers or whatever, start doing funny things so he can say, he can have a reason why he will say, I don't want to go back to Kisumu ever again. He's playing with people's psychology, and that is not good. People are still unhappy. People that voted for Baba are still unhappy. We are not there yet. People are not at the point where they've accepted Ruto's as their president. Some people may accept it, but most people, if you ask me, have not moved on. People still are angry. I mean, whatever the Supreme Court decided, yes, they decided, but you don't put salt onto a wound that is not even healed. So this is wrong of him. And my other question is, did he even have to go to the UK? He's only been a president for 5 days, for crying out loud. He has only been a president for 5 days. There's a lot of issues going on in Kenya that he probably needed to use that money to address. I mean, if he used like, let's say maybe 200 million Kenyan shillings, how much unga could that money buy for someone that is sleeping hungry with their family? How much money, what would that do to the someone that can't have fare to go back to their families because the petrol prices were raised unnecessarily by him lifting up the subsidies? So, I mean, he just needs to be human sometimes. It's probably so hard for him to be human. We all know who Ruto is. It's hard for him to be human, but sometimes people that are close to him probably need to start talking to him. Ruto is not one person that listens to people, like to his advisors. He's a one-man show. He wants to do what he wants to do, but he's not going to be able to run this government by himself. My advice to him is He needs to listen to the people that are around him, people that will give him positive feedback. And that's why I think he's so eager for Baba to take the opposition position so that he can get checked. But even people that advise him, they need to advise him to do the right things. Going to the UK at this point, yes, the Queen has died. But going to the UK at this point, how does that add any value to the people, to the situation that going on in Kenya? I don't know. I'm just a single viewer, but I don't know what other people think. But this is a wrong time to make an international trip, and it's a wrong time to have done anything drastic like lifting the subsidies, the fuel subsidies. He should have waited a few days, test the waters. A smart leader does things slowly, test the waters, and then see how deep it's going to sink his people's opinion about his leadership. That's all I have to say right now, guys. Thanks for listening to me. Thanks. Bye.
Asante Mura kwa hayo maswali na maoni na ushauri kwa Wakenya. Interesting times. You know, the decisions taken by the current government are all shocking to most Kenyans, but we hope something good comes out of it. But if it's all for the show, then things will not be as cool as they appear. The really bone of contention here is that the claim has been that the petrol, or fuel subsidy only helps a few companies that are attached to few people. But they are not looking at how much Kenyans, how many Kenyans in terms of millions that profit from that subsidy. If there are 5 companies and they're the main distributors or contributors of the oil, and that helps every Kenyan to manage their transportation. Targeting these few families or these few companies, because by denying them subsidy, you're going to save 93 million or whichever millions. The rest of the Kenyans, when they are unable to move in good time, they will report to work late, okay? They will be sacked, they will be demotivated. Eventually, the whole performance of the entire country is going to drop. And when it drops, where are you going to get the tax that you are talking about? Where are you going to get all this? So mitigations need not to be made permanent, yes, but they also need not to be removed without a plan on how they can quickly be solved. For example, I wouldn't mind if they removed the oil subsidy, but now also removed the other taxes that are on food stuff, okay? So that the price drops without subsidy. But you are taking away this and then enforcing the other side. I don't see how that adds up. I remember during the COVID situation in the country, there are some taxes that were suspended, and that made the cost of whatever basic needs very affordable for almost a year or so, just by cutting off those taxes until they reverted back. And so if you want to do that kind of mitigation, it needs to have some way of cautioning the people. But you're telling them you're not ready, you only have 93 million, so they will wait for 3 months. 3 months they will wait for you to bring fertilizer from the high sea to the low sea, then take it to the highland to produce high maize. Kenya Kwanza mnanitisha. Unless kuna muujiza umebebwa kwa hiyo mifugo ya fertilizer. Yes. Kama hapo katikati ya fertilizer kuna hela mmeweka ndani mnatuletea, I will understand. Lakini kama ni mbolea tu manyua, hapa kuna wanasema kitanuka katanuka. Something is not adding up. Yes, Bwana Francis unasemaje?
So I was asking because today I looked at venye alikuwa amesema ametoa subsidy because they are consuming a lot of money, and when I was checking about petroleum, I realized one factor is the Ukraine war that is going on, and Kenya has no any power to mitigate that factor. The other issue as related to oil to be so expensive is about the exchange rate. You understand that dollar has been appreciating at a high rate. Then I was asking myself, now that those two factors about the Ukraine and the dollar issue is above Kenyan side, Kenya has nothing role to play on that. Kenya is not even it does not have veto power. Kenya is not even a temporary member of national security, so it has nothing to do with that. Then I'm asking myself, how will he solve it if you have said that there will be no any subsidy? Could he be thinking that things will just? Could he be thinking that the economy will go back to the natural way through equilibrium, like the Keynes, or what? What actually is he thinking? Because I looked at the solution and I found none to my case, because Ukraine war and Russia, that one we don't know. It depends with other superpowers. The issue of dollars, we have nothing that we can do about it because those in another hard currency. Ours is a very fluctuating currency. So how will it be able to solve that crisis? Somebody to make me understand, because I'm seeing at a situation whereby we are gambling with Kenyans' lives.
He said his specialist and special economic people have analyzed the situation and have prophesied to him that in the near future things will turn around. Now I'm so much not confused, so much tired listening to Deputy President today explaining his lack of knowledge. I would just say the lack of knowledge. The government works scientifically. The government does not work by hearsay, does not work by prophecy. It works by, it needs to be scientific. You know that in 2 months' time, we will be harvesting maize, okay? And this maize scientifically will last us 3 months. So after 3 months, we need to have a sufficient maize to mitigate before another harvest time arrives. The government does not do anything by guesswork if it's a viable government. Lakini metuletea hii sia uchawi ni ya maombi. Nakwambia hapa. So he says his specialists have analyzed the situation and told him that the oil situation is going to stabilize in not many days from now. And so even if they remove the subsidy, it will not, Kenyans will just suffer shortly. In 3 months, everything will have stabilized. Okay, what if it does not?
You know, hello? How will that happen? Because is there anything that he has a clear roadmap to that, or is just depending on nature?
No, he said agriculture. Agriculture will take care of it. Agriculture after the fertilizer has arrived. So we are waiting for the fertilizer. But in the meantime,
See, Francis, when they were on the campaign trail, they were blaming Uhuru. They said the prices of gas, of fuel, I mean, it's called fuel in Kenya, the prices of fuel, Uhuru was saying was like a result of the Ukraine-Russia war. But if Bernard, you can find that clip, they said no, it's not about the Ukraine war. It's because there are cartels. It's because there's so many other things that are making the prices of fuel go high, and they don't see why the subsidies are being applied, why the government is doing the subsidies for the fuel consumption. So when they came in power, the next day they lifted the subsidies and they started talking about the war in Ukraine. How quickly do things, economic things, change like that? We know economics doesn't change that quickly. So all they were saying when they were in the campaign trail, all they were doing was lie to the Kenyan people. They didn't have any facts. All they wanted was people to be on their side, people to give them votes. that they didn't really care about what Kenyan people go through. If they cared for any Kenyan person, what should have been lifted first was give subsidy to the unga millers, people that are producing unga. What is more important right now to the Kenyan, the common Kenyan, is the price of unga, actually not the price of oil. They should have left the subsidies on the fuel for a while. Otherwise, it didn't help anything by them like removing the subsidies for the fuel. It actually is angering people more. It's making people's lives more miserable. So it's actually the war in Ukraine is responsible for the price of oil everywhere going up. Even where I live, we are seeing like for the past few months, like since the war started, I think the war started in February or something like that, we've seen a lot of increases in oil. It's not just in Kenya. So while they were in the campaign trail, they turned a deaf ear to the global effects of the war in Ukraine and Russia. But once they got into office, it's now becoming a reality to them, and now they're blaming the war in Ukraine. They just need to start being honest to the people in Kenya. They just want to start saying the truth. Otherwise, if they keep on using the campaign lies, I doubt if they're gonna go far with that.
Okay, Asante. I think let me get this clip and then I'll make my comment before. Hope it's here. Here we go.
Sinema namna hiyo. Sasa badala ya watu kushughulikia mafuta, wanaanza mambo ya fitina, ati wananipangia. Sasa mnanipangia nini? Pangieni mafuta kwanza iteremuke chini.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about. When they were in the campaign trail, they said Uhuru and his government were which Dr. Ruto was part of. He was still the DP. The government knew for sure they had no control over the oil prices. But now that they're in office, it's a different story altogether. The game has changed. We just want an honest government. If you're gonna open your mouth to tell people something, can it be factual? Don't lie to us anymore. We have the internet doesn't lie. We have all these clips. We can always replay them. I can always go back to 3 years ago and see what you said. So they just need to stop lying to us and just be honest and tell us the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Mora. That's exactly what I wanted to say. They have not come from the office from outside. They have been in this office, so they know everything that has been happening. So whatever promise they gave, it was not out of ignorance. They gave deliberately knowing what they were getting themselves into. And having been in the office and knowing the current state of affairs, by the time you're asking to be in office, I believe you needed to have a plan B. That's in the old constitution. We used to have what they call shadow cabinet. Shadow cabinet is the government in waiting. You will not be having a government in waiting without a plan on how to make these things work in the shortest time possible. But right now, you get in office and the first thing for you to ask for is time. What were you doing in the 4 years of campaign, going around the country asking people to give you the mandate to lead the country? I thought you were drawing out a plan. You have a strategic plan. You have your desk that is working on how this will be dealt with. They look into the oil, whatever, the petroleum situation, look into the agriculture situation, the food security situation, so that by the time you get in office, you have all these things at your fingertips. You don't get in office and begin to look for how to sort the problem. You only begin to sort problems that find you in office, not the problem you found in office. The problem you found in office you need to come in with an answer. At least that's what I see from my end. But if you are in office now is when you begin to look for how to you're going to mitigate this and then that and then that. What was Ndi working for on all this time? What are these economists who have been dancing around former deputy president doing all this time? Walikuwa wanachukua bahasha. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ndio watu wa kujipanga, wana mpango, wako na majibu, wako na sera, wako na kila kitu. So they have just come in, plug and play. Plug and play. Hata kuna story ya kupanga, music ishakuwa arranged, when you plug alafu na play. That's what we anticipate from at least the Kenya Kwanza government. Lakini inaonekana hapa kuwa mtu tayari kabisa. Ilikuwa tu tunyakue, tukishanyakua basi. Haya, Jonathan, endelea.
Bernard wapenda kuniweka sana. Mimi niko tu na mambo mawili ama matatu important naweza kusema. Mimi nimeka hapa, there's no one who is speaking about our wisdom elders. People are just talking about the pastors, the churches, but they're not speaking about the wisdom elders. And I'm not here to disrespect our elders. I respect my elders, but there are some elders also, Bernard, who are in this, because if an elder comes, or if the elders came and just saying, let Raila goes home and retire very well. Let William Ruto runs the government because he's now in the government. He's the only God who chosen him. So what are the elders telling us now? Like the elders, they're the one who are having wisdom. They're the one who need to see the wisdom that we the youngest, even where we are not seeing. But if you can see the elders telling that, let this person go home and retire, let him let someone goes home and let this person rule because he was chosen by God. So where are we going, Bernard? And about the pastors and Christianity, about that, Bernard. Let's now the church, the people from the church, including you, Bernard, let you now tell us now what is the reality in Kenya. Let's now know the pastor meander around or beating behind the bush. Let them call a spade a spade. Let them not call a spade a spoon. Let's say when Kenya is going in the wrong sides, let them saying that Kenya is going on the wrong side. When the Kenya is going on the right path, they must tell Kenyans that Kenya is going on the right path. Let them not just beating behind the bush, or when I praise this one, I will go and I will have money and I will have this. Another thing, Bernard, what someone I have not speak about it today. Today, our deputy president was being interviewed. I think he was asked this question like 3 or 2 times. He was trying to dodge it, but finally he answered it. Someone, journalist asked him, like, are you still in this thing of 50%? He said very correctly, and I quote, yes, we are still in this because we are the one who gave him more votes than any other places. Now we are the one who needs to have the 50. Or when we are not getting 50, at least we can get the minimum. We can get 47%. So where are the others going to go, Bernard? Where are the others going to go, Bernard? I'm sure you have this clip, Bernard. You can play it and listen to it very well. If someone says that we gave him a lot of votes, we need 50%, or if it's not 50, we must get 47%. Where will others go, Bernard? And if the others came again and say, oh, we gave you votes, now we want 30, and this one comes and say, we gave you 20, we want now 20%. And where will other people, the minority or the other people go? The marginalized and the minority go, Bernard. This is it's very inanichanganya kidogo, Bernard. Mimi nasema hivi, God said, the Bible says, Mungu anasaidia yule ambaye anajisaidia. Uwezi ona tu simba inakuja wasema unainua mikono unapiga magoti unasema Mungu nisaidie, na simba anakuja kukukula. You need to run and God will give you power and the speed so that you can run, so that God can help you, Bernard.
Well, Jonathan, thank you so much for your questions. I'll begin by disabusing your claim of the Bible says. That one is not the Bible. Ni wazee walisema. Na wewe umeingilia wazee. So unaona wewe unafuatana na wazee tena unawaingilia. There is no verse in the Bible that says God helps those who help themselves. No, having said that, what I will say is in Kenyan politics especially, imekuwa maswala ya kununua. Okay? kununua to the highest bidder. And if I look like, for example, I look very more stronger if I get validation from elders. All I need to do is prepare brown envelopes, go gather some elders, they come and call press conference and tell this other person to go, just for political expedience. So we don't have that old time honor that an elder has spoken in his capacity as an elder. Most of them are guns for hire. Secondly, it is said that elders don't sit in the house when a sheep or a goat is giving birth outside. When a country is in a crisis, elders don't come to support one side to and silence the other side. Elders look for the appropriate solution to the situation. Like right now, what we have right now, if Baba goes ahead by that $1 million march to the Supreme Court, nobody can stop that. Is he able to call 1 million people on the street? He is. And history has proven it. He's able to do that. And when that happens, what will be the outcome? The tangas, the tear gas, and all that will still not stop the 1 million people. And so when we are in such a crisis, we need level-headed elders who will call their sons and say, cool it. This is what has happened. It is this and this and this. Now, what can we make out of this? But if you keep insisting that you bought this side and this side told you that, and that is what is low, and that is final, at the end of the day, when the crisis escalates, it is said that elders declare war, but it's the youth that fight. The elders will declare war, but the youth will fight. So hiyo maswala yote tusiyachukulie hivi hivi, kwa sababu the dynamics of Kenyan politics is such that you can never know who is behind who. Okay? Hata watu tunaita elders, wengine ni volunteer elders, wengine elders for hire, others were just passing. Like sangine unafika town, like you are in town, then unapigia simu, hey pastor uko wapi? Mapastors wameitwa kwa deputy president, uko sehemu gani? Nataka tuende. Okay, so even these pastors are mobilized just on phone. Okay, then they go to wherever, then they are given the envelopes if they get. So we can't even rely on them that they have been sent by God or they've been mobilized by their chairman or their stakeholders. So hii maswala ni complicated. Hatuwezi kusema kwamba wale watu wameenda huko ni wale ambao kanisa limetuma. Siku hizi kanisa hata itumi. My favorite preacher was called R.W. Shambak. He used to say that there are two categories of preachers. One, he said those who are sent, and others just went. So we have those who just went, then we have those who are sent. So kuna mambo mengi ambayo yako hapa ambayo hatuwezi conclude. But maneno ya 50%, that one you can't rule out. You can't rule out. Ukweli ni kwamba hata sababu kwa nini cabinet itakuwa named sahi, kuna standoff. Okay, kuna standoff, na hiyo standoff ndio itakuwa mwanzo wa ngoma. Saa hii haijaanza, hii ndio mwanzo tu. Mwanzo wa ngoma ndio unataka kuanza. 50% will not be compromised. Okay, and then at the end of the day, forget about, when you hear that we will not give to the opposition any seat, it means all the seats are taken. It's not that they're considering. It's not a matter of consideration. All the seats are taken and there is none left for anybody who comes from the region where they were not supported. So we are saying it's like wanasema ukienda kutembelea mzungu wakati wanakula ni tofauti na Mwafrika. Okay, wewe ukifika kwa Mwafrika compound na wameandaa chakula, unaendanga tu kunawa, unaendelea. Lakini kwa mzungu you are not in the budget, so utakaa kando, chakula yako iandaliwe baadaye. That is if you will be considered. Huwa inasemwa, sijasema mimi. Huwa inasemwa hiyo. So hawa chakula yao ishamalizwa na ishagawa na kila mtu amepata cha kwake. So tusitarajie any different thing. And this may even be worse than 2013. It's going to be worse than 2017. And that will also be part of what will cause the revolt. Because if they don't get 50%, they will go to the street. And if they get 50%, the rest of the country will also go to the street. Because they, like kuna mtu ameposti hapa akasema kama opposition haitapata kiti, okay? Bas, opposition pia isilete nini? Taxes. Kwa nini utumie tax zetu kuendeleza serikali ambayo umetutenga nayo? You get that? So this is going to be very complicated, and what is remaining now, that's why nobody should ignore Baba. You ignore Baba, utasink. It's just that way. Because Baba akisema tusilipe tax, ndio hivyo. Ndio hivyo. And then, you know, it's only that he's good-hearted. But akitaka kupunish serikali, it will not last long. Ni kusema tu no paying tax. Okay? The following day, no, hakuna kwenda job. And you know he can call for holiday. And that holiday take place. So let's hope for the best. But where we are, ni kubaya. Ni kubaya. Na tuko na watu wawili ambao vichwa ngumu. Okay? Dereva na conductor. Wote vichwa ngumu. So wakiamua gari inapita baharini, hakuna mtu anaweza kusimama. Kuna story ya mzee mmoja alikuwa stubborn ambaye ambiliwangi chochote. So na alikuwa na mti mrefu kwa compound. Akaamka asubuhi, akakaa kwa branch na akaanza kukata hiyo branch. Amekaa huku na anaikata. So mke akatoka ambia, "Hey, najua wewe usikiangi mtu yeyote, please utaanguka chini." Asema, "Kwenda huko, foolish woman. Who invited you to contribute on this?" Mke akaona huyu mtu ataanguka chini akufe. Akalia, akapaza sauti, majirani wakatoka. Asema, "Please, tunajua kutusikizake, lakini mimi unafanya ni wewe utaanguka." Ambia, "Foolish people, go back to your house, mind your own business." Akaendelea kukata. Branch ikaanguka pia na chini pap. So we have two stubborn people that want to go anywhere they have decided to go, and they will not listen to anybody. So even your story elders, hakuna elders, they can call them back, okay? Like Kibaki, when the stakes are very high, Kibaki will be called back even by Lucy, okay? Akimwambia hapa wacha, anawacha. Lakini saa hii nani ataambia mtu awache na alafu awache? We are in a very precarious situation. All in all, okay. Jonathan, I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have.
So let's pray and hope for the best, lakini hakukai vizuri na lazima tujitahidi. Nani huyo? Irene Kerubo, mind your language, please. Don't use bad language here. This channel is civil, and we want everything civil here. Tafadhali, kama uko na shida na mtu, kamuone. Biblia inasema ndugu yako akikosea enda kamuone. Okay? Akikataa kusikiliza, chukua ndugu yako mwingine muende muone. Akikataa kuuliza, basi enda uambie viongozi wa kanisa waende kumuona. So there is a process into it. Don't vent your anger here. I hope Jeff umefika.
Nipe dakika 5.
Okay, sawa, no problem. When you are ready, just let us know. All right, so let's.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Tembei TV, bold and true. Tembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you everyone. Kama kuna mtu na hoja ya kusema aseme sai.
No. So actually I was asking because all signs are showing very clearly that things are not working right or things are not okay. What should we do? You know, if this country collapses, you know how much effect will it cause, because it's the largest economy in East and Central of Africa. And a matter of fact, again, we are the citizen here, we are a majority of us. What can we do? I was thinking if it's possible and if somebody could hear me, Raila should form a government of under the 6 region that voted for him, so that we can channel our own way, we can channel our own thing, so that the governors can be able to channel their own way. Because you know, sitting down and waiting such things to happen, knowing very clearly they cannot work out, I think even us sometime we will be so lenient to that man, because everything are showing clearly things are not working out and they're gonna not work. Because today I just checked whatever he was saying. You know, I'm not a man of quick to criticize, but to follow and get the right data. Nimeangalia mastori ya petroli kutoa subsidy, and I can tell you he has no any policy to bring the petrol down. The only thing he has is that we call hope. We hope that things might work. What if they don't work? What will happen? Will you lose our country because of hope? Then when you look on the issue of maize, he hoped that the fertilizer will provide water, seedling, labor, and other things. What if it will not be able to? What will happen? You know, I did accounting as a profession, and one of the things that I was taught by my lecturer is whenever you don't know the outcome, ensure you expect the worst and you prepare for the worst. So whenever you don't know the outcome of the thing, prepare for the worst, so that even if the good comes, you're already prepared to tackle the bad side of it. But here it seems that we are prepared to receive the good side. We are not prepared in the good side. It's like it's like saying we shall not guard our borders because Al Shabaab will not cross. Then the question is, what if they cross? What will you do? Anyway, what can we do? Because any suggestion, what can we do? Because to me, nafikanga mahali hata na feel like I want even to change citizenship, because nikikaa hapa you know, I will be blamed. You seated down, you saw the country going in the wrong direction. How did you help? Eh? You know, these things are happening, you are seeing them, they're not working out. Yani zengine nafika mahali mpaka hata siwezi angalia taarifa, na feel like I'm not a Kenyan, because policies are not working out, things are not there. You know, hata tukiambua subsidy natolewa na tupe a clear roadmap, tungesema ni sawa, tuvumilie miezi 3, after 3 months things will be okay. But here ni vumilieni, things will just reset themselves naturally. Even in the Keynesian said in economics kwamba if we allow the economy to go back to equilibrium on its own, at the end all of us will be dead. Economy need what you call intervention, either fiscal policies or monetary policies. So I don't know, maybe you give suggestion on how we can do some sort kind.
Thank you, thank you. Your concern is everybody's concern at this point in time, at least the Kenyans of goodwill. Your suggestion of AZIMIO regions forming their own government, it is the last resort. That one, even its imagination alone, makes this one to collapse by the following day. Because remember, the majority of the country is blue, okay? The minority is yellow from all the map and all indications, okay? So as much as the so-called whatever investors and main drivers of the economy come from that minority yellow section, their consumers are from the blue. So when the blue withhold their consumption or their market from them, they will not be able to consume all their production. So their production will go to waste, and what happens? The economy will collapse. And probably this other one will have picked up because they will be able to do that. But I don't think Baba is intends to do that. He would have done that, and majority of Kenyans would support that, especially the disgruntled ones. But sioni kukienda hiyo direction because of his international status na hiyo masuala mengine yote. Cha muhimu hapa ni kuokoa jahazi, lakini kuokoa jahazi kunahitaji mtu kufanya nini? Kuhitaji huo msaada. I'm told when you are lifesaver at the swimming pool, mtu akianza kuzama na umfuate, mtazama pamoja. So unangoja azame kwanza, count 1 2 then 3. When he has finished saving himself, that's when you go and carry him to safety and get water out of him. So sahi, if there is any intervention from anywhere, the Kenya Kwanza government will say no, we know what we are doing, we know where we are coming from. Wacha wafikie mahali ambapo watatuma nisha. If you're here 2002, the NAC government took over from Moi, promising heaven, and they were ready to show Moi how governance is done. I remember Kiraitu telling President Moi, achukue fimbo aende kuchunga kondoo, tumuonyeshe vile serikali inaendelezwa. Okay? But 3 months down the road, things were not moving. The instability of the government was too much. The same people who had said they would never talk to Moi about anything, they're the ones who sent for consultation on Moi. How do we hold this thing together? So you can look at things and think that it's easy to govern and lead the country until you are left with that responsibility. In my opinion, everybody's opinion is required, and consolidated wisdom from different people who have served, especially practically in government, are very vital. Like right now, somebody like Mutua was government spokesman during Kibaki's government, is a resource person that needs to be consulted. There is Franklin Bate, okay, State House controller, needs to be consulted. You cannot be, putting up people like Murkomen, Sudi, and those ones as your consultants. You're bound to fall. Get experienced people. Whenever there is a crisis, they call back retired police officers and retired even pilots. Okay? The retired ones know how to handle the storm. But wewe unataka kutumia .com on everything. Mtazama nao wote. Okay, now, hey, this is my night school teachers. Naonekana watanichelewesha hapa leo. All the same. Bwana Jeff, naona umetulia. Hebu mchango wako tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard. Kwanza nashukuru kwa sababu ya nafasi hii. Jana tulikuwa hapa na tulikesha. Yesterday I followed. This week I was not working. I had taken a break, so I am using this platform also to kill boredom to some extent. First of all, I would like to say that all of us, we understand that the elections or the political season is over, and we have a government in place. And I think now, because we know the process has already taken place and the government has been confirmed, the wish and the desire of every Kenyan should be that the government that we have succeeds. Because if the government of William Ruto does not succeed, or if they lose focus, we all lose focus. If they don't succeed, we all fail as a nation. So it is not one part of the country that is going to fail. It is not a certain tribe. It is the nation of Kenya that you have failed. The essence of having a government is for organization, is for direction, is for leadership and development of the country. And unless we change the system, sometimes I see, I try to look at how we as Kenyans behave during the political season, and immediately after the political season, I see how much we disorganize the country, how much hatred and emotions rise in our country. It is not a good thing. It is not a good thing for even the future generations, because when there are such things, what happens, development does not take place. The growth of the country is affected. And one thing I would like to say in this platform is that time will come when we will have to change, because I think now we are more than 50 years old from the time when we got our independence. And we have tried many things to see how we can govern our country. And it seems the system of the rule of the majority is not working very well to us as a nation. When I was listening to people yesterday and today, I feel people who have a lot of attachment to their leaders. We have great attachment to those that we support. That is why sometimes we even become so emotional, because we have attached our minds, our souls, and our hearts to our leaders. So when the one I'm supporting does not succeed, I feel crushed. And it's because of the foundation of our country. It became so much tribal. We cannot even be compared with our neighboring countries like Uganda. I have lived in Uganda for quite a long time. I stayed in Uganda for 6 years. They don't talk about their tribes. There are so many tribes also. I have been to Tanzania. They don't talk much about their tribes. They see each other as the members or the citizens of those countries. So the change of the constitution is inevitable. And I want to bring back the issue of the BBI, because all things you see, I want to tell you for sure, even if it was William Samoei Ruto who lost, it would be very hard for him to accept. Because the margin, and I would like also to praise Baba, the margin between William Ruto and Raila Odinga was very small, was very, very, very small. So we cannot say that Baba lost. He is controlling half of the nation. Ruto is controlling half. We are divided in half. And it is, but I can also say we are moving in the right direction. If you have watched before, we have been having so many parties. But right now we had only 2 major parties, AZIMIO or the coalitions, and AZIMIO and the Kenya Kwanza. I would like Kenyans to know that we have not lost everything. We are moving, we are still moving in the right direction. If you compare Kenya with nations like the Western countries, A country like the UK, they have been in existence. The structures of government have been in existence in as far as 16th century. They already had the parliament. They already had their counties. They already had the structures of the government. But for us, just the other day we got independence. And already now we have two major formations in our country. We are still moving in the right direction. But I think the idea was BBI, and this is what I said last time when I was here, is very inevitable in our country. And the BBI was good if it was focusing on the things that Kenyans needed. It would have helped. Because we must think of, we have tried to fight this thing of people seeing themselves in terms of where I was born and the tribe I come from. That is what is dragging Kenya behind. Because if I am a Kikuyu, I want to know where are my Kikuyu leaders. If you are a Luo, you want to know who are going to represent me as a Luo. And that is what is ailing our nation. But it's also good for us if only we can know how do we make this problem that comes during election. If the BBI was focusing on solving that one issue that causes our nation to have differences, to have conflicts and fights, Kenya will be a better place. The only problem is that they added so many other things that it became crowded with so many other things that were not necessary. And it caused a lot of divisions than bringing people together. So the other thing,
one moment, Jeff, before you go. So you are saying that the problem of Kenya is being Kikuyu and being Luo?
No. That's the problem is the perception that I must be represented by somebody from my tribe. Because we define ourselves.
Jeff, with all due respect,
listen to me.
Ngoja kwanza unisikilize tafadhali, nitakupatia muda wa kuendelea. Okay?
Okay.
Nataka tuelewane hapa. Sisi tumefanya mtihani hapa Kenya. Tumefanya huu mtihani tukiletewa karatasi, hakuna karatasi ya Wakikuyu, ya Wajaluo na Waluya. Tunafanyanga NEC exam, Kenya National Examination Council. They give us KCPE or KCSE, and it's marked, and the results are brought. Do we fight over that?
No,
we don't. And even on in the index number and the rest of the names, they indicate where we have come from, and the invigilators don't have to come from our party or whatever our tribe. We just submit the papers go get marked, and we get our grading, and we accept the results. So if you want to receipt, you receipt. What we are dealing with here is an unjust system that ensures that certain communities cannot ascend to power simply because they are those communities. It's not the perception of Kenyans. Let's not divert from the truth to push a narrative that we know is not true. If we went for elections and the elections were conducted in a way that is transparent, credible, verifiable, the way we do our KCP exam or KCSE exam, and then the body that is charged with the responsibility discharge their responsibility in a transparent manner, nobody's going to fight, because we go for competition either to win or to lose. But when it is conducted in a suspicious manner and justice is not done or is not seen to be done, you cannot turn that to be a tribal issue. So let's be clear on this. So we fight over elections because the way elections are conducted is wrong. It is not the suspicion, it's not the perception. It is the way the elections are conducted is wrong. And then now we had one hope at the Supreme Court. And now it seems even the Supreme Court doesn't want to see whatever that transpired. They want to see whatever they want to see. Now, with that, we are causing trouble. We may blame tribalism, we may blame Luo and Luya forever, but the truth will still find us. If we have never fought over KCB results and KCSE results, there is a reason why we fight over IEBC results. And it's not our tribe. It is not our turn to be rulers. It has everything to do with when we go for competition, we already have a winner, and that winner has to win by hook or crook. And even if another person wins, we will overturn it because he's not from the region that produces leaders. Hiyo ndio shida ya Kenya. Tusidanganyane hapa.
So, Bernard, let me finish. If only you can allow me finish my submission without interjecting. Then after that, you can respond to that. I think that would be very very important. I want to disagree with you that the only problem why Kenyans have problems and differences and emotions. And sometimes we result even to some tendencies of hooliganism is just about how the elections were conducted. Because even some of the problems that we witnessed, and everybody was watching these, some of the people who are saying it was not conducted in the right way, they are the ones who are also interfering with the process. And everybody saw that. And also, we need also to know it is good not to have a double speak or applying double standards when it comes to analyzing the performance of our institutions. When the same judiciary ruled on the favor of Raila Odinga, the team of Raila Odinga praised the judiciary. They said that the Supreme Court is performing its duties according to the Constitution, and they praised them so much when they ruled that the election was not credible. But now, because the same judiciary has ruled in the favor of another person, now we demonize them. We call them names. We say they have not done justice. But when you took the case, you knew very well they might rule on your favor or against you. Let me tell you, Bernard, I may not have the law background, but to some extent, I have interacted with law basing on my background. I followed the evidence that was put down on the Supreme Court. And the evidence that they were giving to any international standard, it lacked merit. I can tell you for sure. I listened to the submissions, and especially in the Supreme Court, which is the final court of the nation. You can imagine where people take, and this is what pissed off the judges, people trying to forge documents and arguing as if those documents are authentic. I can tell you for sure the judges were very neutral. But the moment you start tabling documents that the other side is able to say, this document does not belong to us, see these features, the security features that we have put there, this is not our document. It's not the IEBC document. When you present, especially in a nation, a serious country like America, the moment you present a forged document in the court of law, it's such a great offense. The other mistake that the people who were representing Raila, let me finish.
I think we are reopening what is unnecessary, okay?
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Because then you are starting a debate that is not here. You are starting a debate that is not here.
It's because you have talked about that institution.
On the surface is the law, where the law is expressed, it needs no interpretation.
Where was the law expressed?
The law is expressed, it needs no interpretation. The law requires that before an election is called, all the results from all the 200 and whatever constituency must be announced. You went to call an election before you announced 27 constituency. Okay, simple. That one was not forged. That did not need any documentation. It was acknowledged by the chairman, acknowledged by the other commissioners, and the CEO as well. That did that need a written document and affidavit to prove that you did not announce 27 constituencies?
Okay, listen to me, Demba.
That is just one. Okay, so don't hold
what
brief
is
for
the,
the judges.
what is the other?
We are waiting for the judges to give us. Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. We are waiting for the judges to give us their reasons. But whatever ruling they gave it without reason. They gave it without legal language. They gave it without any form of justification. My mother, who is 88 years old, 88 years old, looked at the whole thing, listened to the whole thing, and said, these people have gotten this from elsewhere. It was not from the hearing. So please, let's don't carry Kenyans to be, to be that naive. You can hold brief for UDA as long as you want.
No. I would like to inform you something.
Look here, the elections, the way it was conducted, it was not transparent. It was not verifiable. Even the mathematics was not adding up. The 50 plus 1 was not accurate. The document you're telling us that if you have a forged certificate, okay, and NEC has taken you to court, that the certificate you have, or you are challenging NEC to that your certificate you have is genuine, and then they want to deny that certificate, and that they want to verify whether it's right or wrong. How are you going to get justice from that?
Are you going to allow me finish the submissions?
Another party to confirm.
Because now you are talking.
So
Bernard, tafadhali. Unajua katika debate.
Please, Bwana Jeff, I don't want to argue with you.
Katika debate lazima unavumilia kusikiza watu wengine. And that's
hey,
where you become.
Hey, Mr. Jeff.
You are opening a debate that you are not even ready to prosecute.
Mr. Okay? Jeff, can I ask you?
Yes.
You're only here to justify the illegality that was committed.
You are still emotional. Don't be emotional. Listening to me will not change anything from you.
Jeff, can I ask you a question,
Jeff,
please?
I'm telling you, if you are here to ratify what is wrong, we will not support you on the same. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Jeff?
Yes, please.
You know, I don't care right now if I'm supporting UDA or I'm supporting AZIMIO. AZIMIO took some 9 issues to court.
Yes.
Are you telling me, like the Supreme Court judges, they did not find no illegalities, no irregularities with all the 9 issues? Like, they did not find any fault anywhere, even with the fake polling stations. They didn't find anything wrong?
Was there any polling station that was presented that was a fake polling station in the submission? Because I never had that. There was no fake polling station. Those were just the propagandas that were being shouted out there. But in the court, there was nothing like that. There was nothing that was presented that we can say beyond reasonable doubt the presidential election was supposed to be cancelled. I didn't see that. The other mistake I wanted to say, and we need to be tolerant because I have no problem. I have no problem with anyone. The other mistake, when you say that I am doubting this polling station and this polling, they cited like 45 of them. They said, we want the server to be opened. And also, we want to count again physically 45, I think, stations. The judges thought, if we allow these people to go and scrutinize again. Maybe there is something they know that happened that was fishy. They were given all the ballot boxes. They counted one by one and they tallied. So before you say, I am doubting what is in this place, at least you should have a clue. What do I want? What am I looking at? What will be the outcome?
So
If
Jeff,
Vemba,
how many of the servers were opened?
If Bernard, you were the judge, now, because I would like us.
That's you, since you are the one speaking for IEBC,
I am
and
not
their
talking.
compliance with the
No.
order. Tell us,
assuming,
when did IEBC open the server?
Assuming there is only one main server, the others are substitutes, and all those, they said there are 8 servers. No. And this Mahad,
I'm asking, did IEBC comply with the court order to open the servers?
It complied, and the registrars wrote in the report that they requested for the server. Yes.
Fanya hivi, Bwana Jeff, inaonekana unarudisha nyuma.
Can you no. No.
We are not going back there.
Bernard,
we have left there. We are looking at the
registrar gave the report.
Bwana Jeff, mimi sitaki tukosana na wewe tafadhali.
Hakuna shida ya kukosana.
We already left the Supreme Court. We are
tumekosana mara nyingi hapa.
I think I'm patient, but not to that degree. So let's just move on, or we end the show. The stories that are carried about in the pretext of justifying what is unjustifiable is unforgivable. But adjusters, you can go wherever you want to go. Okay, you don't have to be on this show, and you don't have to listen to what we are saying. If you think that we will buy into whatever you want to bring us without us questioning, that will not work. Okay, we are not dumb like you. Okay, so achana na sisi tafadhali. Go and do your clever show wherever you want to do it. But I will not sit here and watch somebody justify what is unjustifiable. We are waiting for the judges to give us reasons why they ruled the case the way they ruled it. It's quite up when you spokesman was Supreme Court. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Ms. Mora, you were saying?
Oh my God, I almost went out of breath with that Jeff. He is just going on and on. He doesn't want to listen. I mean, in a debate, you just have to listen to what someone else is saying, other than just go on and on and on about what is in what has been ingrained in your brain. We just can't argue things like that. It's just sad. I mean, like, I even tried to reason with him. I told him, okay, right now I'm not standing for UDA or AZIMIO. Like, out of the 9 issues that AZIMIO had, and AZIMIO was the petitioner, they took stuff to court. Like, the judges did not find any fault. Like, everything was perfect. You know, if they found like 2 things wrong or 1 thing wrong, they could have said, okay, we found this. Maybe there were 1 or 2 polling stations that we couldn't identify, but that is not enough to nullify the election. They didn't even tell us that. All they said was hot hair, wild goose chase, you know, some language that shouldn't even be used in court. I was very, very disappointed with the judgment. Whether it was legit or not, the judgment was not done right. That's what I can say. And for Jeff to come here, and we were waiting for him to drive and get home so we can hear what he has to say. And then when he opened his mouth, it was all propaganda, like we've been hearing day in, day out from these people. It's just so disappointing. I'm just so sorry, but he has it all wrong. He has his stand, but you have to argue your points with reason. I don't know if I'm saying it right. You don't just come here and want to impress on people what you want them to hear from you, and you don't want to be corrected. That is not how to do a debate. That's what I can say right now.
Okay, thank you. People like Jeff, they just want to remain in a place where I think he's behaving like a UDA blogger, and he has to serve his masters. There is I already gave a ruling. We are past the Supreme Court. We are now having the Kenya Kwanza government, and our duty is to see how is the Kenya Kwanza government going to fulfill their promises to Kenyans. And we are already seeing signals that they are not ready to do what is required. They seem to be planless. They seem to be, now chasing the wild goose. They are the ones chasing the wild goose right now. And then somebody comes here, he wants to take us back to the Supreme Court to tell us how the ruling in the Supreme Court, there was no evidence. You don't have a background in the law. In this, wherever, this case, we have old-time seasoned brains like those of one James Orengo, okay? All these people have lived all their life. Over 30 years, they have been in the courtroom. Now you want to teach them what is evidence and what is not evidence. These Kenyans who declare themselves experts of matters that they're yet to know, we will not take that. Let's wait. 21 days will be over. The judges will come and unravel what the reason why they ruled the case the way they ruled. But right now, I am sure they are having a headache. They are having a headache to try and justify their hot air and their wild goose chase. We want to wait for that part of the law. And failure to that, we are in the East African Court of Justice. And I'm sure this thing is going to be expunged from any reference of any law anywhere, because nobody in the Supreme Court is not the district magistrate court. And election petition is not a criminal case where you have to prove beyond shadow of doubt. Simple questions were asked. The form is colored, okay? I scan it, then send it. It's colored when I'm sending. When it arrives, it is not JPEG, it's now a PDF, okay? And when it arrives, it's now black and white. Now, you want to tell me that all these changes took place on the form? They did not raise any eyebrows from the judges that you can send a colored photograph, and when it arrives, it is not just black and white, it has now turned into PDF. Tafadhali, msituite wajinga tafadhali. Tulienda shule lakini mnaweza kuwa mmeenda shule kutuliko, but there are things that are obvious. The layman can tell huyu mtu anaongea ukweli, huyu anadanganya. Lakini we will not provide our platform for lies. We would rather close the show and go and sleep. Is better than for you to use this platform to perpetuate your twisted lies.
Yeah, Bernard, as much as we want to listen to everybody, it's just so hard to listen to someone like Mburu. It's just blows your mind off. It's hard. He's not justifying what he's saying. He just goes on and on and on. He doesn't want to give time for anyone to ask a question. He'll tell you, oh, no, stop until I finish. Then you'll ask me. No, if you're saying something wrong, then be gentleman enough and let someone correct you, and then you can continue. But it's so hard. I found it so hard to listen to him. I'm sorry to say that, but it's just not easy to listen to someone like Jeff Mburu.
Sawa, asante. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. Tumlete bwana Leo. Leo vipi?
Asante Bernard and Mora, nashukuru. Najua nilikuwa nasikiza from the backstage. I saw a gentleman becoming weirdly like I don't know if it's a goose we are chasing here. Apparently, Mr. Bernard, you did a very good thing. It doesn't deserve to be in the program, because later on, those people don't catch up on this program, they will come and listen. You know, it's a program that educates a lot of people. We get some information which is valid, and some which we can actually rethink about it. So when somebody comes over to this program and just give, it's even actually just going beyond of what is expectation of this program, because this program now is international. And a lot of people, intellectuals actually, they come here to have their views, and a lot of people they just they are gaining more knowledge from this program, which we embrace a lot. So far as what you did, it's okay, and we support you 100%. We don't want to see some hooligans coming over to this program. This prominent program, let's we embrace it, and we support you 100%. In terms of what has happened with the judgment, it was August. We don't even want to talk about it. And I've said like 2-3 times, Mother Koome just spoiled the race for the ladies, because we had already reached the point now the ladies to rule the country. Do you know now, a lot of people are just thinking, if this is how the judgment will be made by ruling ladies, how are we going to expect when they are the president? You know, these ladies, she killed the speed of our, because, you know, if you can see, in Kenya, we had already given ladies to rule. In Kenya, we had already given ladies to rule. I don't know what this lady did, but hopefully when she's gonna read the judgment, she might say sorry. We need to just only here say sorry, because we know, as you said, Mr. Bernard, we have intellectuals, lawyers with a lot of integrity, to whom we respect. They have already said, they have already told us that this thing is not correct. We are not, we cannot even raise the reticent towards this one. So we understand that these things were not raised properly. So so far as it's concerned, the judgment was wrong. We can say from our end here, Matembe TV, it's null and void. So the thing is, let's we wait, as you said, the international community is watching. You know, it's based on how we're going to handle it. But for us, we say those people who have already decided and moved on, it's good. It's good, and it's based on the principles of an individual who wants to progress. And when you look at the analogy on how these guys, they just are handling issues, even the guys who are coming on this platform to argue that everything was okay, they might not be understanding the history. They don't have history on their side. Others will say that maybe they have a ESA. They're just going by the information they are getting, maybe on the crowds, people just on the street, just picking some information. But if you are a person who have come through the process of all these regimes that have come through, you will understand that we have come a long way. We are building institutions that we should not even destroy the way we are destroying it now. You know, we just like the democracy that we've yearned for years and years has scrambled, has totally scrambled. I was perturbed the other day when I heard the president say that he will do whatever he can to make sure that no matter who's going to be the majority leader, but they will take it by force. So that means we should not even talk that we have a democracy in our country, no, and henceforth. It means that we are now cocooned into one party, and we're going to be ruled by the guys who are going to use their own ways of ruling. So it's upon us now to start praying a lot. At least we see if we can be able to get the leeway. Otherwise, things aren't good for us. Unless we wish the president to travel out of the country, we don't want to wish anyone bad. We wish him well, and but our country, it's now in a limbo. And we need people to start thinking. People start talking. Remember when we started coming up with the new constitution, we had a public forum. People need to speak. Even if somebody speaks, whatever, let the people speak and let the people give views. That is why we embrace, and that's why we salute them say Raila Odinga. He has done a lot, and is our epitome, is our man who has championed a lot of things. And if we are not gonna start talking now, things aren't gonna be okay for us. No matter how we smile today, those who are thinking that maybe they are on the right side, we are buying the bread the same price. Fuel, we are lining up with the same queue. Everything we are doing the same. So they are not gonna say that they're gonna be happy than us. So the thing is either we decide to do the right thing or we do the wrong thing. As for me, Mr. Bernard, I say thank you for allowing us to suggest and discuss here. And we will jump in, or wherever we see somebody is trying to come to push you out, we will try as much as we can to protect you. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Asante bwana, leo tutashukuru na tutaendelea kwa pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanajua ukweli. Ni kitu cha muhimu kusema ukweli na kusimamia ukweli. Hakuna haja ya kudanganya watu wazima. Kuna haja ya kudanganya watu wazima, na kama mambo yameharibika na ukakwepa nayo, usijaribu kufanya hiyo ikuwe sheria. Okay? You can cheat in an exam and pass the exam and probably get away with it, but you don't turn that into the law. You escaped like a bird from the snare, but that is only one happening on one person in one way. It doesn't now become the norm. Okay, you can buy presidents or buy an election seat or bribe your way, but you can't legitimize that and make it the right way that everybody needs to walk in the same way. So ni lazima tukubali kama tumekosea, alafu tufanye nini? Turekebishe makosa yetu. Lakini tukiendelea hivi kama inji, at somebody gets something the wrong way, then we will look for how to justify that. We are going to justify everything. We're going to justify everything. And in the long run, there will be no more law to govern us. Because the more we destroy, like for example, we want to go for a democratic process, but we don't want to subject ourselves to the outcome of the democratic process. We want to manipulate it so that it gives us a definite outcome. Then that ceases to be the democratic process. It's like going to plant maize, okay? And you want to harvest beans. And then we all went to the farm, we planted maize. We saw you planting maize, okay? But you come at night and pull out the maize and plant beans, okay? To prove a point that the maize you planted must come out as what? As beans. So people did not see you removing the maize and putting back the beans. Then we wake up in the morning, your farm has produced beans and there is no maize. You say, you see, my maize always produces what? Beans. And now from today, we can plant maize seed and we still germinate beans. Now, how possible is that? That's exactly what we're doing with our democracy. We want to make an election, call an election, expend money on printing papers and conducting an election, and we still don't want the result of the election. We want to enter inside there and change the seed, the maize with the beans, and beans with the maize with the beans, the maize with the, so that we have a definite outcome. That is not how to build a democracy in any given country. We shouldn't go for competition if we don't want to compete according to rules. We shouldn't join athletics if we don't want to run the race according to the rules. But if you want to adjust rules every time so that they suit you, then you're not part and parcel of the democratic process. Now, right now, as a country, we are doing very poorly as far as our democracy is concerned. Why? 2017, there are people who went to the booth, voted for, but they lost. The people we never voted for won. How they won, only God knows. We were doing this analysis on this channel, how it was surprising, especially in Kisi, okay, that The president's vote are equivalent to the women rep, the equivalent to the governor, okay? But they are not reflected on the member of parliament. They are not reflected on the county representative. How is that possible? And then all that happens by this surprised faranga za computer MPs. Kama tunataka kuwa democratic country, let's subject ourselves to the democratic process. And the father of democracy in this country is known, is one. You need to respect him. Hata kama umpendi. Why? He has proven that he believes in the process. He wants the process to deliver the results. He doesn't want to manipulate the process. The people who have never paid any price for democracy, they're the ones abusing it because they don't know how much it has costed for it to come where it has come. And that's why we are disappointed by the Supreme Court in their judgment, because they are messing up our democracy that we got after a high price. They seem not to understand how far we have come, especially of all the people. The courts need to be grateful that they are able to make a ruling without anybody interfering. It wasn't that case. That was not the case. In the past, in the old constitution, every judge alikuwa anakaa na simu kwa meza. Inalia, orders from above, huyu afungwe. Orders from above, huyu aachiliwe. Huyu afungwe, huyu aachiliwe. By the time we were having a crisis in 2007, nobody wanted to go to court. What Mother Koome and team have done right now, they have taken us back to 2007, where nobody will want to go to court. Kila mtu atataka kuamulia kesi yake nyumbani. Is that how to build a democracy? No. So let's scrutinize things properly. And for the Supreme Court, they needed to go and check what Supreme Court do. They went to the Supreme Court and behaved like district magistrate court. District magistrate court is the one that goes for those little details you are asking for. Supreme Court presides over a national matter, nationally. Not hii maneno atu mulisema nini. I'm not a judge, I'm not a lawyer, but I know how to judge matters. So watu wote wa Wheelbarrow, asante sana kwa kutupatia serikali ya Wheelbarrow, na tumeelewa kwamba Wheelbarrow haiwezi kufanya kazi bila kusukumwa. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wamekubali kuwasukuma mpaka mfanye kazi. Tunataka pesa yetu. Pesa ya vijana, pesa ya wamama, pesa mfukoni, pesa ya kila kitu. Story ya kutuambia mlipata 93, amukutuambia mnaenda kupata pesa. Mlituambia mtatuletea pesa. Kwa hivyo sisi tunadai pesa. Na tumewapatia siku ngapi? Rais ametoka. Akirudi tu airport tunamkuta. Tunataka hela yetu. Maneno ya 93 million hatutaki kujua. Sisi kile tunataka ni pesa ile mlituahidi. Na tunataka counties ziendelee kama kawaida, mishahara zilipwe kama kawaida. Kama mnasema government imekuwa broke na Uhuru amelipa mishahara ya nurses, ya doctors, ya county government all the 5 years with 93 million. Kenda kamuulize miujiza inafanyikangaje. 93 million inalipa county zote, inalipa governor wote, ma MP wote na kila mfanyikazi. La sivyo, tokeni jikoni tutafute mpishi mwingine. Asante. Yes, bwana Leo.
Thanks Mr. Bernard. Mwalimu asante. Jambo mzee. Sasa honestly, Mr. Bernard, we have accepted to push the wheelbarrow, and this guy means actually business. You know, he said he will bring a wheelbarrow for us to be able to work on. So he has made sure that the fuel has increased beyond repair. So Mr. Mariba, thank you for coming on. So we are ready to push the wheelbarrow. And actually, I'm even thinking, if he will not be able to bring an electric car, I'm gonna change my car to a catapult so that it can look like a wheelbarrow. Because at the end of the day, that is the approach. That's what you wanted us to be. And to be precise, we are really sorry for what is happening, but that's the reality. And if you can see on how he has approached on because people are not gonna eat, so he wants quite a number of them to die, so that he can rule a few. Thank you, Mr. Mariba, and then keep pushing him. We need more trouble from him. Otherwise, that is mujiza. You know, sometimes when you have prayer for people, and if they pray that way, that we suffer, so before we reap, it's okay. We are ready for that. But as you said, Mr. Bernard, we need our money now. Now I'm the hustler number one. I'm gonna demand that money. Mr. Mariba, you'll be number two behind me. So I'll be in the line seeking that money, and I'll demand with the highest order that whatever he promised in the campaign trail has to be delivered.
Okay, so before I bring Duke, let me respond to MO. Where is Mama Selina? Mama Selina is fine. She was here yesterday, I think so. But she's busy at her workplace, so she's not available as often as you would want her to be on the show. But she has been here, I think, twice this week or so. I've also been away. Unajua saa ingine nyu watu especially wakina Duke wanafanya kufanya hii show inakuwa kero. Kwa sababu mimi I can reason even for 24 hours. If you want us to exchange and reason together, I can do that. But if you want to block me from thinking, or you want me to accept what is wrong, I will not. So it makes it very difficult. So saa ingine nachagua kuchukua break to go and freshen up and get my mind thinking straight. Reasoning with people like Jeff, au mimi sioni kama naweza toboa, because it's better to go and sleep. You gain more than listening to somebody who knows this is wrong and he insists it is right and he wants it to be taken as right. No, hakuna haja. So naomba tukimleta Bwana Duke. Bwana Duke, I thought you had power to run the show. What happened? Umekuja kama mpita njia pia?
I think I changed the device, so I don't think what happened. You don't have the. Can you configure that from your side?
Are conspiring to keep me here longer than usual. I was to leave here by 2. It is now 16 minutes after 4 a.m. Now niwache niende kwa group, but continue making submission. Let me find Makiadi.
I want to start responding from what you have said, that immediately Ruto comes back to Kenya, we are going to demand our money. We are going to demand APCD. So I'm disagreeing with you in 2 ways. One, you are using we. So you and who? You see, that statement is not right when you are giving an opinion or you are speaking as a person and you try to give a statement as if you are carrying the mind of millions of people. People, even your wife and kids, their opinions and what is in their mind and what they like or what they hate, it's extremely very different. So it's good to give individual opinions, number one. Number two, it's true that Ruto made a lot of promises. Many promises. He made many promises, and I actually read all the manifestos, both of AZIMIO and that one of Kenya Kwanza. However, he did not specify that even those 100 days most of you are propagating for or are trying to wait for something. If I ask you to table facts of the specific items, specific which is said within 100 days, I will do APCD with evidence. Of course, he promised it men, but I don't have a fact check or first-hand information where he specified specific promises within 100 days. Specific, personally.
Mr. Duke, you remember Gachagua telling us that don't count until we are sworn in, you count 100 days? Did you listen about that?
My question is about the specifics of those 100 days.
Unga ya shilingi 70, okay? Kushuka kwa bei ya mafuta. Sawa sawa. How specific can I get? Okay?
Yes,
Yani.
Yes, he promised that, but I'm yet to get first-hand information or evidence where he's stating within 100 days bei ya unga itarudi chini.
So Bwana Duke pia unataka kusema hatuna evidence. We should produce evidence.
Actually, there is no, yes.
That he said in 100 days.
Yes. Actually, they were never specific. That's very true. To a large extent, they were not extremely specific on specific promises within 100 days. But all those promises are...
Mr. Duke, so you agree that there was a promise, but there was no specifics, right?
Yes, in the context of the time of delivering that promise.
Now, if somebody promises you something, especially when you have an angry child, you promise that I'm gonna just relax a little bit, I'm gonna prepare food, I bring food. Does it specify exactly what time you're gonna prepare the food and bring it? Or you have to bring food?
Yes, you have to bring food, but that does not mean that you have to demand that food within a second or within 1 minute. There must be reasonable time which is sufficient and enough for the food to be properly cooked. Or even something you are buying, there must be enough time for you to go to the shop and come back.
Yes, sir. So how long do you think it will be?
Even me, I can't tell. So we need that from the president himself. And that goes hand in hand with the resources which are available and with the strategies that he will implement. So, and in essence, what William Ruto was trying to imply that he will try to implement policies or put structures in place which will make sure that the individuals at the bottom of the economic pyramid are able to get benefits, or to, if they work hard, they can actually make him earn some income. So that statement that we want money in the pocket. Some people are demanding that we want our money in the pocket. We want what? We want, it's not practical. You never say that I want to give every person money free. Even that hustler fund, if you read it the way it's captured in the manifesto, it's actually a fund which will be available in every ward, and you have to do an application in groups. So maybe you have a chama, you do an application as a group of people, maybe 10, you are given maybe 200,000, you do something. It's only to not have interest at all. So we should actually be trying to give this information as it is. This narrative of trying to incite people, let him bring our money into the pocket right now. So you stop working and you that's not practical. It can never happen. But
so Bwana Duke, let me interrupt you. Who is inciting who? The promise was made, okay, to the Kenyan people. We are the Kenyan people. What is wrong with us demanding what we were promised? Eh? Or the promise was for specific people? If he said, I'm promising UDA people, then us, as AZIMIO people, will have done what? Kept away. The only trouble we'll have is that, why are you using a Kenyan property to do UDA business? Hapo ndo kekuwa na shida. Lakini sasa vile you are sworn in as the president of the Republic of Kenya and the promises you made is for Kenyan people, it is for us Kenyan people to demand for what is rightfully ours by reason of somebody being sworn in. Nakumbuka alisema nikiweka Biblia chini naanza kazi. Tuko pamoja? So Biblia bado iko juu ama imefika chini? Endelea.
But I'm disagreeing with you on two things. One, most of the promises you are trying to put them across in a different way, actually a way which is not practical at all. That's number one. Number two, you are trying to demand those promises within limited time, extremely limited time. That's like maybe you are promising somebody to buy something and they want that within 2 or 5 seconds, you see? So there is always the space for that. There must be resources and also there must be time. If resources are not there, you have to come up with them in a way, or you have to reorient them. Remember, even if we was talking about bottom-up economic system, already there is a system which is there, which many describe as maybe top-down or trickle-down. So you cannot dismantle that within a day or 5 days or even a week, and then you put another one and that one starts to work. So sufficient time and patience is of critical importance here. Moving away from that, most of you are also against the subsidy, but the point which you miss out is this, that these subsidies were put in place per month. They were for emergency within a month. They were never prescribed that these are subsidies for the whole year. They were just like tokens of 1 month. Even that UNGA subsidy, it was even it ended, I think, on, was it on 11th? By 11th, the UNGA subsidies were not there because it was like a given amount of money, one-time payment which was made. It's not that it was budgeted for every month or every month like that. The same applies to the fuel. So you are trying to say as if
Mr. Duke,
yes.
you know, subsidies are used by the government to cushion the situation. It's not supposed to be permanent, and it can be permanent based on how long the problem is going to be. And it's not only in Kenya. Now, currently, almost all over the world, this is what is going on. So we cannot say that the government, it was only put 1 month to stop. You want to tell me that Ruto never handed over the file of what's happening and what's supposed to be done? So do you want to tell me that these guys, they found a government which is a vacuum? There was no handover, nothing they received. You just had recently say that is something like 97 million. Is that really correct, or this guy is just Mr. Duke, just to give you a highlight? You're very correct. You are defending the government which is in right now. But as a defender of a government, by now you should be having a pamphlet which shows exactly what is the plan. Because right now you're asking us to tell you what they are supposed to be doing. We want to hear from them, that if you are supporting them, by now you should be having actually you should be having their roadmap. We should be knowing that these maybe subsidies will go or they will add for next 2-3 months, or it's not going to be there for good, so that we prepare ourselves what to do. Secondly, if you want your government to work, you need to now start telling them you need to deliver to the people what you told them. We need to hear from you, not from us to tell them.
To respond to that, one, they have already stated that we are not going to have consumer subsidies at all. So if there is something which is not appropriate, if we have shortages or something, we will address that by assisting the production. You know, shortages comes as a result of inadequate supply. So if you put mechanisms to increase supply, that would be appropriate, because as you put the infrastructure for more supply, you are coming up with industries, you are creating more employment opportunities. So that assists the economy, not trying to assist at the end, which is actually becomes an extremist. That's number one. Number two, we are going to eliminate cartels, and we have eliminated cartels who were hiding behind subsidies. For instance, if you consider the two subsidies, the UNGA subsidy which was rolled out, only 30% was paid to mirrors. The 70%, it's yet to be explained where it went to. And those who are in Kenya were aware what happened when that subsidy came. There was extreme shortage. Even me, I'm in Nairobi, like 3 days, I was unable to buy unga, and like we tried alternative meals. In the name of reducing unga, there was no unga at all in most supermarkets. In some supermarkets, maybe there was within 1 hour, people were struggling. And they limited that you can just buy one packet, you see? So that unga subsidy was not good. When you come to the fuel subsidy, that subsidy was being paid to in specific companies, just few, not all of them. So when you find that's disadvantaging some businesses in the industry. Number two, the government was paying 50 Kenyan shillings per liter as a subsidy, but the consumer was benefiting 20 bob. So the cartels were pocketing 30 for every liter. So as much as you try to advocate for subsidies, they must benefit the actual consumers. We cannot just come with subsidies and they are creating billionaires every month. So that's wrong.
Before you move from the cartels, now how transparent is this government going to be? Have they listed those cartels, because for sure they've been knowing them? Have they listed or blacklisted the companies which were suspected to defrauding the public for this money, so that we know that these particular people or these particular companies, we're not going to trade with them? So how sure are we that this government is going to be transparent, very accountable, and reliable to us?
What we have put in place is this one. First of all cabinet secretaries will be sworn in. They will be accountable, and they will be in parliament to answer questions. That's number one. Number two, the president has demanded a report, a detailed report from the treasury to explain why we are where we are. Because they are saying there is no money in the treasury. The previous amount, for instance, if you have your bank account and you find you don't have money, you can print a bank statement and say, I spent this year. So we are in a treasury where there is no money and people are unable to explain. Those who are working with the outgoing government. So actually, he ordered the treasury to give that report within a week, and I hope it will be public so that we know it. Also, we have decided that we are not going to try to chase companies out of business. For instance, the case which was happening to Keroche, as much as companies were compromised, they were compromised because of the politicians who were forcing them, also who were using them to get the money. So we want to start afresh. So for instance, if you have not been paying taxes for 10 years, you can tell us how you are going to pay for that. But as we move forward, henceforth, you have to pay. So we are not going to cross the industries and businesses. Actually, I once said that even in South Africa, after the independence, there is a reason why Nelson Mandela did not chase all those apartheid individuals, or those who are the masters of the segregated regime. It's because they were like holding the economy. So if they moved out of them, the economy will collapse. So as much as we have most companies not paying taxes and some cartels, we are going to deal with that in a smooth way so that we don't stop the economy.
Bwana Duke, you have been a proponent against the handshake, and you are citing Mandela and cleverly avoiding to talk about the handshake between Mandela and de Klerk. So how are you going to keep the economy with the people who hold the economy without handshake?
You know, there is two things which most of you confuse. If, for instance, there are things or differences which are helping us, maybe two people, they are opposed because they have differences. If you have to, you want to have an handshake or something like that, those differences must be addressed. For instance, in South Africa, Nelson Mandela said, apartheid must end. So there were resolutions, and moving forward, those differences were solved. But in Kenya, what happened is that Honorable Raila Odinga, who I was supporting, was opposing Uhuru Kenyatta. He was having issues with maybe the standard gauge railway corruption. He was having issues with the Eurobond. He was having issues with the current IPC. He was having issues with the brutality of the police. People were killed by the armed forces, and Uhuru Kenyatta was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So you can't go into the handshake without those issues being resolved. So those were to be the negotiation points, so that these are the issues, there are differences, we address them, not by changing the constitution as per the constitution which we have. So that's how you solve the differences and have the handshake and move forward. Not just trying to come in and you don't solve the issues which are making you in the same side.
Duke, so now refusing to give jobs to the opposition individuals, or say opposition regions, will solve this one better than just a handshake. So, so far as saying that you are advocating for a tough measures, how sure are you that this guy is not changing to be a dictator instead of solving issues? Because you saying that Raila did a mistake of shaking hand with Uhuru, because it was one way of, first of all, bringing peace and go for justice. Now, you guys, are you going for justice before peace, or which one are you going first?
And
No.
just before you respond, Duke, I want to go. Makeda has arrived. Thank you. I just want to respond to Geoffrey Ruto. I say Bernard handshake, but not with Raila. Yes, you need handshake with Mount Kenya Foundation. You need handshake with the elders. You need handshake with everybody. Everybody you have collided with. If you're going to have peace in this country and you're going to thrive as Kenya Kwanza government, you need a handshake with even me. So leave alone Raila Odinga. Watu wengi mmekosea. So tafuteni handshake, wacha historia yenu ya kusema oh, hamtafanya serikali na nini na nini na nani. Kama mtakataa kwa point watu kutoka from our region, bas taxi zetu pia tutatoa kwa county government yetu, atoi kwa nyinyi. Tuelewane tu hivyo mapema.
Na Bernard, kabla uende, I'm very proud of you kutoa ule jamaa. Nilikuwa karibu niruke ndani, hata karibu niingilie kwa dirisha bwana. Thank you.
That man, I hear that he was here yesterday. Please don't entertain somebody who wants to lie to the Kenyans.
Thank you so much. Na kuna mtu amekuuliza wewe na nani. I want to be a part of you. At is you unaongelea wewe na nani. I am part of that what Bernard is talking about. So hesabu mimi ndani yake.
Thank you. And I speak for Kenya. I'm for a better Kenya and Kenya for all Kenyans. If it wasn't that, I wouldn't be here. If I'm here for myself, that is too small for me. I can sort it out myself. But I'm here for a better Kenya, Kenya for all Kenyans. If there is anything I love to see, and I will die to see it happen, is Kenya for all Kenyans. Ati nikienda Marsabit, I'm at home. Nikienda Garissa, I'm at home. Nikienda Moyale, I'm at home. And all of it is not different. Hakuna maisha tofauti ya Nairobi na ya Moyale. Ili kila Mkenya afurahie matunda ya uhuru. That is the Kenya I want. Hii Kenya ingine mnasema ati kwa sababu tuko kwa power tutapeana kwa watu wetu, watu wengine watajipanga. That's too narrow. That's too narrow and it is embarrassing to listen to somebody claiming to be a leader thinking that way. Naomba nimalizie hapo tafadhali. Bwana Makiadi, endelea hapo na Duke ndiye alikuwa anafanya submission zake akijitetea na story za UDA. Amesema 100 days haikumaanisha kesho. 100 days unahesabu tu 1 2 3 4. Okay? Sio story ya kusema tena before swearing in tusianze kuhesabu. Haya, sworn in mmekuwa sworn in. Then tumeanza kuhesabu tena mnasema 20 slow, sijui sasa itakuwa 3 months ama nini. Sisi tunataka pesa mfukoni, tunataka pesa ya wamama, pesa ya wazee, pesa ya polisi, pesa ya judiciary, pesa ya wapita njia, pesa ya mkokoteni. Mlisema pesa iko. Msituambie maneno ya 93 million. Secondly, government does not work on money stored in central bank. Muache kutuhada. Na Dio anajua hii maneno. Samahani nimemuita Dio. Dio anajua hii maneno. Okay? Serikali spends the money even before it collects it. That is it. That's how all government operate. They spend the money before they collect it. So story ya kusema ati tulipata 93 million kwa account when you spend 200 million in a single day in the name of lifting Bible. Kama kuinua Bible ndio shida, mwambie niwainulie yangu iko hapa. Mnatumia 200 million kuinua Bible. Alafu mnarudi kusema treasury nimepata 93 million. Mwache kutuhada. Dio na wafuasi wake. Sisi tunataka pesa mliosema tutapewa. La sivyo tunakuja. Thank you. Bwana Makiadi, you can let Duke continue. I hope to see you tomorrow. Na lakini msichelewe sana. Inaonekana hii class tunahitaji kuwa na kamkunji.
Pole Bernard. Unajua nilikuwa nafikiria kuna mtu atakuja before niingie, lakini ni sawa. Pole kukuweka. Yeah, I let me just release you, alafu tuendelee kupiga siasa na kina Duke hapa.
Okay, thank you very much. Kamala anasema Bernard pia uniform ya police. Yes, police pia wanataka uniform. Asante. See you later.
Okay, safi.
God bless you.
Thank you. Aya, Duke nasikia unaendelea, malizia basi.
Yes, so I want to clarify that there is no official statement from the government which has stated that we have 93 million in the treasury. The statement is that we don't have sufficient amount in the treasury. So nobody has specified its official statement saying it's so that's propaganda which is saying it's 93 million. Start from there. However, Evans asked me a question about he was talking about inclusivity, and he said that by William Ruto trying to say that he is not going to appoint any opposition member, that's exclusivity. No. Remember, we have people who have different ideologies. So when you have been appointed or elected as the president, you have to find people who believes in that that program you have, so that they can implement it fully. They can take it as their own to implement. Therefore, that does not mean that we are going to exclude people from different specific regions. Actually, we are going to give opportunities, working opportunities to many people who are neutral in a way. For instance, there is information that we are going to retain Magoa because Magoa was professional. There is no point where he turned to be a politician at all. So that is. So today, also some people, including Makiadi, at one point you said that William Ruto is going to UK and then to New York. when the economy is not good, and that's wastage of money. I remember you made that statement, but actually that trip can even bring more. It can bring a lot of changes to Kenya. For instance, mostly when you have, for instance, trade agreement with US or with UK or with big economies, we benefit in a way because they understand that we are small economies, and as much as they try to advance their interests, like climate change, like access to healthcare, they favor us in a way. They give us sometimes what you talk about grants and some assistance along with the agreements which you make. So that is not a wastage in a way. For instance, to give you one specific investment which is currently going on is we have UK Kenya health program, whereby UK knows it. UK has a shortage of doctors and nurses, extreme shortage, more than that what's in the US. And that shortage was aggravated when it moved out of the European Union. And in 2020, it made an agreement. It entered an MOU with Kenya to come up with training institutions in Kenya. And it's going to set, like, I think, for the universities where they will train nurses and they will train doctors, and they will take half of that to UK. Because when they were taking nurses and doctors from Kenya, there were some Kenyans who were complaining about us having the shortage, even if we know we have a lot of unemployed people in Kenya. So you see, that's an addition, because they are setting a university here using their own money, and they are not going to take all of those who they are going to train. They were going to take just a half. So when you consider all those benefits, it's good for you to go, and that trip goes hand in hand with the UN Assembly, which is actually all heads of state must stand in a way. So it's one trip, but it's covering many issues. So I don't take that as a wastage at all. So those are my submission.
Oh, okay. So, Sawa Duke. I had also wished that you tell our viewers that the program you're talking about was not an initiative of William Ruto, but an initiative of Uhuru Kenyatta. Unless you're telling us that William Ruto was part of the other government, which Rigathi Gachagua has said today that William Ruto was not in the other government. So do not give credit to Uhuru Kenyatta, and then in the things that you feel like he did not do very well, you want Uhuru Kenyatta to take the credit, the blame alone. I wish you also include William Ruto in such. But let me do this before I bring in Mato. Mato, good to see you. Hata wewe Duke, acha nikusalimie kwanza. Before I bring in Mato, let me see if I can play a video here. There's a video that I think will give us a way forward, so that as we discuss the issues that happened today. I was really impressed by the interview. Some people didn't like it, but I think after watching the interview, I could tell the direction that the country is heading. And like I always comment here and say, Duke, it looks like you guys were not prepared for this job. That is the bottom line. The bottom line is you ran for an election. Probably you do not expect to win, which you didn't win. And now you have the government in your place, in your hands. Now, the big challenge that you guys are facing right now is how to navigate from this situation that you found yourself in. And it looks like you had no plan. So the big thing is, how do you get yourselves out of this mess that William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta brought us in? So let me let me find the video first here in a minute. I had actually downloaded the video. I don't know why it's not playing here. Mato, is Mato, you can speak as I find the video in a minute. I'll play it right here.
Thank you, bro. It's always good to see you, Duke. Also, you. So it's always very good to see you. But you know, Duke, you're a very interesting man. I think you're smart, but in denial. And that's why sometimes when you speak, saa zingine ni kama unaogopa kidogo kuongea. You see, like Richie is saying, I know the video that he's talking about because I saw it too. I think there was a problem that you guys really did not expect this thing to really happen. You were running for it. You wanted it so bad. You went through everything. But then it's in your hands now. Through hook or crook. And so, you know, that's why you guys coming up with I'm not saying you specifically, sir. So it's not come like I have anything against you. I'm just talking, when I say you, I associate you with the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza. So it's not you specifically. I think you're a good man. I think you're a smart man. I think it's just you stand where you stand and you have to stand by that because that's where you are. So don't get me wrong. But you see, you're here telling us that production subsidy imetolewa, and I really don't want to go back into the subsidy thing. But production subsidy wasn't going to work, but then you come back and tell us fertilizer. What is fertilizer? Isn't that still production subsidy? You see, ngoja, relax. No, umekimbilia kuwa mute. Relax. Tuko watatu. And Duke, there's been things in court that are still even pending even today about fertilizer. Fertilizer is been run by cartels for a long time. And most of the farms really don't use fertilizers. We plant crops. We don't plant fertilizer. Why are we going on fertilizer? What is fertilizer going to give us? What is it? Me, I have a farm, and I know a lot of people that have farms and grow very good crops, even mahindi. But then mkimaliza harvest, what you do, you sell what you can sell, but then you unaweka zingine zenye utaenda kupanda tena. And there's cross cropping, where you do mahindi na maharagwe, ama mahindi alafu maharagwe, to do, to bring all that. What is this thing about fertilizer? It's always been, na ilikuwaga hapo hivyo when the cereal board was almost turned down, put down, because that's what they were using, fertilizer. What is fertilizer? Why not manure? Why not other systems? So, and then there's this thing that you were talking up with tu ukisema ati Ruto ataenda kuleta nini, ataenda, when he goes for his business, for his trip. First of all, he's going on a 49 entourage. Again, it's not a new president. It's not new. He's been the vice president for 10 years. He's been in the government. What is he going to familiarize him? It's okay for a president to go and see people. Too quick, yes. Nice. But also, the last one I want to say, because I think, Richie, now I can see you, I think you're ready with that video. I didn't want to take so much before you play it so that I can actually comment on it, because I know the video you're running. Duke, election promises are election promises, okay? If you're going to promise people during your campaign season, please, once you get it, fulfill your promises. So if you said tukiingia within 100 days, or tukiingia even the first thing that we're going to do is this and this, don't start giving us excuses. Ulisema unga itateremka, ulisema bei itateremka, ulisema mama mboga kutakuwa na hustlers fund. Don't start giving us promises, empty promises, empty excuses, trying to tell us that we don't have money, we don't have what. What do you mean you don't have what? And then you're already unfreezing the money that was ilikuwa na Interpol na DCI. You're already telling DCI not to be arresting people because inaibisha watu. Really? Have you ever had any president? You like talking about the US. Have you ever had any president in the US talk down on the FBI that they need to stay in Richini Tagonini, wanakaga wapi huko Virginia, the headquarters of of FBI, and then mkae huko? It's crazy. It's Duke, as a Kenyan, I know you are in UDA, you are a Kenya Kwanza guy, but really I'd like you to, because I see you struggling sometime when you're talking about UD and trying to justify. I wish Aki unaweza rudi tu kwa Mkenya and start looking at them. You said one time you supported Baba. This time, support Kenya. Not just UDA. These guys are messing up. They don't know what is happening. They got something that they don't understand how to deal with it. So, Richie, I think you're ready. Let me keep quiet for a minute.
Okay, I thank you, Mato. Let me see if I can now play the video. In a minute.
Pending bills continue to hurt ordinary Mwananchi. They've done the work, they still have not been paid. What is this administration going to do? When will we start seeing these pending bills cleared?
Well, to start with is that when money is available, because right now there isn't money, we have inherited a 500 billion debt for public bills, and we don't want to borrow money. Because what we are saying, Sophia, and that is why we said we can't have the subsidy for fuel. When you are in a hole, the first thing you do, if you are somebody who knows what you are doing, you stop digging, and then you figure out how to get out. But you cannot be in a hole and you continue digging. We are having a 10 trillion public debt. You cannot borrow to subsidize consumption, because that is digging the hole deeper. You need to stop digging, stop borrowing to subsidize consumption, and figure out how to get out of the hole. So we are looking at the possibility, and we have discussed with the Treasury on how to create a bond to raise money to pay the pending bills. And if that is successful, and I'm sure it will succeed, if we inject 500 billion and pay all the people with pending bills, that will be an economic stimulus intervention. Money will circulate in the economy, and the ripple effect will be felt by everybody.
Yeah.
Again, all the stored projects where contractors have stopped working because of non-payment, all the projects that are stored will get back and continue. The net effect is that all the people who are working on these projects will get employment, and that will turn around the economy. Again, in this case, principal secretaries, accountants, procurement officers, chief finance officers will pay without fear after they verify the pending bills. They should go ahead and verify, and they should not have too many committees now. It is not necessary anymore.
Right.
They just need to have one committee, a verification committee, and let the internal auditors check.
Okay.
Once the internal auditors say that these bills were properly incurred and they should be charged to public funds, let the people supposed to pay go ahead and pay.
All right.
There will be no more extortion, there will be no more harassment, there will be no more intimidation of government officers by detectives who are trying to make money, who are perpetuating graft when they are purporting to fight graft.
And you've brought up the issue of the fuel. Let's talk about that, because it's a big one. The prices have gone up, and as we know, once fuel prices go up, the ripple effect is that then cost of living equally, because many commodities, you see an increase in price. And I want us to first go back to the campaign rhetoric and messaging, because is that then where the folly of our politics lies? Because you went out and told your supporters and Kenyans, as you sought votes, vote for us and the cost of living will come down.
Yes,
vote
absolutely.
for us and fuel come down unga.
Absolutely.
But today you are having to explain to Kenyans, before it comes down, things are going to be a bit painful.
It will come down, but it needs to come down forever. We don't want quick fixes. I have told you, Sophia, when you are in a hole, you don't continue digging. You stop digging and then figure out how to get out. Mm-hmm. We need a sustainable solution. Subsidizing consumption is not sustainable. It's actually foolish. You cannot borrow money to subsidize consumption. What we have agreed to do, and our president, in his pragmatic style of leadership, has given the way forward. We subsidize production. Once we subsidize production, and this is coming now, already 1.4 million bags of fertilizer are in high seas. Once people get fertilizer that they can afford and increase their yield, it will bring down the cost of maize, and automatically it will bring down the cost of unga. But if you say you subsidize 100 shillings, the subsidies is so far done, yeah, at 20 billion a month, we are talking of 240 billion a year. That is equivalent to the entire annual development budget for the whole country. What that means is that you'd subsidize for 1 year and stop all development activities. Then after that, what happens next?
So
we are saying, let us deal with the problem in a pragmatic manner and get a solution that will last. Let us do something that is sustainable.
Which what
and
you're also telling
is,
Kenyans,
yeah, is agriculture.
There will be some painful moments.
And very short-lived. Very short-lived.
But how do you guarantee short-lived? Because
short-lived, because even looking at the trends, even looking at the trends, it is clear after a lot of analysis that the prices of fuel will stabilize by the end of this year, which is a good thing for us. But most important,
which trend is informing that? Because next month, for instance,
yeah, I'm saying that the trend, the way it is going, there's a lot of analysis. I don't have the figures here. The analysis that have been done, we have a lot of petroleum experts and economists, and a lot of analysis has been done. And the brief we are getting is that going forward, is that the prices will stabilize, hopefully by the end of the year. But again, the most important thing is the interventions in the agricultural sector to subsidize production so that we bring the cost of unga down. And we add money into people's pockets so that they have a higher purchasing power. Yeah. Because if we bring down the cost of maize production, wheat production, mineral production, tea production, and the farmers get a higher return, they have a better purchasing power. That means that they will be able to deal with escalating food prices with a better purchasing power. So what we have done is what you call a win-win situation. Let us come up with a solution that is practical and that is sustainable, because we don't want also to cheat our people. I've told you a lot of Kenyans.
But that's what you should have been telling them during the campaigns,
we told them
yes, that elect us, but when we come in, because of how badly this country
we didn't know how bad it was.
The deputy president before was in this
we
government.
Were saying, no, he wasn't. William Ruto was not part of this government.
The state of our economy was known. That is not something,
but the extent,
even by myself.
The extent, we knew the economy is doing badly, but the extent was not known to us because Treasury kept on giving figures that are not accurate. It's only when we called the CS Treasury and all the technocrats in Treasury and demanded the balance sheet for the country, we realized how badly we are. And we had to make tough decisions.
But this is the thing, you've said something that the trend.
Richie, let me say something. Let me ask a question just for that, please. Thank you, brother. You see, the funny thing the guy says, because I knew that's the video you were going to play. we're going to stop the development and subsidize fertilizer to make production subsidy bring up the economy. I want to ask, and it, on all, come on, niko wrong, anyone correct me, where, when we're talking about fertilizer, where is the seedlings that actually that are going to use that fertilizer? You see, and that's my biggest part of the obsession of this government with the fertilizer. Because if I don't have the seedlings, I don't have I mean, there's nothing. You can give me fertilizer every day of your life. And again, why not manure? Why is it that tuna concentrate new kitu na hiyo ndio kitu wana concentrate here on so much, and then they're saying they're going to stop the development part of it to subsidize, to put something else on it. Richie, please enlighten me if I'm wrong. Nitakubali. Kila mtu ani enlighten on that one. I will.
Thank you, Mato. Useo sikuoni bwana. What's happening to your camera again? Can you drop your camera a little bit? Okay, good. I just want to ask Duke here, can you tell us what a bond is? Just in a minute, because the Deputy President is talking about borrowing. Can you tell us what a bond is from your understanding as you address what Mato has just told us?
Let me start with what Mato said. Mato, you are the one actually who gave types of subsidies, and you told us that there are only consumer subsidies and producer subsidies. However, what is a fertilizer subsidy? Do you categorize it as a consumer subsidy or a producer subsidy?
Duke, there is 4. You didn't go?
Yeah?
There's 4, not 2.
No, I'm asking you, is a fertilizer subsidy a consumption subsidy? Where do you classify it?
That's an agricultural subsidy.
No, in the context of production, production subsidies and consumption subsidies. Those are the product categories.
It is an input in production, so it's straightforward.
You are avoiding the question. Actually, let me respond. We have 2 categories of subsidies. We have subsidies which promote consumption and subsidies which promote production. So, for instance, if you give subsidies to inputs, that becomes a production subsidy, because if you are subsidizing fertilizer, nobody's going to consume that fertilizer. That fertilizer must be used to plant crops. And when it's used that way, it means there is a process. So it's like it's promoting production in a way, and there is a lot of activities which goes hand in hand with production, farming, harvesting, transportation, all that. So it means the reason why we have food shortage and high prices is because of reduced harvest in previous years. There's been a trend of reduction in the amount of maize and other crops we harvest because of the increase in the prices of the inputs. And the main input when it comes to farming is fertilizer. So if the price of fertilizer is very high, some local farmers can plant without fertilizers. And that means the harvest can be even a half, even a quarter. So then at the end, you find we have a limited amount of food within the country, then the prices goes high. So if you continue subsidizing the consumption, it means, because we have also other factors, then it means that you will be forced to subsidize consumption forever, because the inputs are expensive and you are not assisting production anyway. Then the production supply is not going to increase to bring down prices. So it's like you have brought a fixed expense forever, and that's not good. Then, Makedi, you're asking about the bond. Yes, I can say a bond is like a security where citizens are told, you give us such amount of money, maybe, and at the end of the year, we will return that amount to you with an interest. So it's also like borrowing, but it's domestic and not external. So we want to stop external borrowing and move to internal borrowing, because internal borrowing is cheaper, number one. Number two, still the money will will continue to circulate within the economy, and we will pay in Kenyan money, because foreign debt we pay in dollars. And if, for instance, you took a loan 2 years ago, you are going to pay it 30% more just because of inflation, not because of the interest. So then when you add the interest, it becomes almost double. So that's why we are like in a span of 2 years, the amount we are paying to debt has increased from almost 30% of our GDP or our tax correction to 52% of our tax correction. And next year it can even go to 60 and then 70. And then it reach a point where all the taxes we collect must go to debt payment. So it's reasonable for us to stop external borrowing and use internal mechanisms of raising money. So I think I've addressed your question.
Let me give it to Kuseo to help you there.
Well, good evening, Richie, Mati, Duke, Ashley, absent. And I just wanted to say that you see, when you deal with treasury bonds and treasury bills, you find that normally the interest is paid ahead. So when you say that you pay plus interest on maturity, no, not really. Have you ever invested in a treasury bill? Let me ask you, Duke. You find that you are paid when you go to the bank and let's say you want to invest some, call it 100,000. Normally they are in denominations like maybe they take from a multiple of 100 or 1,000 going forward. But the moment your bank invests on the T-bills with the central bank, you find that you are paid your interest in advance. So on maturity, after the 90 days, they just pay back your money. But what I wanted to say is that when you find that the government you are proposing that they borrow locally, which they can do, as opposed to internationally. If you have, you know, the situation in Kenya is such that the risk of borrowing is so high. Now, if you want to borrow locally as a government, what you are doing, you are squeezing the credit available to your developing SMEs, because the risk of lending to the government is so much limited compared to the risk of lending to Duke. Duke, who is a business person, if I was the one as a bank, strictly on profit and commercial basis, I'd rather lend to the government. My return is guaranteed. So what are you doing? You are competing with you are developing SMEs, businesses, with the little credit which is in the country. So as a government, you should do as little as possible so that the banks lend to the local businesses. The moment you introduce those bonds, the bonds are normally more secure than lending. Don't shake your head. The bonds are more secure. So you'll find that banks will be channeling their funds to the treasury bills, for example, as opposed to lending to Duke, who is, let's say, doing local business with a lot of risks all over. Your chances of defaulting are so high Remember, in the treasury bonds and treasury bills, the default rate is almost none. So would you say why you are shaking your head?
No, it's true they are more secure, but the government can limit. For instance, it's not going to take the bonds from financial institutions. It should be specifically for citizens who have surplus money. So that means we are protecting the financial institutions, or we are not trying to curtail the credit of the financial institutions. So that for instance, if the government decides to take the bonds or securities from banks, it will limit the credit available for consumers or for Kenyans. That's why they are going direct to Kenyans who may have excess money in their banks, which they are not using. And they are extremely scared to invest in other areas because of high risks. So most individuals who don't spend their money is because they are scared of risks. So it's trying to utilize that money which is not used. So that's how it's going to be sorted.
And Richie, I think this is going to be our two-way for the next 1 minute. Excuse me, so that I can enlighten Duke a little. Duke, you have heard the DP, okay, the president. Whenever his rallies go, he's telling people how they will not be in CRB. Do you know why they are in CRB? Because they are defaulters. If a bank who is seriously in commercial business thinks about it, they will look for every single opportunity to avoid lending to you. Because when you default, they have no choice but to take you to CRB. You remember the president is on record saying 15 million Kenyans are in CRB. You remember during the debate. Then maybe you need to do a little research. Then you will know why we are saying that by the government floating those bonds in the local market, literally what they are doing, they are competing for the available credit, which the businesses can use to develop their business and basically rejuvenate production. The moment you bring in those treasury bills in high numbers, I'm telling you, serious banks who are tired of taking you to CRB are going to take their funds to the government because of the security reason we have just talked about. The other businesses are just too risky. If you can avoid it, they will avoid it. They'll be yes.
I've addressed that by saying it's going to limit financial institutions. So when the government comes up with bonds, it's going to be
saying that's a new policy, or what are you saying? I'm talking from what has happened in the past.
Yes, you know.
Oh, then you are right. I didn't know that there is a new policy like that.
Yes. Also, there is something which you have said about CRP. You know, the reason why most Kenyans are in CRP is about we have like fraudulent small enterprises which have come up. For instance, you find a person borrows 1,000 using a phone, and then you are in the CRP, you see. So if we scrap all those, actually most of them are unregistered. You can find that we have like 5 million people who are in the CRP. So we are going to try to regulate the financial market. So we ensure that if you are registered in CRP, it must be some serious defaulting. Not that you borrow using your phone 1,000, and because of that you are registered in CRP for 5 years. That's unreasonable. So that's one of the key reasons why most Kenyans are in CRP.
You see, Duke, maybe this point we have exhausted.
Oh, hold on.
Have you been to CRP yourself? Have you ever been listed?
Sir, hold on. Now let me come in here. I just want to address this issue of bonds, and the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who also represents what the president's ideology is, says that the government is not going to dig itself deeper into a hole. So my understanding is, when you issue a bond, it's another form of borrowing. So I don't know at what point you depart from the ideology of you are not going to borrow money to bring back the financial status of or the financial to improve the financial state of a government, and then on the other side you say that you're going to issue a bond so that you can borrow locally. So my thinking is, if you believe you are not going to borrow, then don't even borrow locally. Don't borrow outside, don't borrow locally, because you should have another form of trying to resuscitate the economy. That is where my departure with Akina Duke is. Number two, the Sophia Wanuna asked the deputy president, when is the cost of life going to come down? And he was unable to answer. He said that they are looking at trends, they are looking at analysis, they are getting a lot of briefings from experts that the oil prices are going to stabilize by the end of the year. So you want Kenyans to go with that narrative, that the trends that you guys are looking at, the analysis that you guys are looking at, the briefs that you're getting will help improve the economy by the end of the year, because that is not a substantive answer. You either tell Kenyans you do not know, you either tell Kenyans you have no plan, and then we will accept that, okay, sisi kama wa Kenya tutaumia until where the economy will improve. As I listened to what the deputy president was saying, I realized that these people have no plan whatsoever. How many people do farming? Because we are going to subsidize farming. How many people get their daily bread, their earnings? How many people make money from farming in Kenya? What is the total number of people? If we subsidize farming, then how many people do we expect to get, relief? How many people, how much money do we expect to be injected into the economy through farming? Because I believe that this issue of saying we are subsidizing fertilizer, then there are some percentages that we are looking at. We are looking at a certain percentage of the country that depends on farming or does farming. And this is the amount of money that we are expecting as a country to get from that certain percentage that you are targeting. So if we subsidize fertilizer and we incentivize farming, we expect in the next 6 months the economy will grow by a certain percentage, and we will see the effect of that in the whole economy. That is the kind of reasoning that I would expect it to hear from the deputy president. Now, 1.4 million bags of fertilizer. Rigathi Gachagua is telling us that 1.4 million bags of fertilizer are already in the overseas or in the high seas. My question to them is this: if these guys found the economy with only 93 million, the financial status of the country was only 93 million, where did they get the money to subsidize the fertilizer, the 1.4 million bags of fertilizer that are already in the high seas? Where did they get the money?
I can give you an answer to that.
Hold on, Ashley, I'll get to you. So where did they get the money? Either these people are dealing with cartels, either these people are financing cartels, or these people are just trying to mislead the Kenyans straightforward, because you cannot tell us you don't have money, but on the other side we can see the things you're doing with the same money that you claim you do not have. Martin, I'll give you a minute. Sijui kama Kuse ulikuwa umemaliza, then we go to Ashley.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that you see this subsidy thing. You remember every other time, I've never forgotten during the campaigns, the DP keeps telling, okay, the president keeps telling his supporters that our wadosi hawajawai lala njaa. And he never missed to tell them as much. Nyinyi, it is like you are going to die tomorrow. Umeona hii bei ya 250 ya unga. He kept repeating it. Now, here we are. All of a sudden, what was sounding so emergent, so as an emergency, It has been pushed into the back corners. How come? You remember, they were saying that through the fuel subsidy, they were spending 7 billion a month. Today, in that interview, he has switched. He's saying 40 billion. It means that these figures that you're talking about there, they are not, I wonder where they're coming from. You wonder where they're coming from. But in any case, it is quite clear that the fertilizer, which was on its way coming, is being brought by most probably private fellows, who, according to me, my guess is that those are their proxies. How on earth, just 5 days, the fertilizer is already on the high seas? Things don't add up. And then secondly, the idea about not touching the food prices. There are sources that they are expecting maize from where? From Malawi and from Congo. Hmm? Your guess is just as good as mine.
Okay, let's move to Mato, and then we go to Ashley. So I'll come back to you.
You see, here's the thing, and I think I want to be as blunt as I can be right now. See, when these people are talking about subsidies, I'm not calling anyone uneducated or whatever, but you understand the farmers don't even understand what we are talking about here. We are very lucky to be actually here to talk about subsidies. This is their business. What they're doing is the business that they're doing with the government. When you talk about seas, this is what they did the other time when Mindy was now let's get subsidies, and then all of a sudden a ship lands hapo Mombasa na ilitoka sijui Mexico imeleta sasa sijui imekuwa nini. This language is for these guys, is their business. The normal farmer at home, endo mwambie subsidy, they don't know. Fertilizer, hawajui hiyo kitu. Most of them don't even, they go to their bombers pale, inaitwaje, ng'ombe zikikunya pale kwa nini ya nini, wanachukua hiyo wanaikaranga vizuri na nini na matope wanaipeleka kwa shamba, if that what needs to be done. If that they do cross farming, where one day this month you in Kikamba we call it level. This time you plant here Mindy, the next time you plant Mbosho. That's what it does. Not a lot of people use that fertilizer that they do. It's just money of how they're going to get it. And that's why they're even trying to cross all these things, and people are going to even get become the biggest shareholders of KCP&L. And I'm telling you, hizo zote ni deals. This is this is a regime of deals, and that's what pains me inside because I know what it is. Thank you, Richie.
All right. Let me go to Ashley. Ashley.
Hi. So I'm going to read and then I'm going to comment shortly. So yesterday, someone, her name is Lizzie, she commented on this comment section that kazi ya president si kuletea watu food, si kuletea food kwa nyumbani. And I've had many people talk about that the government is not there to feed you. And from my understanding, the work of the country or the president is to make sure that there is enough food for the people. So I'm going to read something here. It says, I, President, solemnly affirm that I will truly and diligently serve the people. So he serves the people and the Republic of Kenya in the office of the president, that I will diligently discharge my duties and perform my functions in the office of the president of the Republic of Kenya, and I will do justice to all in accordance with the constitution by the law established and laws of the Republic of Kenya without fear, favor, affection, or ill will. So to everybody, whether you're in AZIMIO, whether you're in Kenya Kwanza, whether you voted for him, whether you don't like him, it is his duty as the president to serve us all, to be fair to us all, to make sure there is enough food for everybody. Now, the thing that bothers me is because everything that we are talking on this show, it's something long term, but I would wish Ruto and Gachagua, they seem to be so full, they are not understanding there are people going to bed hungry today. So there is an immediate need for food, not tomorrow, not next week, but now. There are women who are not able to feed their children. So in the meantime, before the produce bears fruit, we need something to work in that gap. We need a stimulus. We need a stimulus. We need people to have money in their pockets. And where is this money going to come from? I have some few suggestions. What I'm going to ask, he's telling us to tighten our belts. I'm asking him to look into the leaders. The leaders are paid, the elected leaders, the nominated leaders. All these people in government are paid excessively. They have so many benefits. Instead of asking people who do not barely have any food, those people who go to parliament, they go to argue foolishness because they are not hungry. They can go to hospital anytime they want, they eat, they go to these committees, they get all these sitting allowances, they go out of the country, they get all this money, they get an adjustment, an allowance, a salary adjustment each year, and house allowance and car allowance and security. So this is what I'm going to ask them, to challenge them. Instead of asking the common man who cannot even barely food, maybe even a whole meal in one day, that the kids are going to bed hungry, how about asking the leaders to tighten their stomach? How about telling them, until 6 months, let's cut off any benefits for the next 6 months and cut your salary in half. That money will be able to at least put, if not to put some money in people's pocket. Because if you think about the world, like in America, during the COVID season, they had 3 stimuluses. They put money in people's pockets so that people could have the purchasing power to go and buy. So yes, you do not want to give this money to the cartels, but in the same breath, don't come and punish someone who is barely able to make it, even with the subsidy. They are not able to make it. So be practical. You said the hustler people, you understand people going to bed hungry, act like it. Actually, take this as an emergency. So when you say you don't, the trend, when you're looking at the trend, someone else, don't look at people as numbers. Look at people as human beings, actual people with names, with children. People need to go to State House with their children and say, we need food today as we wait for the crop to grow. The other thing I want to say is, like in Rift Valley, people have very big lands. In fact, they don't use jembes to plow their land. They use tractors. So I think this issue of tractor is coming from Ruto, from his background. So what I would suggest to him, or people close to him, to advise him, instead of him just coming up with the program, to sit down with a group of people from various places and come up with the ways, not just fertilizer, because we need just more than fertilizer. There are people who don't have somewhere, okay, when they produce the food, who is going to buy it if people don't have money in the pockets? So it's not just his suggestion, because he's talking from where he comes from, which is Rift Valley, where they have huge amounts of land. In Central, people have very few acreage. They don't use tractors. They manually plow the land themselves. So they don't need as much fertilizer. They may not be able to feed a lot of people. Those people need another kind of subsidy. So let us be sensitive to all people, not just some people, because the money that they're using is for taxes. And Makiendi asked about this money for the fertilizer. One thing I know is that they do direct billing, or where you hear about these pending bills, you can get the product and have it paid for later. So that's really not something we can say, oh, they're getting, where are they getting money to buy this fertilizer? Governments, not only government, even hotels, even restaurants, even most businesses, if you own a business and you have a working relationship with a company, you can get what you need and pay later. You just have to have good relationship with them where they can allow you to buy the food and pay later. So I don't think that's an issue about them bringing the fertilizer, but I want them to be sensitive to people who are actually sleeping hungry. I'm going to read quickly what I had written. I said Ruto and Gachagua should be careful in their choice of words to avoid sounding discriminative. They should be seen as a symbol of national unity. And Ruto should strive to have bipartisan partnership in running his government. Every Kenyan should expect service because we all pay taxes. Failure to receive service, as citizens should ask their MP, their leaders, and demand service. So if there is a place where they don't have service, they shouldn't demand, say we are not in government. Because who pays the AZIMIO MP? Who pays the AZIMIO senator? Who pays the AZIMIO governor? Who pays the AZIMIO MCA? It is the government. So we are all in government. And some of these words should actually be abolished. Opposition is a negative word. That is why no one wants to be in opposition. Opposition is a negative word and it should be done away with. You either are in the minority or you are in the majority, and they are all in government. So when you say I'm not in government, what do you mean you're not in that government? How is government paying your salary? How is government paying your benefits if you're not in government? Is there a shadow government? Is there a second government? Is there Form A and Form B? Is there government A and government B? So that's why I say the other day we need civic education. And unfortunately, to me, it's starting to seem that even Ruto and Gachagua need this civic education, because we need for them at the firemost part, they need to understand, and how they talk can bring the country together or break us apart. Everything the government says, the minority people do not have to oppose. In fact, like in America, they strive, even if they have enough votes on their side, they try get one or two people on the other side so that it can be a bipartisan agreement on whatever proposal that they are passing. So it should be their effort to bring AZIMIO to their plan, to show it's not a striving, and it's fighting 5 years in day out. And that's why we create enmity, because we look like we are fighting. We are not supposed to be fighting. We are competing on ideas, and you can try and sell your idea to the other side. And we should not always agree. Sometimes we can agree. We should not always disagree. The only time I have seen them agree is when they want to increase their salaries. That time there is no opposition and the government. That time they agree. I am asking them, can they try and agree more often than not? And that is my conclusion.
Actually, as you're closing, can I ask just a question so that you finish with that one? Why is it that we seem that to be in a crisis right now? What if we didn't have an election? I mean, the last 5 years, we've never had this crisis that we're talking about, subsidies and all that. What if we didn't have an election? What if Uhuru was still?
What I think happened when Clinton was taking over government from George H.W. Bush, what they did, they sabotaged him, they left. I think that was the time when that transition was, they locked out the computers, they changed the passwords and all that. So what I think Uhuru did, because I believe them when they say there was no money, they removed the money just to be spiteful so that they can be in the position that they are right now. So that is why their crisis, it is a man-made crisis. And if I was Ruto, I would sit down, I would go after those people to come and explain where the money is. This money that they say there was subsidies for flour, maize flour, and there was no maize flour anywhere. I think he needs to take the mantle and go after these people who said how much was used. He goes and asks them where exactly, follow the money until he finds out if they were abusive, and if they were, they need to return. Now, I had left 3 things. So I had said, ask your elected and nominated leaders to take a pay cut and stop any parts until the economy is out of ICU. Number 2, pay your own security for your residences and divert the money to the pockets of the hustlers. Number 3, task the judges with adjudication of cases and collection of graft proceeds with interest. Don't give them a blank check. Make them work for it. Tell them for each graft
money you recover, I will give you 15%, I will give you 20%. So that is money back to the government, that is money to the Supreme Court or to the courts. That will give them an incentive to close on these cases quicker than they are doing. So if you want money, you have all these cases, the quicker you close on them, the quicker you're going to get your money. Number 4, clap on tax evader actors, starting with the 30 trillion that we were told is sitting in foreign countries. Get these people with money outside the country to show that they have paid taxes for them. Can you imagine 30 trillion with unpaid taxes, how much that would be if that money was paid for in taxes? In China, they limit or forbid their people from taking a certain amount out of the country. If all the rich people take the money out of the country, that is why we are broke. Uhuru needs to bring back his money. He's the only one we know, but I know there are a lot more of them, maybe even Ruto himself, I don't know. But these people with money outside the country, they should bring it back. And if they cannot be patriotic enough to bring it back, so to revive the economy, at least make sure that the money they have outside has been paid for taxes. So that is the responsibility of the government. You stop coming to the small man who has no power and starting to tell us we are going to increase our taxes. Before you do that, we need to see responsibility in the money that has already been paid and mismanaged. Get it back, show us you're serious, and then come and tax us again. I think if we need to go to the streets, that is the thing that we should be going for the streets for. Something that will help us, the small person. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ashley, you began well. Some place you went astray, but it's okay. I'll come back to you later. I want to go to Mzalendo, but before that, I see Julie has lifted her hand, so I'll give you a minute and then I go to Mzalendo.
Yes, just a minute of what I think that's what you wanted to correct Ashley. She began very well, but once the end, she's buying the propaganda being spread by the Kenya Kwanza government that Uhuru kind of looted the treasury before he left. Actually, everything done in treasury can be accounted for and can be traced who withdrew money to where and when and how. So I think that is propaganda being propagated by the Kenya Kwanza government. You cannot just loot treasury. It can be traced. It can be traced who signed what, where, when. And this thing, ni kama the picture they are saying, ni kama Uhuru alienda na briefcases na suitcases. Sijui kama treasury pesa inawekangwa pahali kwa gunia, alafu unaweka kwa gunia yako unapeleka nyumbani. That's the picture there. So actually, I disagree with you. Everything done can be accounted for and be traced. That's propaganda being created by the Kenya Kwanza government, and we won't buy that. And Ruto, before Ruto was even sworn in, he said he met treasury people and he found there is no money. Yani alikuwa na tamaa gani ya kujua ni nini kiko kwa treasury, and then now we are buying that lie. Asante Makiadi.
Let me reply very quickly, 30 seconds. So what we can do, I like how this guy Simba Arati is bringing people. I think they need to bring people like the way Simba Arati is bringing them. What they said is that in July was, I'm not very remembering, but I think they say there was 290 or 75 million collected in revenue, and now there is only 70. So that is how they are asking, where did that difference go? So I think they need to do that in the public, when transparently, as Simba Arati is doing, so we can understand where the problem is, so we can know whether they are lying or not. Let us not take sides. Let us try and get to the root of it, because it is affecting us all.
Kusema usiache Mzalendo aongee kwanza alafu nikuje kwako. I can give you 30 seconds, just 30 seconds, but I would want Mzalendo to talk before we come to you.
No problem. I'm sure Mzalendo you can donate 1 minute.
25.
What I wanted to say is that you see, during the campaigns, most of the, I think it was even the DP himself during one of the interviews, he was talking about this 30 trillion outside the country. that it can be brought back. What I think he didn't know, or decided not to talk about, is that that money which is outside there is just basically offshore investment by various Kenyans from different categories. And it is basically legal, unless you prove that what is invested there was illegally acquired. It's when you can talk about it. The way Ashley is talking about it is like it is money which was stolen from Kenya and it is sitting somewhere, it can be brought back. Oh no. These are, if you go through into details, you'll find people who have actually legally invested offshore, outside the country, in various capacities. So there could be an element of a part of it, but you have to prove that it was illegally taken from the country. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Mzalendo.
Hi, thank you, Rich. I hope you can hear me. Habari ma Duke, Daktari, I can see you, Jumba, and Martin. Julia, Ashley has taken off. Wherever you are, good evening or good morning. So the discussion here today is very interesting. It's taking a lot of sides. You know, people are moving from the bonds. They have gone to AZIMIO resolutions. They've gone to, again, to the expectation of Mwananchi. I would like to stick to something that I saw interesting from Gachagua. And I didn't know that, you know, there are so many cases in court. And if these cases were finalized, there would be a lot of money injected back to the public. Succession cases, graft cases. So if they could be speeded up, then there would be a lot of money injected back to the economy. On issue of deducting the pay packs of MPs and we should include parastatal heads, because I think some salaries in Kenya are just too exaggerated. It's just too much. People just earn a lot of money for nothing. So you find that somebody is given a loan for a house, a grant that is not going to pay at some point, and then at the same time they're given monthly house allowances. There's a lot of duplication in government. I strongly believe that the Ruto government should cut down on expenditure so that they can realize the goals and the objectives that they want to achieve for Kenyans. The issue of finding the treasury empty, I think all the county governments and the governors who have come in can attest to that. They found nothing. So probably somebody just takes off with the money, or they can account for it somehow ilitumika kwa kitu fulani. So niyo ni wizi ya kawaida Kenya, and I think we're part of it. We know what happens. So it does not really happen in the national government alone. It also happens in the county governments. Most of the governors who have now taken office, they don't have any money to operate. They are waiting for money from the national government, which doesn't have any money right now. So salaries will delay in county governments, and yet the previous government passed a budget. That money is nowhere to be seen. So these are questions that we should ask. Like Ashley has said before, there's money stashed in accounts abroad from mainly from the business community and the politicians. They're the ones who are stashing money in offshore accounts. This money should be traced back and at least injected back to the economy. That way, I think tutakuwa na afueni kidogo na mwananchi wa kawaida atapata, you know, benefits and services from the government. So expectations, a lot of expectations are coming from AZIMIO other than the TUSSLE nation. AZIMIO are really demanding for hiyo bunga irudi chini hata kushinda watu wale walipigia Ruto kura. But it is expected in politics Now Ruto is the president. We want the country united. Hiyo unga itasaidia mali mingi sana. So let us give them time. As I say, let us give them time and see what happens in the next 100 days. If they don't implement whatever they had promised Kenyans, then we can come shouting and tell them, no, you have gone wrong. And another issue is that we have a minority in parliament. So the minority should take up their duty. I think this week will be a lot of drama, Richie, in parliament, a lot of drama. So let us wait and see what Wetangula will decide. But I think it's already been decided. There's nothing to really worry about. I think majority leader will go to Kenya Kwanza. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mzalendo. Let me go to Julia, and then I think we can have an open forum.
Asante Makiadi. About the prizes, I like the way Ashley presented at the first when she was speaking what we should do, and what we actually need to do is that it is sad. I think Duke is here. I don't know, Duke, whether Duke was in touch. You are genuinely in touch with your Kenya Kwanza people, and you genuinely care about what they are doing, because if you care, then maybe you can be giving them our messages. Or I mean, I think you feel the ground as they are feeling, as we are feeling. Now, they cannot lie to us. You can't lie to people. I mean, you can't lie to people for too long. And even when Mzalendo is saying that is the AZIMIO people complaining about the economy, it is not just the AZIMIO people. Everyone is feeling this. Maybe the AZIMIO people are louder. The other people are quiet because they are ashamed. Like I had a chat with my sister and some relatives. They are so ashamed that they may have participated in supporting this government. So they don't want to be on the front line condemning it. But they are ashamed and disappointed and frustrated. So all Kenyans are frustrated irrespective of where they are. Now, we are not trying to harakisha them at tunataka hii saa hii. But we are just concerned at their first moves. What was their first move? They withdrew the subsidies. How come the Kenyatta government was affording these subsidies? How come? And Mzalendo, I refuse to buy this story at Yakuna Pesa, ata from governors. Ask me why. When Kenyatta inherited a government from Kibaki, we didn't hear of such a thing. Hatukusikia kitu kama hicho. We didn't hear anything like that. We did not hear that. We did not hear anything, even when I think after the 5 years of Kenyatta and Ruto, when the governors came in, we didn't hear any governor saying that our coffers have been looted. This is a big lie that is coming. Remember, Ruto, before even he was sworn in, he said he had a meeting with the Treasury and he found there is no money. I mean, they're preparing us that all the expectations you had, we cannot meet them because there is no money. And we suspect that the whole government stole this money. So I think Duke will tell them, Kenyans will not buy that lie. We won't buy, because everything that is done can be accounted for. And the best thing they can do, I appreciate what Simbarati is doing, but sometimes it looks like drama, like a show off. People who are working should call the accountant and the auditors and get those who may have misappropriated funds arrested and charged in a court of law. And we don't want to hear the drama in the public arena ati hakuna pesa. Tunataka kusikia fulani alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa Central Bank. And this is the person in charge of this point. This, and this person is being charged of this because of this. That is the things we want to hear. Alafu hii kitu ati kuna mtu akona pesa offshore ama nini. Let people be charged. Now, you said a good thing, Mzalendo. Kuna watu akona pending cases. And you know what, Mzalendo, why we don't trust this government? One of the people who had money, the money was set free, is Gachagua. Your 200 million. Hangi account for that money. And now you want us to expect Gachagua and Ruto to maneuver those who have illegal money and all that, and to make sure that money is returned. You cannot tell your son not to be a drunkard when you yourself you are a drunkard. You have no moral authority to give such instructions. Literally, I'm saying, Gachagua and William Samuel Ruto have no moral authority to run after any person who is hoarding money in Kenya or doing any illegal transactions, kama wash, because if those people will turn back and point fingers at them, wakorini wanajiona kwa viremba. So all this is just drama, little drama, ati hakuna pesa treasury, hakuna nini. Hii ni drama mingi, because even Uhuru and whoever is in treasury, even whoever is in charge of central bank or wherever, or finance ministry, they cannot be so dumb as to go and loot, because the next thing, the government will go for them and arrest them and charge them in what will you hide? Even if you try to withdraw several billions of Kenya shillings or transfer them to, you cannot even withdraw in sacks. You can only transfer them to another account. Where will you hide? Na utashikwa tu. So those kind of transactions are not possible. And the Kenyans who have been stealing in Kenya have not been stealing through transfer of funds. They have been stealing through tenders and those cartels of buying this and buying that. Those are the kind of transactions. That is how they steal from the government. I don't think fund is directly transferred from the government account to another account. They steal through tenders and those cartels of buying stuff for the government. That is how they steal. So me, what I'm saying, this propaganda that is being created by the Kenya Kwanza government, that yakuna any propaganda. The other thing that I like what Ashley said, that asking people for more money, that is really sad. I don't know, Mr. Duke, what do you expect people to gain from SSF? These people already, these people already are in pain economically, and then you want them to pay more money in the name of pension. I mean, pension in Kenya may not make much sense, because as long as we can't even afford our daily bread, if I'm struggling to think what I'm gonna eat tomorrow, and then you wanna tell me to save 2,000, let me tell you something. I was a high school teacher. High school teacher is a very serious person in Kenya. I mean, ni mtu amesoma, akona degree, ameenda Moi University ama Kenyatta University, amepata degree, ama pengine akona masters ama PhD. Lakini hata hiyo kuniambia kwa ati kuna siku waliamka wakasema ati TSC is taking our medical allowance. Our medical allowance was only like 3,000. Ati wamechukua hiyo medical allowance watatuwekea kwa insurance. Hiyo kitu ilituuma. Unachukua my 3,000, na hiyo 3,000 inanisaidia nipate extra money from mwalimu sako, I pay fee for my children. I was a high school teacher. You can call them a middle income earner, because maybe some high school teachers earn more than 70,000 shillings. But still, ukimwambia uchukue 3,000 yake, hiyo ni pesa mingi na muuma. Sasa unaniambia nani huyo unaenda kuambia coffee more than 2,000 extra? That one is exploitation of the highest order. So that is one of the ways the Kenya Kwanza government wants to raise money from the public. Now, I heard them talking about taxes, and me, I was asking myself, naambia nani? Whom are they telling? Because mtu kama mimi, I have paid tax of my life. I didn't even have to decide whether to pay or to pay, not to pay. By the time I got my pay, my tax was deducted. It is my deductions. The first deduction is tax, income tax. Now, that one happens to all income earners in Kenya, whether in the private sector or in the public sector. Now, the public also pays tax in terms of VAT. Now, watu wenye Ruto anasema walipi tax, asikuja kutuambia hizo story mingine zinaobo, is the senior businessmen, big companies like Keroche, because I know Keroche was charged, so you allow me to quote Keroche, so he knows them. Sasa wache kutusumbua na hizo story mingi. Let him go after the Keroches and the others that he know. So in other words, I'm saying, hiyo maneno ya tax, unless they are planning to increase the tax, I think the tax base will not change, and the income from the tax will not change at all, even what William Ruto said, unless he goes for the people he knows are not paying tax. So in other words, there will be no change of the income the government receives, unless they force people that NSSF thing. And that is, I think, is exploitation. So my thing is, Mr. Duke, because I think you belong to that side, and probably I want to believe you are committed to their success, is they just have to do things right. And the only things right they can do, Mr. Duke, ni kuacha corruption kabisa. Hiyo tender, kama ni tender ya kununua government furniture, if one table is 200 bob, wanunue meza kwa 200 bob. Si akina Kuseo na kina Julia wakuje waseme tunauzia serikali meza moja kwa 1,100, kwa 2,000 instead of 200 bob. They just have to do things right. And Ruto and Gachagua, they have just to transform themselves to Paul, from Saul to Paul, and decide that and tell their people, you people were doing this, and you are thinking I also do this. Kutoka leo, I'm not part and parcel of that business. Tenders will be done at the right way. You'll not exploit this government. That is the only way this government can save money. And I'm telling you the truth. If they decide to do the right thing in the next 6 months, they will recover so much. They will recover so much. But as long as they are not committed to fighting corruption, wasitudanganya, hapa kuna mahali wanaenda, wangoje a Sri Lanka situation. I'm telling you, whether they like it or not, let them wait for a Sri Lanka situation. Itafika mahali Kenya, people will not care whether I'm AZIMIO, I'm Mkenya Kwanza. Nobody will care. People will like, we are all hungry. That is what people are going to do. Asante Makiadi.
Makiadi, Julia said something that is very, very important. But let me just clarify. The benefits of the contribution for NSSF, here is your money. That is the money contributed by your employer na wewe mwingine unatoa hiyo nusu ingine. What the Ruto government is suggesting is that you save 2,000 shillings, meaning you remove 1,000 from your salary and the government contributes another 1,000. The viewers should get that very, very clearly. Previously, the contribution was 200 shillings. 200 shillings from government, na wewe mwenyewe unatoa 200. If you calculate 200 shillings from the time that's 400. If you calculate that from the time you're retiring at 65, that is barely 100,000 Kenya shillings. With the cost of living, by the time you retire, probably there'll be another government, even worse than Ruto's government. So let us see how those who are either in the private sector or working with the government can save enough money to sustain them. You know, Kuseo, when you reach a certain age at 65, what is the most expensive thing? The most expensive thing is medication. Medication. Utaenda hospitali, magoti yako inauma, sijui nani. I'm sure you've got parents back at home who normally tell you, hey, I need to go for a checkup in the hospital. So we need to have some savings. It's a good way, and it is a responsibility of each and every citizen, whether you are in AZIMIO or you are in Kenya Kwanza. That is a very good thing. Not everything that Ruto is saying is bad. Yeah, kuna savings zingine. If you were saving 50 shillings in 1960, you want to still continue saving that 50 shillings to date. The economy has changed. Virtues are becoming more expensive. You need to increase. And again, the same citizens are receiving salary increment. Even if you are in the service industry, mtu akikuja kununua kitu, the price has gone up. So why can't you add that to your savings? I think we should just be realistic sometimes.
Kuse, Duke amenyamaza sana, lakini just 1 minute Kuse, then I go to Duke.
Or maybe you start with Duke, then you.
Okay, Duke.
Yes, I also want to respond, but Sasium Sarendas preempted what I wanted to say. But at one time, you are saying that Ruto and Gachagua has no more authority to maybe to point cartels or to tell people about corruption. So by inference, you are trying to say that the corruption continue. So how can the government sort actually what can happen? What is the government supposed to do? Because you're trying to say that they stop or nobody should listen to them. So if you are a corrupt, they are also corrupt, continue like that. Or if you are a cartel, just continue. So that is not a good statement. Also, you are trying to say that in 202 or in there was nobody who said there were empty covers. So that should not be an excuse. So in short, you are trying to say that the government should do miracles, because even if, for instance, if you were there during the transition of Moi to Kibaki, at least for the first 1 or 2 years, that's when Kibaki went for the national. Actually, it's Kibaki who introduced borrowing from external lenders. So it's not that when Moi moved out, there was a lot of money. It's because of creativity and strategies which were employed to bring back the economy. And actually, the economy of Kibaki started to manifest in 2004, not immediately. But you check the economic growth per year of Kenya, you can see how that is a reflection. It was not immediate. Also, Makiad, at one point you said that the common people, they know nothing about, I think it's in Deto, the common people know nothing about subsidy. So all this you are giving us is nonsense. So, because we are talking about the reality and the facts. So if we have individuals within the country who are unable to understand specific issues because of their education level or exposure, so do you want us to lie to them or to give them false information? How does the two connect? Because some people are unable to understand the reality, so we should not tell them the reality, or we should do what? And also the issue of subsidies, people are trying to talk about that how Deto actually said that, how does farming affect all Kenyans? Because actually in Kenya, the greatest contributor of the GDP is agriculture, which is actually 29%. And also, whether you have a farm or not, or whether you do farming or not, you consume food, and that food comes from the farm. So all Kenyans depend on farming, they depend on the fertilizer in one way or another. Unless you are not consuming anything from the farm, then that's why how you can say that it's not going to benefit me at all. I think those are my brief remarks. Unless somebody has a question, I will come in later.
Yeah, Julia.
Okay, I just want to reply to Duke before that I don't forget. Yeah, Ruto and Gachagua have no moral authority to point at corruption because they themselves have been involved in corruption scandals. Gashagua's money was, he has been telling us akichukua serikali atarudishwa pesa yake yenye ilishikwa na serikali because he could not account for it, and for sure even before he was sworn in, that money was given back. So how will he then go after Julia to explain how I have 1 million or 2 billion in the bank? And it will be so hard for them to do that, okay?
Or at the offshore account.
Or at the offshore. How will they go after me? How will they do that? Yani, it is just natural, Duke. Yani inakuwa tu unashikwa umeshikamana. But however, I finished by saying that I think they can turn a new page. That is how I concluded my speech, that my presentation, that they can turn a new page and paint themselves a new picture. That kuseo, ulikuwa nafikiria tunaiba nawe, mimi aribi na wewe. You still alone because I will have you arrested. You know you can turn a new page. Everybody has the room to turn a new page. It's never too late. And they can decide to be clear to the cabinet, to the government employees, and even to the members of parliament and the governors that don't think you are going to steal. And once they decide that they do examples. I mean, they use some of them examples. People will take them seriously. But as long as they don't do that, Mr. Duke, in fact, Mr. Duke, the problem is corruption. See at Kenya ina pesa. It's corruption. That is the only thing they can, if they address that within 6 months, this government will go places. But as long as they are hiding behind that, hawaendi mahali na kuambia, hii inakuwa Sri Lanka situation. But then the other thing you also said about the Kibaki government, one, I was mature enough the way I'm like this with my that 2 teeth. A person that 2 teeth is a mature person. And I never heard Kibaki saying ati serikali ya Moi haijaniachia pesa. I was newly employed. And one thing I can remember, in Moi's time, mshahara yangu ilikuwa inakuja tarehe 8 hata tarehe 10. As soon as Kibaki was sworn in, we received our first pay on 30th. I'm telling you. And that never ever changed again. Sasa niambieko, wache niongeeko kama wale watu wa kwetu, niambieko, hiyo pesa yako ilitokaka wapi? Ilitokaka wapi? Hiyo pesa Kibaki amechukua government, amekuwa sworn in, na mwalimu alikuwa anapatako mshahara yake 8th. But as soon as he was sworn in, mimi nikapatanga pesa yangu 30th. Hiyo, where did Kibaki get that money? It is called being accountable and transparent and do things right. Then I remember 1 year down the line, people began complaining that that ile pesa tulikuwa tunapata kando kando haipatikani is because Kibaki alianza kuzimba mianya. Akaanza hata kuna watu walikuwa wanapata licenses za mafuta sijui wapi, licenses hazipatikani. So why Kibaki really succeeded in a short time, he had purposed kuzimba mianya, had this Akina Murungaro not messed him up with the golden bag scandals and all that, the Kibaki's government would have gone places. So what I'm saying is that that is the only thing Ruto has to do. Hata maneno ya NSSF, Mzalendo, I appreciate you have a good idea. That's the right thing. That's the right direction Kenya should go of saving for their future. But through this Mzalendo, hata nimekwambia I was a high school teacher is a very senior person in Kenya. Hata kuniambia I saved 3,000 extra was so hard. So now you are telling someone who cannot buy food tomorrow to give you 2,000. That doesn't make sense to them, because tomorrow is what matters. Food for kesho, for now, not even tomorrow. Food for sai is what the only thing that matters. So I think we should feed them first, then ask them to save. Now, last question, Duke. Can you find time and explain to me why Ruto's government thought it twice to withdraw food subsidy? Because if you ask me even today, before ninunue nguo, I can do without my car, I can do without new clothes for the next 1 year. I can do without a permanent shelter. I can sleep nyumba ya matope, but I can't do without food. At least I need unga ya ugali, at least, and some sukuma wiki. Why did your dear government think it is wise to withdraw food subsidy? Now, somebody asked me that somebody's relative said in Nairobi was complaining that wamepewa subsidy ya fertilizer, yeye hana shamba. Nikamwambia nitakunileako kashamba uende ukalimeko, sababu unaonekanako Ruto anataka mkue wakulima. Why did Ruto think it was so urgent to buy fertilizer than food? He should have bought food and fertilizer and gas, because fuel is used in production and in transport. Saizi Wakenya wameongezewa nauri. After that, now Ruto can tell us, nyinyi watu tukae ngumu, we have addressed 3 things. Then now we need to do extra. I mean, we go step by step. We'll be paying attention to him. So when you find time, Duke, and don't tell me about IMF loan, am I anything near to? Why do you think it was wise to withdraw the food subsidy? And he knows a hungry man is a very angry man. Asante Makiadi.
Okay, I want to move to Kuseo, but before you come in, Kuseo, I just want to address one issue that Mzalendo talked about. I think whether it is saving 200 shillings or saving 2,000 shillings with NSSF, I don't think that is a big issue. Let me read you a statement here from the Auditor General last year. It says that in 2019, the National Social Security Fund, NSSF, has lost 666.9 million through subscription to the botched Imperial and Chase Bank corporate bonds. The investment has been cited by the Auditor General Nancy Gavongo in her audit of the fund's book to June 2019, which was published on Tuesday and bears a qualified opinion. It is in its review, the status of the investment, the audit report has established the NSSF failed to get requisite approval from the National Treasury before investing in the 2 funds. Now, this is a typical example of why we should restart the issue, forcing employees to save with the NSSF. I want to cite other countries, perhaps Julia or Kuseo or whatever. You are aware of these. You know, in some countries, when you save your money, these monies are invested, and you get to choose where your money is being invested. So I don't know Kuseo una save na company gani, but let's say you save with Fidelity or something like that. But then at every end of year, you are told, you are given a financial statement where your investment is, how much you've made, and blah blah blah, all that. So you are aware of how your funds are being invested. You are even given an option. You're told, do you think we should transfer your funds from here to another place, so that at least we are looking at this, this investment, and it is doing very well. In Kenya, it is different. And Kenyans, especially people who are saving for retirement, have lost a lot of money because they just deduct their money. The money is sent to NSSF, and then nobody tells them where your money is going to be invested. Nobody asks you whether to invest the money there. And then when the money is invested there and it gets lost, ndio unaona financial statement inatoka huko inasema you have been mumekoniwa 666 million. So my take is, if the government says let's have you save 2,000 shillings per month, and then they can tell you where they're investing your money. They send you a financial report of how your investment is performing, and you can be able at least to trace how your money is doing out there. Then I would even support that. But as we stand right now, NSSF is a cash cow. It is a cash cow that has drained employers a lot of money. And if you trace the issue of employees losing money, you can go back to where Francis Atwoli was fighting the other board members, because these people want to take their money and then they want to invest their money without idhini yao, and then the money gets lost. And now it goes back to wewe unakaa nyumbani baada ya kuretire, unakaa almost 20 years before you receive your money. Nyumba was here, he told us he just received his retirement package 2 years ago after retiring almost 18 years back. So it is okay. Nobody's arguing about how to invest your money or how much to invest, but can you tell us how you account for the money? Can you tell us where you're investing the money, so that ikipotea tunajua ya kwamba Ruto's government has misplaced our money, and we should know how we can remedy that moving forward. Mato, uko na kitu ya kuongea? Ngoja Mato, Kuseo nilikuwa nimekuruka. Hold on.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a few responses. Okay, Mzalendo has said that the contribution to NSSF remains your money, which is true, but based on even just the investment you have quoted, where NSSF took it upon themselves to invest without any recourse to the savers or the contributors, they ended up doing a bad investment where the fund lost all that money. Now, I hope from Mzalendo you can see that it is not all that you press on people to increase the contribution so that you have more money to loot. There have been a number of cases whereby money has been lost through NSSF. I remember the bad relations between Atuli and all these other people. It is all about the losses, putting contributors' money at risk. Now, I do not know whether you are aware that part of the investments, NSSF itself got involved in a number of very funny investment opportunities in the entire country, real estate investments, as if that was their core business. Now, they have ended up losing money in white elephant projects. Where is all this going to come from? Now, the current government knows that this is another way of taxing you. You push more money to NSSF, which is at their disposal. It is not fair. It's not fair. I want to talk about this issue about finding the coffers empty. It is not true. I think I borrow what Julia was saying, that you do not go to central bank and carry bags and bags of cash at we didn't find money there. It is not true. That was the status of the economy. If we find that there was only 93 million, it means that is what the exiting government, how difficult they were finding it. It's not that they have walked away with the money. No. You are all aware of the scandals which has brought this economy to where it is. You remember the debt level. It wasn't a secret. The debt ceiling had been increased, the 10 trillion or so debt. These were not secrets. These were not secrets. You are all aware of the previous scandals which have brought this economy to where it is. You remember the Galana Kulalu project. The DP is very well aware. I remember during the debate, he was trying to respond to these things. The issue of the last mile and rural electrification project scandals, where these entrepreneurs and contracts, you remember those fake transformers which took the project almost 4 years backward? Now come now to the pending bills, where the cartels are all being coiled. No wonder you remember the president was saying that he's going to be following the cartels. And if you familiarize yourself with how these cartels come about, you will realize that it is all a chain whereby the people who are awarding the tenders are themselves having proxies on the other side to get the contracts and the tenders. You know, Nairobi County alone has got an 8 billion pending bills to be paid. Now, when the new president, the administration came in, they have said that in 100 days, I think it was Gachagua who mentioned it, all the pending bills amounting to 600, 700 billion are going to be sorted. Now, the fuel subsidy and taking away this subsidy. You know, a subsidy is supposed to be a very short-term kind of approach to deal with immediate emergency issues. You prioritize, and then thereon, you know which ones should come first. Now, UNGA, by all means, should come first on Kenyans. They were promised how immediately they take over, they are living. In fact, they coined it to say, freedom is coming. Freedom from the hunger is coming. Now, it can't be business as usual. Now they are in office. They are talking about fertilizers, which is basically a long-term solution. What has happened to the immediate problem where people are going hungry? I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, Mato. Then we go to Duke.
You know, Richie, thank you so much. I really appreciate you, brother. You know, it's so funny. And I don't know, sometimes I feel like crying when I hear people talking. And when people are not being realistic with their life, you know, with their lives and our Kenyan country life. 93 million, seriously? Keroche owns, 93, more than 93 million. You want to tell me a whole country is only a 93 million that is there?
14 billion for Keroche.
At 93 million. Are you even trying to really reason? Richie, wherever you are from, Mimi, let me talk about Machakos. Machakos will give that 93 million in a day. If you go circle it all, kutoka Matu, all the way Mwala, all the way come down, you'll get 93 million. There's no country that can have 93 million. It's a joke. And please, let's stop with that. Your 93 million figure is just a joke. I mean, if you're really educated and if you really have looked places and lived, you will know that's a joke for a whole country. Even the smallest country, will not have a budget for 93 million. Stop. Yo, tuache. It's just people throwing figures out there. That country does not have 93 million. What are you talking about? 93 million. What are you gonna do? Take two trips from za SGR za kupeleka whatever mnapeleka ka Nairobi, and then you come back zimeisha. Stop. It's a lie. It's there to hoodwink people who don't understand a country. This fertilizer thing, and I keep on saying, but they Richie, our moderator, I am against this fertilizer subsidy thing. I am totally against it. Mimi personally, as Martin Macaundeto, I am very against this thing. It's a way to make money to recover for what was used during election. There's no fertilizer here. We're not even in the planting season. And my maize that I plant at home in my farm, I've never used fertilizer in my whole life since I started planting it. What is it that we're talking about this fertilizer? It's just a way to con Kenyans. And I think Kenyans need to understand that we are being hoodwinked by people who are so mad because for a long time they've been kept away from the money that they used to make as cartels, and they were nasumbuliwa hivi na kina DCI and everything, and now they had to go get back to their positions to start making that money and doing business with government and getting all those. Now is the reason that now we are hearing subsidies. If Uhuru was not to be haikuwa tamu yake ya kuisha, si bado Kenya ilikuwa inaendelea, tulikuwa poa. Did we complain about sijui ati tumebakishwa only 93 million? We were still doing, we were moving. In fact, tulikuwa tunapata majia za juko, expressways hizi ndo zinafunguliwa and everything. Was that happening in 93 million? It's just people who are locked out of the business that they used to do. And that's why people will go sell their lands and everything to get into that office so that they can get something out of it. It's not public servants. That's why you find somebody that we now call apparently president actually, being able, before he became president, being able to contribute millions every day. Because they were people who really did the entrepreneurship. This whole thing is about entrepreneurship. Pesa iko Kenya, inafanyika kila siku. Machako zinatoa more than data hiyo, mnaongea billions in a day. Kisii inatoa, Kisumu inatoa, nini wanatoa. So wacheni hii kitu ya kina Gachagua kusema ati sijui nini. It's just entrepreneurs coming back feeling bad because walikuwa wamewekwa kando, and now they want to come back and start getting, and they are coming in hard and hungry. Na mutalia, na tutalia. The reason, if we had only 93 million, Richie, would we have an expressway? Would we have the bypasses, southern bypass? And these things extend even Mombasa. And you go to Nakuru, you find them. Kisumu, you find them. Drive in Nairobi today. Things have changed. So the entrepreneurship is what we are fighting. We are not even fighting anything. We are fighting the entrepreneurship. People are hungry to go back to what they never used to get. That now everybody is fighting to do it, to get it. Na tusidanganyane hapa hivi Richie, my friend. Haki ya Mungu tusidanganyane. This is all that is happening. It's just about entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Okay, Duke.
One, I think we should stop the propaganda that the government has on Resolution 93. Where is the official statement or information from? So that's fake news, number one. We have not.
What do you mean? Gachagua told us. You
No,
have
it did not
forgotten.
specify the amount. It did not specify.
Gachagua told us.
He said 93?
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Richie, can you play that?
Richie ameshindwa kuongea. You can never listen to things, eh?
No, we did not say that. So we don't have official information on how much the treasury has. All what has been circulating is just fake information and propaganda. Just the way when Gachagua met with Raila, there was a clip actually with almost 500,000 views, which was saying that Raila has agreed with Gachagua to have an handshake with Ruto. You see, so we should filter the information which we consume, so we make sure that we consume credible information. And then talking about NSSF acts like a bank, because when you deposit your amount there, they give you an interest, and the interest is 7% per annum, and it's actually reviewed periodically based on the inflation rate and that. So once you deposit, for instance, you put their money in your fixed account, you don't ask the bank what does it do to that your money. You are interested in getting that money back with your interest. So that's how the NSSF work. And also, the government of Kenya is the member of the last resort. So if maybe there is misappropriation, that is what the government is responsible to compensate the beneficiaries of the NSSF fund. There are two acts. Actually, if you read about the NSSF Act of 2013, the benefits must be processed within 6 months. Once you make an application, within 6 months, you should have your benefits. There was some issues before that because there was no specific framework which were guiding on how the benefits that are processed. But now, it's actually a digital platform. You can actually log in, you enter your ID number, and you can trace the amount you have. So it's open. Then Indeto is trying to say that fertilizers, the subsidy on fertilizers is like it's going to go to cartels. That's not true. Any person who imports product into Kenya from outside the country, those individuals are registered. So we have specific traders who import fertilizers every year. So the government has not said it's going to import the fertilizer. It's going to give those importers a given amount of money so that that price can be half. So it's based on their purchasing price and maybe the selling price and the profit margin they will make. So it's the government is coming in on the specific non-importers of fertilizer. So it's not the government or individuals who are going to create new contracts to import that. Then also another issue I wanted to address was about also the issue of the subsidies. Individuals are trying to say that unga is like a necessity, it's like a drug. That's not true. You know, food, and I made that statement here, food entails several components. You don't just consume unga. There is a lot of products you consume, even cooking oil, even cooking gas. So just trying to subsidize just one product, actually a small component of carbohydrates, does not mean you have reduced the cost of food. So that was like a way of trying to take money out of the government, because actually even when that subsidy was effected, people were unable to find unga at supermarkets. Maybe there was some small stock was to appear like in 1 hour, and if you go to past noon, or you cannot locate it. So it was not working at all. But maybe we can talk about the fuel subsidies. But remember, we found that it's not sustainable for us to continue to fund that fuel subsidy because we have fixed expenditures. For instance, every government must pay workers every month. The government must supply basic necessities like drugs. So you are not just trying to use all the money on fuel subsidies like that. However, the next step is about eliminating taxes. There are a lot of taxes attached to the fuel. And next week when Parliament will resume, there will be proposals on how to reduce or to eliminate some taxes on fuel. So fuel will come down without subsidies by removing some taxes, and those taxes which are removed can be reorganized. For instance, we can tax more luxury goods like alcohol, so that to bring the balance, because the government must have revenue in one way or the other. So I think that's what I can say.
Yeah. Let me say this, Duke. In terms of subsidizing unga, I think we talked yesterday, and I told you here. I don't think the government is subsidizing unga as such. I think they call it maize subsidy. Perhaps you want to make it look like it's all about unga. Number two, fuel subsidy. The same way you're talking about fuel subsidy to mean subsidies that involve kerosene, petrol, which is the other one, diesel. It's the same way that I'm telling you in terms of subsidizing maize. So it's not like unga peke yake ndio inakuwa subsidy. It's the maize itself, and that is why the government comes to an agreement with maize millers, and then they're given that subsidy, and then wakisaga hiyo mahindi, then unga, bei ya unga inaenda chini. So si ati inaenda kwa unga peke yake. But there's one thing I want to ask you, Duke, here, and I think this is very necessary, because we actually was here and talked about the supplier. If a supplier has a good working relationship with the government, then they can deliver a certain product or a certain good, and then the government can pay later. I agree with that. It's okay, even if the government does not have like money at that time, depending on how they've been working with that contractor or the supplier. But then my question comes here, because Uhuru's government had subsidies on fuel, and when Ruto came in, he said that these subsidies were benefiting a few companies, and they almost named the companies. Hata wewe umetuambia mara mingi hapa, there's a company called Rubis. I don't know who the owner is. Now, why is it so difficult for us to tell us the money that is going to subsidize fertilizers inaenda kwa kina nani? Because I think that is a good beginning. You have told us how we lose money to fuel subsidies, but then you have money to subsidize fertilizer, but you're not telling us who are these people that are bringing fertilizer into Kenya. But you are very sure that, hold on, Duke, but you're very sure that we have fertilizer that is coming in the high seas that is about to arrive maybe in the next couple of days. Who are these people ambao mumepatia contract ya kuleta fertilizer na mwezi wataja jina? And when did you discover that Kenyans needed fertilizer, mkaoda fertilizer kukuja Kenya, na mkalipa subsidies without even asking anybody? There's no cabinet secretary from the current regime who signed off on that. There's no parliament. I mean, where are you getting this money? Who is authorizing this money that is going to subsidize fertilizers? If we have to wait for a new regime to be set up and have ministers and all that to do, some of these policies that you want to carry out in this current regime.
Number one, when the maize, the one you are saying, the maize subsidy was passed, was it passed by Parliament? So, you know, some subsidies can be effected using executive orders, maybe based on the emergencies which we have. However, I don't think that the fertilizer has an emergency, but the way the subsidy of fertilizer is going to set in, it's going to be on those who import, because the government has data on how many bags of fertilizers which traders import into Kenya. So the government is going to intervene. So when they are importing, so they can give a fraction of the cost so that the price can be half. So it's based on those who are imported, because we are talking about specific bags which are imported by all importers into Kenya, and we don't produce fertilizer within Kenya. Then I can't remember another question which you asked. What was the second question? Trying to tell us who are those who are going to benefit. Maybe nobody has asked that. If maybe individuals from the government were asked and they refused to answer that, then that's when you can say there must be an issue, because I've not seen a situation where somebody's trying to get that information from the government, or a journalist who has asked that question and people from the government are unable to answer. So maybe we encourage those journalists, when they come across, they ask them. Then if they are unable to give the specific beneficiaries, then we can say it's cartels. But so far, nobody has refused to give that information.
Duke, the current government is importing 1.4 million bags of fertilizer that has already been subsidized. And you want to tell us that the information should not be out there. The same way you used to tell us here that Rubis is the one that is benefiting from money that is being subsidized to, fuel subsidies. But it's so difficult for you guys to tell us who is benefiting from the fertilizer subsidies, unless we ask. Hold on, Julia. Dakika moja tu jibu.
You know, it's because when Ruto assumed as the president, he scrutinized the fuel subsidy and the maize subsidy. So it's because of scrutiny of wrongs which have been already done. But if maybe you are interested in scrutinizing the fertilizer subsidy, maybe if you are saying that they are cartels, or they are the companies which belong to Ruto, or is Ruto or Gachagua importing, you should give us that information. Say, this is the company importing and this company belongs to Uhuru or Gachagua. The way we have said Rupees was being given like 60% of subsidies and it belongs to Uhuru Kenyatta.
Duke, you need time to get the answer. I think Duke needs time to
Duke is the CS. We can give you time tomorrow to bring us the answer. And I want us also to know from you, Duke, when you come in tomorrow, because you have inside information, come with the amount also. Could you tuambia how much the government is spending to subsidize the incoming fertilizer consignment, so that we can discuss from there? Because there's a lot of information we would love to ask you. Unfortunately, it looks like hata wewe hauna habari. Julia.
Okay, Duke, ugali is a staple food, and Kenyans don't eat ugali na sukuma juu wanataka. It's just because that's the only food they can afford. And the easiest way to make sure they don't die tomorrow of hunger is just to make sure wako na unga ya ugali. Sasa vile useme ati it is you, Duke, who can eat chapati, mchele, wali, nyama, kuku. But common mwananchi sai anataka tu umwambie everyday anaweza kuwa na unga moja peke yake, atatafutia tusukuma ama tuterere ama nini ama hata chai, angalau watoto wake wasilale njaa. You people you live in abroad, I don't know how many years you've lived here, go back home and see that some families only need one packet, not even just to make ugali, even to just make uji. So when you see a government of Kenya saying that if I make sure that they can, if they make sure I can buy ugari at 70 bob, they're just trying to make sure that somehow Julia, maybe hiyo unga moja anaweza kapika uji mara tatu, and the children will not. I'm telling you that the situation, Duke. Ugari is a staple food. Hata Wakikuyu sahi hawakuli githeri, juu githeri is expensive. Having githeri mahindi na maharagwe uchemshe ndio utafutie waru ndio na mboga, hiyo ni ngumu. Afadhali nipike ugali, mtoto wangu akule na chai ama sukuma ama terere, ama kama siwezi pika hata hiyo ugali nipike uji mara tatu. Those children not that is the situation at hand. So don't trivialize ugali here. Ugali is very important. So ambia huyu bosi yako afanye vile atafanya iwezekanavyo tupate huu ugali. Asante Makiadi.
Aya, sawa sawa, wacha niende kwa Ndemba kwanza.
Good, I don't know if it's good morning or good evening all. But I want to start by saying, hapo mmeachia kuuliza Duke. Duke will not respond to those questions. Hata mkimpatia siku ngapi aende aulize. Duke will not respond. He will scatter around and he will defend his government. That is what they are taught, that you defend the government, whatever case. I said here yesterday that when you see a government pushing for a particular thing, there's already someone who has business waiting. The same people who are telling you that the government has empty coffers, has brought in subsidized fertilizer. Who is that who had the fertilizer ready? And where were they? I mean, there was something. There was some business had to be created. And that Duke is also telling you that there are people who handle the fertilizer business with the government. We cannot have a government that runs in an opaque manner. That he's willing to tell you that there are individuals who normally sell fertilizers to the government, but he is not aware. Either he's not aware, or he's choosing not to even seek to know who are those people who supply, who have exclusive orders to supply fertilizer to the government. That has not been known anywhere. There's nowhere that we have seen the tendering process of fertilizer. When was the tendering process done?
When were the import certificates issued?
Temba. Guys, the issue of fertilizer was done by the previous government.
Is it me talking, or what is that?
Fertilizer. It is the government of Kenya that brings fertilizer.
Mzalendo, hold on. Don't unmute before you. Yeah, go on, Demba.
You guys had your time to contribute. See, mwacha nimalize. Kusewa ni mzalendo. Why are you joining those people who are lacking decorum?
No, you didn't mute us.
So So when was it? When was it? Which Duke has come? I said that there are individuals who supply fertilizer to the government. Who are those people? And when did they even have the tender in the subsidized manner? How is it that this government comes in and immediately it has noticed that the fertilizer are in the high seas and it has to come, and it is going to be supplied in a subsidized rate? I think we need to run away from listening to excuses that are being created by the current government, led by Dr. William Samoei Ruto. There's a lot of propaganda that they are now selling, and the propaganda that they have continuously sold and they are selling it now. I said yesterday, these people have forgotten that they have actually gotten the government. They don't need to give excuses. You'd rather be quiet than give excuses. And they say you'd rather not give an excuse than give a bad one. Instead of coming and starting to say that, We inherited empty coffers, so Kenyans need to be very patient with us. I want to remind them that in their campaign, when they were campaigning, they said that these people are stealing from the government. They said that. So if indeed they knew they were going to come in and say, give us a time, they should have even by then decided that they are not going to even get into this government because everything has gone. The same person telling you that is able to afford their monies to go to these trips they are going for, to go and see someone being buried. You know, I wonder what happened to the to being sensitive to the local person's plight. We want to see them probably coming up and saying that because we are seeing that we inherited empty coffers, we are proposing that parliamentarians should take a pay cut for the next 6 months. That all Kenya Kwanza parliamentarians will take a pay cut for the next 6 months so that we can see if the economy gets better, then now we can decide that now are we going to be allocating this to this side. There's no austerity measure that they are taking. There's nothing they're saying. The only thing they're doing is giving us excuses. I don't think I want to agree with what Duke is saying, that you know, there are people who are supposed to be supplying, and those people, they have exclusive mandate to supply fertilizers to the government. There's nothing like that. These are same cartels, and these cartels had clear mandate that as soon as we get in, we hear the stories of we are getting off certain cartels and we are bringing in our cartel. These things were already in the high seas waiting to come in, and that's how it works. So they are fearing to tell us that. You have to create a problem so that you look like you are solving it, and you don't solve it until 5 years is over, because the clock is ticking. The clock is not stopping that they are giving excuses. The clock is ticking, and very soon they will come back to us saying that they are trying to create a narrative that they are going to use in the next election. And this narrative is what they are going to say, that you see, those people, we inherited a very bad economy. And believe you me, this is what they're going to be telling us. We inherited a very bad economy. At least we have tried up to where we have reached. Now give us another chance so that we can finish. That is the trajectory of their narrative that they're trying to push. I am hoping that Kenyans are going to be very vigilant, and Kenyans are going to be asking questions. In any case, Kenyans should start getting out and telling them that you told us, these are the promises. You told us that you are going to be giving us this within the first 100 days. You didn't say conditional. There was no condition you gave, that subject to us finding the coffers full. Nowhere did they say that. They said within this time to Metenga. What will happen to that Mama Mboga, whom we are telling that wait to vumilie? How is that Mama Mboga supposed to vumiliating when she has an empty stomach? How is that Mama Mboga supposed to be vumiliating when they can't even buy, fuel? How is that Mama Mboga supposed to be patient, waiting for you to fix? Okay, fine, your brood fertilizer to go down there. It takes almost 6 months, maybe for crop to come up and stuff like that. So for 6 months, what will these people be eating? So that shows you how insensitive this government is. They have gotten there, and that's all they wanted. And that's how politics works. Politics is also much about them solving your problem. Politics is about them getting that position and solving their own problems. They have forgotten. Nobody has come up to even talk about Mama Mboga, mtu wa bodaboda, matatu sako, 5 billion, 50 billion tumetenga, nothing. All they're doing is giving us excuses. Kenyans need to rise up and stop taking excuses, demand for what they said. We are a little disappointed by the 8 million people who never voted, because if they did, we would have been having a different trajectory of a conversation right now. But all in all, we believe that eventually something will happen that will cause this government to deliver to the people. I yield the rest of my time back to Makiadi.
All right, let's go to Douglas.
Okay. Thank you, Makiadi. Good day to the panelists, whatever you may be. This is a good conversation that I'm hearing here. But where is Duke? Duke has left. I had questions for him. Okay, I think when I come
He
in,
has run away when I told him he's not going to answer any questions.
Yeah, when I come in, some people leave because sometimes they think I have questions for them. For Duke, Duke is defending this government, and I said, this is what I said from the beginning. Themba, Makiadi, and the rest of the panelists. I said, look, we're not going to rush and try to judge this government. They've just been sworn in. Give them 100 days as we continue checking them. I'm not saying that we should not check them from day one. Yes, we should. But let's give them 100 days as we see what they're doing and how they're moving. And let's look at the pattern in terms of how these guys are moving and how they're managing this political situation. One thing we should ask Duke, hope he comes back, is Duke seems to be acting like he knows everything that this government is doing. He might be in government, we don't know. Maybe he was appointed, we don't know, because we have not seen his appointment. But he needs to explain to us exactly in details what this government has talked about in terms of subsidies. This is not the first time you're hearing about fertilizer subsidies in this country. For those of us who have been in Kenya and have grown up in Kenya, and over the years, we know the corruption that goes with fertilizer subsidies, maize subsidies, and all that. These are corruption avenues for government officials. We know that. And what is the metric? Who is monitoring this fertilizer as it comes into the country and how it's being distributed? Yes, you will see some paid, failed mainstream media showcasing a few areas around Kenya where farmers are receiving this fertilizer, but it's not a reflection of the whole country. You understand? Nobody monitors these things. Who monitors this? Can we get a report of the last fertilizer subsidies that have been done in this country? No. These are avenues for corruption, and we let's not act like we don't know. We don't understand what is happening right now. This is the same thing I talked about when Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto were sworn in the first time we had the jet saga. This is another way of recouping all the finances that you spend in the campaign as quickly as possible. Because when we talk about these fertilizer subsidies, over the years, these have been avenues for corruption and they've never been monitored. They talk about 4.2 billion in subsidies, which range from 4.2 to 5.7 billion. And who monitors this? Where's the monitoring? Where's the report on how the last subsidy was done? Who does this? Government is supposed to do this in conjunction with NGOs and other non-government organizations so that we can actually be able to know if this is effective, it's really assisting Kenyans, or is this a failure? And if it's a failure, we should not do that. But there are no reports. But we're just being talked about subsidy. You know, when people just realize, oh, fertilizer itakuwa chini, bei ya fertilizer itapunguka, na tutauzia farmers na waweze ku... What is the report on it? You can give farmers fertilizer, but it depends. Are you educating them on how to use the fertilizer well? And are those fertilizers actually bringing in results? Because most of that fertilizer can be used badly on the field and it's a failure. Then you have to go back and look at the report and say, okay, fine, yes, we had fertilizer. It was distributed to this amount of people, and it was critical mass that actually worked to actually make sure that all the amount that the government used went to the farmers, not to individual pockets. And after that, out of the report, these amount of farmers, 20%, 30%, or 40%, they actually use the fertilizer, but they use it wrongly, and it never yielded any fruit. But 60% used it correct, or 40% used it correct, and 60% use it wrongly. What are we learning from this? Is this the way to go, or should we have more education? Since we have success with 40%, maybe the other 60% need to be educated. We don't have any reports on these issues. That's why I'm saying, you know, I think it's a matter of time. We just have to be honest with ourselves. We are so used to the English language and the talking and the promises, but what are the results? We should be looking at the results. What are the results? Uhuru Ruto government, what are the results? Are we in a better place right now after the Kibaki government with the Uhuru Ruto government in terms of how much wealth have we created? How much employment have we created? How much in terms of not even how much, what in terms of institutional growth and the independence of institutions in Kenya, how have we grown? How much are we generating in terms of wealth? How much are we improving in terms of manufacturers? And I'm not talking about foreign imports. I'm talking about local manufacturing, where the geocalic sector is actually empowered and they move with more machinery and they're producing more, because we know those guys are talented, but they don't have the funding and machinery to actually move into industries. Where are we moving? We need to have reports, and we know most of the time we are not moving forward. It's just a matter of nice manifestos and nice English and talking about semantics and having intellectual arguments about issues and comparing with the world, but we're not moving forward. We need to be serious about these issues. Fertilizer import and subsidies has always been a corruption issue in this country. What is the report on the previous, and what is the benefit of this one? That's what we need to be talking about.
Thank you, Douglas. Mato.
You know, kuna msee sana huko hivyo kwa comment waga napenda hiyo waga nanifurahisha sana, usemanga come here. What does he always say? Dani Richie nasema with also a working brain. Sikumbuki nani kuna msee usemaga huko sana chini. You know, because sometimes we come here and we just argue things. And personally, myself, when you see me on the phone, saa zingine nakwaga I research some things. This is something I've known for a while. And I want to give you guys, panelists and the people who are listening to us, this fertilizer thing, because we keep on saying it here and people don't really understand. And Demba said it very well. Thank you, my brother. Who is it going to? I want you guys to go look at something called the proposed acquisition of Diplac Kenya Limited assets by Elgon Kenya Limited. And when you go look at those two companies, I want you to tell me the board members of them. Then by the time you come here next time, when we're talking about fertilizer subsidies, mkuje mkiongea, nimesema Diplac na Elgon Kenya Limited. They're the biggest importers and they're the ones that actually have gotten the thing of bringing the fertilizer in. You look at the guys, I won't say, because sometimes I always say, let's research some things. I've always known this, but I wanted it to see. I wanted to make sure before I nifungue mdomo yangu mbaya mbaya hapa, that people understand that I am looking up. You know, I know what I'm talking about. This is a scam. It's a scam. And that's what it is. And it's good sometimes to research and look at these things and really understand them rather than just talk about them. Richie, wacha nimalizie tu hapo hivyo. It's a long one. It had 8 points. When actually not 8. It's a 1 of 3, and there's a point of it, and it shows even the people who are the board members of it. And these are the guys that have been given that. Diplac and Elgon Kenya Limited. Look at who it is. Richie, I have to go somewhere, but I just wanted to throw that out there so that sometimes people we understand that we're doing we don't just talk sometimes when we come over here. Those are the things, because we are here to educate. We are being scammed. That's all it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mato. Wacha nilete Frederick. Naona ni kama kuna issue na connection.
Habari zenu watu. Yeah, I've been having issues with my connection. I really don't know what's going on. You know, I don't know if it's my phone because I have this crazy amount of security features in my phone because hackers were many tender in the past, and so I tend to have this crazy like of security stuff. So I think that's what is bugging my phone. Otherwise, again, it's always nice to be here. It's always nice to kukaa kuongea na nyinyi wase. You guys have a lot of information. You guys do a lot of research. You guys, the show is lit. Informative, and yeah, it's always a pleasure to be. Except for one fact that there's a lot of propaganda, man, coming out here. Like I've just heard Duke talk about, how it's not important to subsidize on flour, and talking about carbohydrates and the minerals and stuff like that, and then you're like, why are you talking as if you're not a Kenyan? You know that in Kenya, ugali is all that people really is where the big problem is. If you've lived in Kenya long enough, which I believe all of us have, is once you have unga, there's a lot of just pick from your local farms and stuff like that. So unga is really a stable
Fred, hatukusikii, umemute. Can anybody hear him? Me simsikii. Fred, what happened? You might want to come in, disconnect alafu urudi tena. We can't hear you. Douglas, unamsikia?
No, I cannot hear him.
Yeah, I think he might want to come back again. Zalendo.
I think Demba, you had very good points in the beginning, but ni blame game too, kama kawaida. I think the importers of fertilizer in Kenya are well known. These are business that somebody ventured into and saw that there's an opportunity here. But again, when we come to this channel and we want results in less than a week, it is not practical. It's just imagination, or it's just vibing for the sake of talking. So I think Ruto is coming to the US. Probably he'll borrow some money, or he'll get some money. He'll get some grants from here and there. And when he comes back to Kenya, he might inject that money so that we can get the subsidies that we want. At the moment, the government is broke because we cannot say anything more than that. Wamesema the government is broke. We are not in government. The government is saying it's broke. So who are you to tell us that the government is not broke? We don't have information about that. If Gachagua says the government is broke and the president says the government is broke, then Themba says the government is rich. So tutasikiza nani? We listen to the government of the day. They are saying they don't have money. I believe that is what necessitated Ruto to come for the conference here with less than a week into his inauguration. So he's going to get money, which is going to use to do whatever he wants to do. The issue of fertilizer, I think it was to appease his base, mostly the people who voted for him, to reward them, because it was such a big issue during the campaigns. Ulisikia that mzee ule saying, ule alikuwa anasema walikula, wakakula. I mean, it was going to do something to his political base. Na kusema ati hiyo meli ya fertilizer ilikuja immediately ama ilikuwa nangojea tu Ruto aingie, that's a very big lie, and stop lying to Kenyans. That thing was imported in 2021, and most of our fertilizer, either they come from Russia, Ukraine, or China. The one that imekuja ni ya Russia, and due to the wars, there's been a lot of deficit in fertilizer, and that's why the maize production is not as it used to be. The farmers could not get fertilizer from Russia, and the companies that are bringing in fertilizer could not do so. So finally, Uhuru did something. So right now, who is taking credit? Maybe Ruto, but the government that imported fertilizers is Kenyatta's government. So mambo ya kuambia watu ati Ruto ameleta fertilizer, hiyo ni uongo mtupu na ni propaganda, and you know that. So let us at least watch out in our propaganda if you don't have the facts. Thank you.
You know, I've always thought Mzalendo is someone objective. Today, I've listened to him and I've discovered he's the chief government propagandist. Mzalendo wako uko wapi? You see, it is interesting that
November.
No. I know you have. It's long since I watched Churchill. Now today, at least I've watched comedy for the first time in this channel. You know, it's so comical for someone to come and start saying that that you see the government has said that there is no money. The same government, when it was being handed over a week ago, not less than a week ago, the previous government said that we are handing in this kind of slate to these people. You trust a government when it gets in and it says that there's no money, and you are here saying that because the president has said there's no money, then there's no money. It's not up to us to know whether there's no money or not. It's up to them to run the government. We are not paid to run the government. We don't earn to run the government. You and I don't earn to run the government. We don't need an excuse from anyone, Gachagua or the president. They got in there to do the job, not to cry to us. If they can't do the job, then they get out so that other people who can do the job can get there. It's not up to us to, you know, I think it's because we have become so, I think what Ebola tries to give us, you know, we have become too understanding, or maybe too, you see, like Mzalendo trying to explain away, you know, because the government has said this. Did you elect Ruto and Gachagua to come and give you excuses? We don't need excuses. 5 years down the line, they'll be coming to tell us that we inherited a government that is in, which government has been inherited when there's money? Which government has come in? Tell me which government that didn't borrow. All governments have borrowed. When you look for the job and you ask for the job, you don't start giving excuses. So when you get there, can you imagine you get home, Zalendo, you get home, and then you get to your house, you have your children. You have your children, they are waiting for you. And you come with your empty hand. And you start telling them, giving them excuses. You know, I went out and you see, I didn't get anything. Your children don't want to hear excuses. All your children are concerned about is, Daddy has come home, we need to eat. If you want to borrow, if you want to do whatever you go to do. Don't give us excuses. You ask for the job, you have it. So when you come to a debate like this, and then you're trying to explain away that is propaganda, surely what you are bringing is what you are calling propaganda. You cannot take a whole 2 hours in a TV to come and explain to Kenyans that you have been, in fact, they repeated from day one, not even today, day one. Day one, they are actually taking the oath and they are starting by explaining. How did they know the treasury by that time? How did they even imagine and even think that now the treasury is empty? You see, on the day of being sworn in, you are being sworn in and you're already saying the treasury is empty. There's a problem. That's propaganda that has been has been cooked and choreographed so that nobody can question. Kenyans cannot rise up against them. And then you say, what man is there in UN Security Council that he's going to sit in the UN Security Council, is going to be looking for money? You guys, I think you are the ones who are making even Kenyans become too lazy in thinking. And then we are starting here telling them that, you see, we need to understand, once you get a government. Now, Ruto is not new to this government. Ruto was the deputy president of this government. Gachagua was part of the Jubilee government. All these people are not new to government. Some of those people, they worked with them. Ruto himself has been quoted saying that NIS, before it reports to anybody, reports to him. So he knows everything. Now when he comes and he says day one, they start telling us that we have inherited empty coffers. That's the kind of nonsense we should not be listening to. Kenyans need to put demands on that government. You're saying, let's sit easy, give them time to work. Give them time to work. That is not our business. It's them to work. They came in, they said, we are ready to work. We are ready to work on day one. In fact, that was what they were telling us. We are ready to work on day one. We are ready to run this government on day one. They didn't say, when we get in, you know, you need to first of all wait, give us time. You go home and tell your children to give you time. When they're looking for food, they give you time. That is the kind of pressure. And it is not up to us. We don't want excuses. Kenyans should not listen to excuses. What do you do when they are trying to tell you that now you need to give us time, we inherited empty coffers? Are they getting their salaries at that time? Are they buying fuel? Are they taking their children to school? Themselves, are they doing that? Are they getting all the parks? Are they still having their cars fueled by taxpayers' money? Are they having all that going on? You are not getting your unga. What are they? What are the sacrifices they are putting in? I don't think we need to come here and start justifying and using propaganda that is being sold left, right, and center. Everybody in Jubilee, not Jubilee, Kenya Kwanza, for some reason, everybody, everywhere is going and saying, we don't have money. All of them accessed the treasury. People like Akina Alice Wahome, people like Akina Suji, everybody accessed the treasury and they decided that there's no money. All of them went to treasury. There's a problem. And there's a problem, and this problem has to be sorted. We cannot sit easy and start allowing Kenyans to say that now do not make Kenyans not have propaganda. You guys are the ones who are having propaganda, telling us how many of you access treasury. I yield my time back to Makiadi, and today I've watched the comedy that I've not watched in a while.
Yeah, I think I want to concur with what Ndemba is saying. Mzalendo, I think you're misleading us, telling us here that the fertilizer was imported in 2021. 2021, you said. Well, we have had the deputy president here say that the fertilizer is in the high seas. And they expect the fertilizer to be in the country in a few days. So I think that is a misplaced statement. And one thing that I want to say, and everybody has realized here, that it is like the Kenya Kwanza Alliance crew have now all of a sudden had access to what the treasury does, how much they have, how much they spend. I mean, information that we have never seen before. It looks like these guys are now, everybody knows what is happening in the government. Even people who are, even their local MCAs, they know how much money is in the government right now and how much the money, what money has been spent where. Information that is not readily available to a person like me and you and probably other leaders that we know. So I think there's a lot of propaganda, and this is what we've been saying. These people have started giving us excuses. It is only week 1, but the amount of propaganda they are selling, they look like they are the ones who are in the minority. They ran to run a government and they got the government. What we expect from them is not excuses. What we expect from them is not to tell us that there's no money in the treasury. What we want is delivery of service. And if you talk about prudent expenditure of funds, I would not even have expected, if they had previous information that the government had no money, they should not even have had the 250 million swearing in ceremony. If they knew that there was only 93 million shillings, where did they get the 250 or 200 million shillings for swearing in? Now we have a president who is traveling for a dynastic kind of, let me call it, I don't want to sound like I'm rude, but he's a president that has been telling us he's fighting dynasties. He's a man who represents the common man, mwananchi wa kawaida, and he has traveled abroad with 46 contingent of 46 people to go and attend a funeral service of a person or a family which is associated with a dynasty. And then after that, he takes another flight with the same crew to the US. And in the US, nothing very important. Zalendo, I don't know where you got privy information, where you get your information that is going to borrow money or to get grants from the US. I don't know where you got that information. But we know that he's coming in the US. Probably he will be addressing the UNGA, inaitangwa UNGA Ndemba, United Nations General Assembly. Number 1, that is the first thing he's going to do. And then probably he'll meet the president of the United States. So wherever you get information that atakuja kupatiwa pesa, mimi sijui information umetoa wapi. But one thing I want to say is this: whether Ruto comes to the US to, seek funds to support his budget or not, these people are not prepared to govern. That is why they'll come out every day to tell us how the economy, how the treasury coffers are empty, how the economy is doing badly. They inherited a dilapidated economy, while in the real sense, one of those people who claims to have inherited was part of the other government, was the second in command. So why are you telling Mwananchi that you inherited? How can you inherit what you owned? People should man up. This is not a game. This is not the campaign pledges that you are making on the rooftops of SUVs. This is government. And they should understand that Mwananchi does not need excuses. Mwananchi will not eat excuses. What Mwananchi needs is to is for William Ruto and the Kenya Kwanza administration to get their priorities right. You cannot come in and the first thing you're doing is to scrap subsidies that affect Mwananchi directly and then tell them that we are investing for the future. 3 months to come, you will see the results. Now, what is going to happen right now? Mwananchi hana chakula. Chakula yenye iko available is very expensive. So we want these people to stay hungry until 3 months ziishe, ndio anze kuona matunda. I mean, get your priorities right. Get your priorities right. That is what the government does. Mzalendo, and then we go to Douglas.
Themba, you really laughed that I brought in some comedy. So no comedy, I'll just bring in some facts that you should know. And And you should also know that the IMF headquarters are here in the US. And if Ruto is bright enough, he's going to extend his credit, the credit facilities at the IMF. That will happen. But again, you're being played. You're being played at going into the same trap. This issue of subsidies, Ruto will throw it to Parliament. Ataitupa kwa bunge. And with this kind of hardline positions that we are having out here, we'll see it out playing out in Parliament. Then you can now see who is for pro-Mwananchi and who is against Mwananchi and who wants the subsidies and the prices of things to go down. If I was the president, that is exactly what I would do. Throw the ball to Parliament, see how they are going to vote on these issues, and we come up with a law on the subsidies and see that the price of unga comes down and the fuel also goes down. So you're still being played. You're too blind to see it, but you'll see it this week. Thank you.
Thereby, you see on the screen, this is the thing I was telling you about last week. This is how UDA reasons now. Remember, I told you it's not about the president coming to the US for a policy or whatever, helping Mwananchi. It was about pictures, and you'll see these. You'll prove me wrong next week. You will see this. This is what I was telling you about. UDA thinks they're still in a campaign season where they post pictures of Oscar Sudi alighting from the helicopter. Those are things that excite them. But when people are suffering down there, they don't see that as something. They say that is a propaganda. Incitement of the masses. Go ahead, then we go to Douglas.
Anyway, I want to let it rest. Let me let it rest because I find Mzalendo quite hilarious. But that is the IMF and this Bretton Woods institutions. They have interesting ways of negotiating whatever loans they give to any country. And if they are going to give, there's a World Bank office in IMF has an office in Kenya. There's no representative in Kenya.
There's even a representative of IMF in Africa. There's, Mzalendo. You don't have to justify
a satellite office.
No, you don't have to. Things don't happen the way they used to happen. Mzalendo. IMF has a representative in Africa. IMF has an office. Whatever you call it, a satellite office, it's still an office. You can still transact business with that office. You don't have to fly all the way to the US.
Mzalendo, but you are being more hilarious. You see, so a World Bank, you work like a supermarket. You have to go to the office to sort out issues with the office in New York. The office in New York is advised by the regional offices. And the World Bank, hold on, Mzalendo. You're imagining Ruto will get into the plane today and come to New York and just pop into World Bank somewhere and say, hey, you guys, I'm having issues back in Kenya. Can you just throw in a little bit of something for me? That's the most hilarious way that I've even had a discussion. World Bank and Bretton institutions generally don't just work like that. They allow their regional offices to advise them on the countries of Africa, and wherever they are going. You remember when World Bank came in, the money they give come with the stringent conditions. You remember the stimulus? The package that was given to Moi. Part of what came with that was the issue of privatization, issue of a structural adjustment policy. They give their monies with policies that have to follow them. They want to, it doesn't, you don't just wake up and you go to a place like umefika nimekuja UN Security Council, then unaona na struggle, kuna ka fertilizer kakukwa meli huko tafadhali. You don't do, they don't function like that. So it's interesting to hear that, but fair enough. I agree with you, Makiadi. What we said last week is that the UDA guys, they have not stopped campaigning. Even when you heard the deputy president speaking in his interview, you could see that he's a man. There's one question that the interviewer asked him, and I wanted to hear him how he was going to respond to that. He was asked, your speech about that day, how how was it supposed to resonate to the people, the 6.9 who didn't vote for you? His response was very interesting. That well, they didn't vote for us, and the 7.1 who voted for us. It has not dawned on them that you need to wake up and realize, okay, fine, we are now not campaigning. There's need for me to respond to those who voted for me, together with those who didn't vote for me. There are those who didn't vote. There are 8 million Kenyans who never voted for either side. 8 million is even more than 7.1 that you're talking about. So we need to start seeing a more reconciliatory speech and being displayed by those already who have the power. Because if you're already in government, now the onus is on you to create the bridge. Now you are the bigger person here. So you need to start uniting Kenyans. You need to start speaking like you are someone who is already trying to bring all the Kenyans. You're governing the whole of Kenya. And the interviewer asked the question very well. Asked him, now, what do you think those people who didn't vote for you feel when they hear you speak in a certain way? And he goes like, I say, I don't care. I will keep saying the truth. That was the truth. And they will have to get used to it. That is not the language of someone who is already in power. You need to start toning down on the rhetoric of campaign and start focusing on uniting Kenyans, making Kenyans believe that this government needs to deliver to us and we need to hold them accountable. And I agree with you. They probably are still excited about it. And of course, now the things that excite them, including taking a picture with the government. In 2022, the dynasties will be the Rutos of this world. And the dynasty, it will change. The world is not static. That word changes. So I think we need to start telling these people, hey, don't continue fighting for too long. Don't continue fighting dynasties for too long. They are still on the trajectory of fighting dynasties and proving that they have gotten there, instead of now delivering on the promise. I think that is where we are seeing them at. I'm hoping that Kenyans will the critical mass and awareness will be high and will create demands, because if you don't create demands on a government that is not given demands does not deliver. If you start saying that now we understand, like Mzalendo is trying to suggest, that you wait for 100 days, that you guys should sit. They were just they were just elected the other day. That is not our business. They asked for the job. It's up to them to sort themselves out. They said they were ready to deliver on day one. 3 days later, they do not have a cabinet. I think 4 or 5 days later, they do not have a cabinet yet. I mean, we don't know what is happening. I mean, that's how ready they were. But they can travel. So, I mean, there's a problem. There's a problem that maybe they were not even ready to govern. And that is what we are seeing. And you may wait for too long. So it's up to them to organize themselves. Mzalendo, when you get a baby, you can't tell a baby that, you see, wait, I have not yet gotten a job. The baby will be crying and they need food. Akiamka asubuhi akianza kulia, hata alikuwa anakaa hapa akijua ya kwamba unajua sina pesa, unajua sina nini. No, you got me, you brought me here. It's time for me to eat. If you are going to borrow, if you're going to do what, you'll make sure your kid eats. You'll tell the kid, now, you know, you just came the other day and you know I was not having this. That is not how it works. You ask for the job. It takes, you see, we didn't get them out of their houses and give them the job. They asked for it. They pushed for it. They campaigned for it. They knew that this government that was going, probably according to them, did not have money. It's not that they woke up and they decided that now, okay, there's no money. So it's up to us, it's up to Kenyans to demand, to see what is it that was given. We do not want to hear excuses. You remember excuse, if you want to give an excuse for anything, you will always give an excuse for something. And if you want to give an excuse, hata saizi ukiamuka, someone can give an excuse. That is what we are saying. No excuses, deliver. Simple, period. If you can't deliver, you get out. Someone else will. That's what we are saying. Deliver. Hiyo story ya kusema ati 100 days atutungoja ati wamechaguliwa juzi. My friend, I yield my time back to Magiadi.
Yeah, Douglas in a few, and then tuende kwa Disha ndio tukaribie kufunga. Then I think you can take over from there.
Okay, I think from the conversations I'm hearing and what I'm trying to process in this very short time, I think you know, we're sort of in a delusional state of mind, especially these UDA supporters. They don't understand that not only was this election flawed, not only was power grabbed by force, not only was the judiciary compromised and the Supreme Court rendered a verdict that has destroyed any petition for presidential petition in terms of numbers in Kenya for a very long time, if you know what jurisprudence means. We're in a critical position whereby we don't know where we're going and we don't know where we're coming from. And most of these UDA members will find out about what the precedence of what this Supreme Court actually put forward in future, because you cannot be a winner all the time. Trust me, that is life. You have to understand. Another time you'll be the person who's losing, and you'll be losing through the laws that you made that actually made sure that the winner takes it all by force and by all means necessary. So at the end of the day, if you're really a forward-thinking Kenyan and you have the vision for the country, you should be thinking about something that benefits the country as a whole. And I'm talking about doing things that benefit the country, approaching laws and approaching issues to benefit the country as a whole. Because one day you'll be on the other side, losing. And you'll be sitting down saying, yes, there was a time I celebrated and laughed at these people called AZIMIO because we lost the election, because we grabbed power by force. The judiciary did not even perform what it was supposed to be doing. They were doing revenge tactics on someone who's not even in government anymore. But now we are suffering because of those issues. Think about that. Moving forward, this issue that we are inheriting a government that is broke, I think that is alter BS, because I don't want to just throw the word out there. This is the same individual who was in government, okay? And that's why, Demba, when you were talking, whatever you said was very critical, because I was saying that, look, sometimes you can be a deputy president or a deputy governor wishing to be the governor. But once you're a deputy, there's no responsibility. You're just coming to the office, talking around, drinking tea and all that, moving around and following the governor behind whatever governor is thinking in the project. But when you become the governor, that's when you realize the buck stops with you. You're responsible. You need to produce. You need to show people direction. It's not a question of you're a deputy, you sleep, all you do is campaign and talk about your boss and how your boss is not performing. But now you're in the position of performing. You are responsible, and we shall hold you responsible from day one till the day you come out of that office. be it a period of 5 years, be it 10 years, or even be it 2 years. You never know what God has planned. We shall make sure that if you're not performing, you're out and you're gone. So once you take that mantle, because you fought hard for it and you grabbed it, start producing and start showing Kenyans that you're a president and you are uniting the nations. Don't talk about partisan. You're already in the position of power. You're supposed to be uniting the nation. No one is taking you out as a president. You're the president. No one is taking that position. You're supposed to be uniting the nation and giving the nation direction and giving us a vision. When it comes to the issue of talking about there's no money in Kenya, that is nonsense. And I'll just give you a clear example about that bullshit of 93 million was left in the coffers. That is the most idiotic thing that I've ever heard. Let's look at the matatu industry. The matatu industry is a 250 billion Kenya shilling industry. And we're talking about in a year. That's what the matatu industry makes in 1 year in terms of revenue and what they pay to the government. Look at, let's divide it in 12 months. How much does the matatu industry pay in a month? If we divide 250 billion in 12 months, you're looking at a question of almost 12 billion. Yeah? We're looking at almost 25 billion Kenya shillings in a month. If it's 10% of the GDP of Kenya. The matatu industry is almost 10.8% of the GDP of Kenya. Okay? So if they're making 250 million in a year, in a month, they're making 25 billion. They're paying taxes to the government. The government is making over 2 billion Kenya shillings from the matatu industry every month. So let nobody come here and tell you 93 million is in the coffers. No, every month, the government of Kenya is making over 2 billion Kenya shillings from the matatu industry alone. We are not even looking at traffic fines. We are not even looking at the money that whatever the drivers are paying for their license fees. And this is not even looking at the city council daily tax that they tax the hawkers, the business licenses, the taxes that the city council taxes people, the fines that people are paying in the city council if you go against the city council bylaws. We're not looking at traffic fines. We are not looking at court cases and the fines and the application fees that you have to file for court cases. And if you go against the government, the amount of money you have to pay in fees and fines for any offense against government. And we are not looking at the government transactional fees. Anything you do with government, you have to pay transactional fees. Apply for a passport, renew a passport. Please don't come here and tell me the Kenyan government is broke. We are talking about mismanagement of public resources. That is what we are talking about. And this is what that has become an industry of impunity, whereby people are actually abusing public resources and abusing power, and they're not being jailed or taken to book. These are the economic crimes I've been talking about, not only today, even previous topics in this forum. This is what it's mismanagement of funds. Kenya can be run with whatever we make, and we can run this country perfectly if we get the right people who know and understand how to run government, and people who have a vision and a passion to run the country and make sure that the country runs right. We have the resources. Okay? So this thing of telling Kenyan is broke, this is just an instrument or a propaganda tool for you to reduce your expectations of this government, so that when they don't deliver what they're delivering, they've fixed in your mind that we don't have money, and you believed that they don't have money. So they're really trying. They're really trying. Whatever they do, they're really trying. No, that is propaganda, and that is a lie. There's money in the country, and that money needs to be working for Kenyans. If it's not working for Kenyans, this government needs to be held liable. On the issue of traveling and going to the United States, like Makiadi said, this is an issue of people who have an issue with validation and legitimacy issues. That is what it's all about. When you know that you got the government illegitimately through processes that have not been clear, and through Supreme Court that actually delivered the most worst verdict in Kenyan history, and Kenyans will actually study this in future and realize that this Supreme Court has messed and dealt a big blow when it comes to electoral petitions in this country. Because not only did they ignore about the process, they only talked about numbers. So long as you have the highest numbers, that is all that matters, not the process. And that's why we were arguing previously about people will not allow even the returning officers to send any information, and it will be chaos in the ground. Because once that information is sent, it's final. This is what this Supreme Court has done in terms of precedents. And Kenyans are not taking that seriously, because I'm sure a majority of Kenyans don't understand what precedence is and what law means and what decisions mean. But that is critical. But this thing of traveling is just a matter of validation and legitimacy. For him to walk around, I don't know, go see the Queen or go see, I don't know, in the States and shake the president of the hand of the president of the United. This is a matter of validation. People who are insecure, they want to validate that I'm really there. Yes, I'm really. If you're elected, and you know you're a valid elected individual, and you know your country has issues, some of these things he needs to be counseling them and saying, no, we shall not go to see for the Queen's funeral. We shall not go to the United States at the moment. This money that would have been spent here, all these millions, we are going to put it in the Hustlers Fund immediately. We're going to put this in these issues immediately that are affecting Kenyans, and making sure that this money works for Kenyans. That is what needs to be done. And that is the direction or the leadership that needs to be seen. But if you're just going to carry a delegation of people, and we know what that means, it's just a matter of getting per diems and people just roaming around and doing all sorts of things. We know what these people do when they go for these trips. That is just a question of trying to get validation, legitimacy, and it's a waste of resources to the country. So we really need to be serious when you're talking about independence and sovereignty. You cannot talk about a country that is independent and you're talking about we are a sovereign country, yet all you do is walk around in international corridors and begging for money. How can you be sovereign and independent when you're begging for money? A beggar is not an independent person. A beggar is someone who works for someone, almost close to a slave. Because there's no way I'm giving you money and you're telling me what to do. I'm telling you what to do when I'm giving you money. Okay? And I'm telling you, do this, go to your house and restructure your house. Tell your son to move out of that bedroom and go to sleep in the kitchen, because the bedroom, I want it to be somewhere you can do the business and pay me back my money. So this thing of trying to validate that you're independent and sovereign, and this is an issue that has affected African states, whereby we have enough resources to create wealth for our people and open opportunities, but we have compromised leaders who are not really have any interest with our country, or neither do I have the vision for our countries in terms of moving forward. And this is where we end up. And Kenyans, with their passion and all those emotions that you got, your satisfaction that you elected the person from your tribesmate to a position, yes, it was short-lived. It's over now. You have to deal with 5 years of pain. Then you go back to the same nonsense for just emotional gratification. No, we need to look at things from a serious perspective and look at things that benefit us all and the future of our children. If you're not thinking about the future if you're not making decisions based on the future of your child and your children's children, you are losing and you're making the wrong decision. You're supposed to make decisions based on what is the future I want for my child and the child of my child in Kenya, in terms of leadership, in terms of how we move forward as a country. But if you're making decisions based off your emotional and tribal satisfaction, and then calling it off that my MPs, elected an MP is going to represent me, then I think Kenyans are experiencing a lack of political maturity, and it's costing us every election and every decade since 1963. Thank you.
Well said. I think that's where we want to finish it at. Just like I say, sometimes we become a little myopic in our observation of what's going on, and I think that is what gets us to where we are. I'm hoping as time goes by, Kenyans will stay work and will keep demands on this government. I can see guys have decided to go rest, and of course that's where we want to finish it at. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us for today's discussion. And together with those who are here still, Douglas, Mzalendo, are you asleep?
I don't.
Yeah, Leander.
So tumebaki watu wawili, but I think Zemba, I think we really need, as much as we are we are still on this, we have to check this government. This is something that we cannot stop, because it's a daily occurrence, and it's but I think we are lacking that political maturity in terms of, the way we look at politics and how we think. There's some people who, they're stuck in their ways. They're like, I don't care. This is the person I want. I don't care what they do. This is what I'm happy that I elected them, and this is what I don't care what they do, and I will defend anything they say, and I will tell them, give them time, give them time, give them time. They will deliver. Give them time. That is a problem that we have in this country.
You see what is happening with this government. They have created a propaganda. The propaganda is that let's do this. Let's push the idea that the government is broke. You see, there's money, but what they are saying that let's push it so that we say that we don't have money. Then let's deliver on just a little bit. Then we will get credit for that delivery, because we have already created a sense of the idea that there was no money in the first place. Then whatever it is that they'll be doing, it will look like they have actually had to do a lot of work for them to achieve whatever little they will have achieved within the next 5 years. And this is what is going to happen. They are going to do whatever they have to do between this year and next year. The third year and the fourth year will be trying to now loot and prepare enough money
for the next campaign.
Use the next campaign. So whatever it is that they will have done between this year and next year, they will start saying, we took it from zero. And this is what we have done. So if you give us another 5 years, you can imagine what we have already cleaned up the process now. The system is now better now. Now we are now in power now nicely. And you have been able to do A, B, C, D. So now we are going to do this. You give us a second time, because now we are starting from somewhere. You see, now they're telling you they are starting from nowhere.
Absolutely. And these are the same people who are in the same government. It's just a lapse of a few months, not even a few months. It's just a few weeks from coming from their position and the election, and they're back, and they're saying they don't know what is happening in government.
Actually, Ebola, the thing is, Kenyans were provided with a dilemma. This is the dilemma that faced Kenyans. Jubilee A and Jubilee B. Jubilee A led by Uhuru, supporting Raila. Jubilee B led by Ruto. But it was all Jubilee, so it was split in between. So when they came in, it is the same Jubilee that came into power 2013, the same Jubilee that came into power 2017, is the same Jubilee that presented itself to us, but now in a split manner.
Correct.
So Kenyans were going there choosing now between Jubilee A and Jubilee B. Which one do we pick? Now Jubilee B comes and says that Jubilee A didn't leave them with anything. Yet they were part of that government that ate the money that was in those coffers. Where was the deputy president? Where was Ruto? Where was Gachagua? They were there. They were all in that government. So when they're coming in and telling you that we have inherited a government with nothing, which government have they inherited and they were in government? Ruto was always saying that I'm the deputy president of this government. So he knows he has already, if money has been eaten, then he has been part of the eating.
Of course.
You cannot tell us that you can excuse yourself from the eating. You have been part of the eating.
Everything that works in government, he knew what was going on.
Yes. And when he was campaigning, he said that I'm in this government, I know where I'm going to get that money. So when you get in now and then you now craft a propaganda, lower the expectation, then do just a little minimum, and then now claim that now you are starting from zero, then look like you've done lots of work because you started from zero. Then now claim that you need more time.
And this is my thing, Themba and Makiadi. That is the reason I said Raila should move from active politics and go to social media. Because if Raila starts opposing this government right now, he becomes the scapegoat. That, oh, we wanted to do things, but Raila is the opposition and is the one who's preventing us from accomplishing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, Raila should step aside and watch this game from a distance while he's advising his team on where to move and how to move. But so long as he becomes a figure that is the one opposing this government, that is when there's going to be a scapegoat. But if he stays aside and uses his governors and MPs and senators to do the work that is required to check the government and push an agenda, he stands at a right position. But if he stands to go in public forums and do this and do this and do this, then he becomes a scapegoat, just like he became a scapegoat when he joined with Uhuru and he was branded the project of Uhuru. That's where he lost a lot of support. But if now he stands and he becomes like he's the figure of the opposition who is not in government, then this government has a scapegoat. Atasema tu ule jamaa wa kitendawili, simnamuona anatembea Kenya nzima, anasema, anaambia watu hatuwezi fanya hii, ana interfere na government agenda. Then that becomes a scapegoat. Raila should step aside. I'm not saying he should not be active, but advise his people, but not be the figure that is always on platforms in public forums talking about this government. Let this government perform, but let him advise his people. Let his people be the ones standing, not him. Because once he stands as a big figure, he becomes a scapegoat. And then that is when they devise an agenda for 2027 to say that we did not deliver because of this guy. He messed up our program.
Okay. I don't know kama mnaweza nisikia. I had to restart my machine then, but ilikuwa ime overheat. Let me say this, and Douglas, I agree with you partly, but I want to disagree with you somewhere. You know, I would have wished Kenya Kwanza to have the majority leader, to have the majority whip and everything. You know, the presidency. Now that we have them with the president and deputy president, they have the presidency, they have parliament, they have senate, and what else do they need? They wanted the governor, COG chair. They already have it.
What do you mean you'd have wished? They don't have it?
No, I'm saying I would have wished them to have. I don't know about the ruling that will come on Wednesday from parliament.
Definitely they are going to have it. I mean, what do you expect Wetangula to say?
I know Wetangula is just another lapdog. So what I'm saying is this: the issue of having somebody as a scapegoat would have arisen if we have a majority leader who is from the other side. But now that they have the numbers that they claim they have, Wetangula is going to rule on their side, and then we will have a government that is streamlined from the top, the executive. We have every forces, you know, every the police force, everything aligned to the same government. We have the judiciary that we believe is compromised, and then we have the Senate and the National Assembly. These people have no excuse not to perform. They have no excuse. Whether Raila is out there making noise or complaining or whatever, it is not something that they will stick on to when they don't perform. That is number one. Number two, there's a lot of propaganda going around here, and this propaganda is you know, trying to depict that there was sabotage before this administration came in. And I ran into some sabotage, and I know Black is watching me here. I mean, I ran into some propaganda today. Black is watching me here. He sent me that the NHIF is complaining that its database has been deleted. Sijui kama mmekutana na kitu kama hiyo. Did you hear that, Ndemba? Yeah. No. So there's a propaganda that was going around that somebody was trying to even sabotage the NHIF and deleted all its database. And then the NHIF comes in the next morning, which is today, and says It denies the accusations that is going on in social media that his database had been deleted. So there's somebody who's trying to push a narrative that there was a lot of sabotage at the extreme end of Uhuru administration to make sure that when William Ruto comes into power, he will have a disorganized government. But that is not the case. The truth is, these people had no idea of what they wanted to do for Kenyans. What they did was do campaigns, sell false hope to Kenyans, use the narrative of dynasty and hustler, and now it has hit them that they have the government and they have no plan. And you can listen to what Rigathi Gachagua is saying. When he talks about analysis have been given unto us, we are looking at trends. This is a lot of theory, and I can tell you the source. It's coming from Dr. Ndi. It is Dr. Ndi that is sitting down with a pen and paper and explaining to them the market trends and all that, things that do not even apply. You know, you cannot even claim that the price of fuel is going down towards the end of the year, and you have no data. Where are these guys getting all this information from when we know very well that the price of fuel is determined by another producer from out there? You know, opaque. US does not even determine how much you will buy gas at Douglas. You know, so there are things that we are listening to these people, and it is pointing towards a direction whereby we have people who have no plan for whatever they wanted to do for Kenyans. It's just like they woke up one day, wakajipata na power, alafu wakashindwa hii power tutafanya nayo nini. But the truth of the matter is they have to sit down and come up with solutions. They might have the 3 months for long-term solutions. What Kenyans need is cheap food. When they go to the stores to buy food, they need mafuta kwa bei yenye wanaweza afford, but the Kenya Kwanza administration inaonekana imelaka ideas to do with that. Now, the final thing I want to talk about is what I was telling you hapa, mambo ya kuzunguka. Nimeangalia tu social media sahi, naona the famous Alfred Mutua amepiga picha akatuma kwa social media sahi tu. I'm looking at it right now. Andika Alfred Mutua in Manhattan, New York, for the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA. This is what I was telling you about. The hype that these people had, bado wako kwa campaign mode. They are trying to prove a point. And the next few days, you'll look at social media pages hawa watu. They're still in the campaign mode where they feel like they are competing against somebody. When the president says our competitors on the other side, na amesahau yeye ndio president, so who is he competing against? Anabishana na nani? He has the government, he has the sword, he's the CNC, anacompete na nani? Unabeba watu kama Alfred Mutua hawa unawaleta UNGA kufanya nini? What is Alfred Mutua? What position does Alfred Mutua hold in the KKA government, so that he can travel with the president from Kenya to the funeral huko, alafu atoke huko akuje huko? So there are a lot of garbage that we are looking at right now, and I believe these people should sit down and start governing. They continue like this, hata wananchi wenyewe watawatoa. Let me stop there.
Yeah, you're right. Tutaenda ilikuwa Sri Lanka ama wapi? Sri Lanka. Oh, yeah, I mean, we right now the wave is real, and there's no joke. When Magufuli took power, Magufuli alikuwa interested na the interest of mtu wa kawaida, so he cancelled all travels for all government office. Alisema mambo ya sijui mnaenda sijui benchmarking sijui wapi zote cancelled. He wanted to, they made sure that anything that is going to happen has to happen in a government institution. So hakuna stories za kwenda team mnaenda kwa hoteli sijui mnaenda team building sun and sand. How can a government institution go into a private facility for team building? That's wastage of funds. The other day, I don't know, the governors, they went to Mombasa. It's I think one of those hotels, big hotels, private. You spend money there. Whom are you pay that money? To a government that is broke. So you see, there has to be austerity measures that the government has to employ if you want to tell us you're broke. You are not applying austerity measures, but you're saying you're broke. That is, there's something that they're telling us. One thing I need to tell them though, lessons that they can learn. Mandela leaves prison, and when Mandela gets into power, Mandela left with a very high rating. He died a celebrated man, respected the world over. But critics say that towards the end of his journey, in his presidency, Africans, the indigenous Africans, did not feel as included as they were looking forward to. That is something that has been documented. The same to Thabo Mbeki. When Mbeki came, part of the reason why he was even impeached was because he gave more of a pro-white policies, not pro-Africans policies. Obama comes in, a lot of expectation. People are making noise, and the first time people were like, whoa. By the time he was leaving, he left with very low rating. These people should be told that the expectations, sustaining it for 10 years is very hard, because expectations are dynamic. And that is what we want to tell them. If they don't start delivering like now, you cannot run on a hype for 5 years or 10 years. They say you can lie to some people some of the time, but you cannot lie to all the people all of the time. Their lies have started hitting a snag. And one thing I'm told, that the reason why they haven't released the cabinet, there are already internal dynamics that's coming up. People are staging serious bargain to what they said and how much they brought to the team. That's why they haven't arrived at what cabinet they want to give us. Once you finish fighting another enemy, your internal enemies now start coming up, because you have to fight somebody. You are used to fighting. Now there's no Raila to be fought. They are now the inside. They are now back to the drawing board. That is part of what is delaying their cabinet arrangement. Ebola, I want to disagree with you. Someone who wants to find an excuse will find, even if Raila went out of the scene, they will always find something to say. It is not Raila that is making them not work. And it is not Raila that has made any government not work. If we point out your inefficiency, I'm not bad because I've pointed out your inefficiency. Your inefficiency has been there. Whether I pointed it out or someone else came and pointed it out, it is there. When you go to the mirror and you look at the mirror, and it tells you that you have probably some ink on your face, is the mirror the one on the wrong? Will you break the mirror? Will you tell the mirror now, let me move this mirror from here so that it stops showing me this speck that is up here? You know? So that is what you're trying to say, that no, remove Raila, remove the mirror, remove it from there, you know? But the speck is there. If you're inefficient, you're inefficient. It doesn't matter who is saying it. Raila will do his part. He'll keep talking. He should continue talking until that time when he says that, okay, fine, I've had enough. I don't think we need to make this a subject about Raila not speaking. Raila is a citizen just like any other person. In fact, private citizen. And he needs to continue speaking. When he spoke during Kibaki's time, he spoke during Guru's time, and he'll continue speaking. If something is wrong, no matter who is saying it. If something is right, no matter who is disagreeing with it. So let us encourage a society where we don't vilify. They say when you want to kill a dog, you give it a bad name first. So when you want to spoil someone, you first of all give him a bad name. You say it is Raila who has been speaking, and therefore they are going to find an excuse about Raila. I mean, we need to rise above that. We say, is there an ill in the society that Raila is speaking about? Does it mean if Raila stops speaking, then the ill will stop? You can still perform whether Raila speaks or not. If you have to perform, perform. These people should be held accountable. Whether it's Raila, whether it's who, they should be held accountable. They should. You cannot gag people from speaking. You cannot tell Raila, don't speak, don't disturb us. Who is disturbing you? You do what you're doing. Deliver. I think like Makiadi said, you got the job, do it. If you can't do the job, get out. If the kitchen is getting hot for you, that's what we're saying. You looked for the job, you struggled for it. We are here, we are waiting for you to deliver. We don't want excuses. And we are telling Kenya Kwanza guys, those people who are here and are supporting Kenya Kwanza, get the job done. That's all. As we'll continue demanding, we'll continue asking, we'll continue pointing out when things don't work out, because that's our responsibility. Ruto should be told in no uncertain terms, he's the head of state, and part of the head of state is a symbol of national unity. That is what they told Uhuru over and over every time. When Uhuru went to Sagana, they said now the head of state is speaking in I don't know what language. Now we have a head of state who is still saying that our competitor, the competitor Akuna, you are the head of state. Stop with the excuses. Baba kirudi nyumbani aleta chakula, leti excuse kwa watoto. Tunajua oh nilienda ikakuwa hapana. Either you have the food or you don't have. And that is what we are telling Kenya Kwanza guys, you have it. And if you can't do it, just get out. Stop with the excuse. They should stop. Makiadi, I don't know, everybody now is accessing treasury. Oh, Cherarge is accessing treasury. Oh, Alice Wahome is accessing treasury. Everybody now is accessing treasury, and everybody is giving.
Yeah, Moses Kuria was on an interview on some TV station. I don't know, radio or TV station. And he was talking about how the treasury has been messed up. Where is he getting all this information? He's not even an elected official. Everybody's an expert right now of how the government has been, going through a hard time.
And in the process, they are still giving the judiciary 3 billion. These people should take it. I mean, they should know that Kenyans are brighter than what they think. And we are not buying this propaganda. You keep the propaganda, keep pushing it. We know what you're doing. You know what you're trying to sell. But we are watching you. Tell them we are watching you. We are watching you. You go take photos with the president of the United States if you are. I mean, it's better now you can take official photos than the ones that you're trying to stage manage. At least right now, take some official ones and keep them for history, since you guys have always been looking for that. The other one you stage managed, you went to some place, you called White House, you never did. I mean, you don't do such kind of things. You now have the opportunity. Go take the photo, but come back, because still we'll be waiting for you to ask you hard questions. No excuses. No excuses. A photo will not put food on the table. You can take a photo in the White House. You can walk through the White House. You can go to wherever in London and do whatever you need to do. But that will not put food on the table for Kenyans. Kenyans don't care about the photos you are taking. Kenyans don't care about you being at I don't know where, doing what. We want, if you guys were serious, you wouldn't even be sharing those things that Kenyans are hungry. They don't have food. Fuel is pushing them so hard. You are busy sharing of how you are attending UNGA and enjoying yourself in some place. I mean, that's an insensitive government. And we'll keep calling you out. I mean, it doesn't matter what you guys think. Share all the photos you want. There's no Kenyan who will eat a photo. I mean, if you are everybody now in Kenya Kwanza has become a blogger, going to take photos. I mean, Michigan, you doing what? Manhattan, whatever. Why would Mutua be so excited and even studied in the US? Why would it be news to him that he's in Manhattan? The guy was in the US for all the time. He understands how the US is. So why would he be so excited that now he's in whatever? So we need to have serious conversation as Kenyans.
Maybe,
Now,
maybe he was posting to make his ex-wife jealous.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, can you imagine a Kenyan who is struggling to pay unga 250, seeing you posting that I'm in Manhattan, enjoying myself, and this is the government that you're supposed to be having?
Maybe
the
saying,
hustler. How many hustlers? How many watu wa boda boda were accompanied that entourage? Because we were told that hii serikali itaundwa na mama mboga na mtu wa boda boda. How many of them are in that entourage? Ndio ujue ya kwamba wanasema wanyama wote ni the same, lakini kuna wengine wako similar kuliko wengine.
But
now you know.
Yeah, but then I just want to finish by saying this. I think these people had no idea of what governing means. I heard Rigathi saying that the expressway is part of state capture. Look at that mentality. The expressway is part of the state capture, which is why police officers are there without allowances. That is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And you think it's just up there in the executive. You come down to the likes of Sakaja, a very brilliant looking guy with, somebody who's supposed to be a progressive politician. He appoints a tribunal to investigate why there are no medicine in Nairobi hospitals. And then who does he appoint into that tribunal? He appoints Professor Oliver Mugenda. He goes for Mwangangi, Dr. Mwangangi, who was working as a CS in the Ministry of Health.
Sakaja.
So, yeah, the Sakaja, the same Sakaja, the Nairobi governor.
Mr. Dimples, I'm a mess. What is that? What
so
is he doing?
He's appointing a tribunal to investigate why there are no medicine in Nairobi hospitals. And
That
these
is
are the
common
kind of
sense. You know why there are no medicines. Why is he a I told you these tribunals are commissions. These are avenues for corruption. Period.
Why should you spend the money? Huh?
Why do you are the senator? You are the senator of the Nairobi city. Part of your work was to look at, this is the nonsense that we keep talking about. You are the senator of the Nairobi City County. Part of your work was to know how resources is spent in the Nairobi City County. So now you are actually appointing a tribunal to go and tell you the same things you know. You see now how your money is being spent?
And you're spending money on that tribunal instead of spending money buying the medicine.
And much more, you're even using it on the same people. Oliver Mugenda, that Olive Mugenda is in Judiciary Service Commission. She's, I don't know the part of the members. She's the chairman of Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. She's being paid for that. She has over, I don't know how many positions. And then you are still coming to pay her to tell you that we have a problem in the
if that is the first whatever you're talking about. So what next? Another one to investigate how City Council is collecting land rates. Another one to investigate how the whatever the City Council is collecting daily rates for hawkers. Where does it end?
And then the same Mwangangi was part of the ministry that lost so much money to the so-called COVID billionaires, money that has never been explained. So the same person you see fit to appoint into another position.
It's not fitness.
That's why we were saying
creating money for those people. I mean, those people are now getting I told you, if you see a governor or a government starting to tell you that you are creating a tribunal, what is the work of department or the health department, the CEC, in charge of health in the Nairobi City County?
Demba, that is why I was saying Kenyans make electoral decisions based on emotions, not only tribal emotions and party affiliations, but also sexual emotions. People voted in because of dimples, nothing else. There's some people voted in because of dimples.
Now
some
someone is
asking because he was in UDA. Some people voted in because he was.
Someone is asking me, I want Mama Mboga to go to the UN meeting. Oh, so Mama Mboga cannot go to the UN.
And let me tell you, remember, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time you see the true colors of these individuals.
No, wait, Douglas, there's an interesting comment here. You don't make sense, Temba. You want Mama Mboga to go to UN meetings, really? You are full of bitterness, just nurse your frustration. So Mama Mboga cannot attend the UN meetings, cannot take, Mama Mboga yani Mama Mboga hana akili ya kuattend, haezi enda kutake selfie kama Governor Mutua. UN Security Council, by the way, the president ndiye anaenda kukaa pale ndani. There's a lot of other things that go on around that Mama Mbogas can fit in.
Mary Awori ananiambia I'm giving Sakaja too much credit. Alinunua hata degree, so he's not even bright. He's just another slake.
But hey, let me ask you guys a question. What happened to that degree issue with Sakaja? Is it going to court ama watu wamesema hiyo mambo imekuwa hivyo?
That's finished, Douglas. You expect this judiciary to solve an issue like that? That's finished. Don't waste your time.
Then
I can tell you this. If I ran in the previous election and I lost, I would not even bother, taking itangwa nini kwa koti. What do you call that?
Petition.
Yeah, I cannot. Right now, I cannot waste my time to challenge somebody's election. You lose your money.
This is the president I was talking about.
Yes, unajua koti ya juu ilishasema it's about the numbers. It's not about the process. So whatever it is that you come and say, oh, sijui niliona hizi ilifanyika nini, the court has already said that kama hizo number hizo zilipitishwa ndizo hizo. I mean, it's a bad thing that happened, but anyway, I mean, Kenya can deal nayo pole pole. Ati Mama Mboga.
What is the issue with Miguna? Is he coming to the country? What's going on?
Mimi mambo ya Miguna niliachana nayo bwana. Miguna, you guys are giving Miguna unnecessary publicity for nothing. The guy is good wherever he is. Yeah, anataka tu publicity. So he's keeping you guys.
Anang'ang'ana kwenda Kenya kufanya nini na anasema he's an established lawyer in Canada. Si akae huko. Anataka kwenda Kenya kuappointiwa attorney general manini.
And Miguna cannot, who will appoint, who can work with Miguna? Even Ruto can't work with Miguna. So it's just a troublemaker and a noisemaker. Anyway, let's finish. Thank you so much everyone. Kwa wale ambao nasikia Mama Mboga anasema hawezi panda ndege.
Jamaa na Twitter sisi ni all time gossipers. Anaitwa Greenlander. Anatuambia you are the all time gossipers.
Yes, but I thought that gossip happens where so many people are not listening. Kumbe hata nyinyi wote ni mbea. Kama umekuja hapa wewe ni mbea hata wewe. Wewe unakuja kusikiza gossip kwa nini? Ukisikia
Stone PK inamuona amepatikana leo bwana. Stone PK kuja bwana. We miss you.
Unaona Stone PK
alikuwa hardline na mpaka akakuta hii kitu ilienda kwanza kurecover, alienda therapy.
Niliambia Stone PK prepare for the worst bana, unakumbuka?
Tulisema hapo Makiadi, mimi nikaambia you give it 90-10. Have some 10%.
Stone PK is always, he expresses himself. Anasema ni wa Kenya ni wajinga. Prepare for suffering. You prepare to die.
Stone PK ukuje kesho bwana, tumekumisi sana.
Hapa kwa wale ambao wanasema sisi ni wambea, hapa ndio mahali tunapika umbea. Kama unatafuta umbea wote kuja hapa, kwa sababu hapa ndio tunaupika. Gossipers wanasema mahali ambapo na gossip lazima kuwe na wale ambao wanasikia. So wale ambao mko hapo nyinyi wote, kama umetuita gossiper, wewe ni mmoja wa wale ambao wanahusika. Wewe ni mhusika mkuu. So usijali, tuko pamoja na wewe katika hii safari. Thank you so much everyone who has joined us, and we really appreciate that we have been able to participate in this discussion. And this discourse takes place every single day from 8 Kenyan time to late. We've been here for about 10 hours, going to 17 minutes, and we really appreciate. You don't need to have anything special to join. You just need an idea, working gadget, connectivity, and a willingness to share and a willingness to learn. And then you are here. We just have to keep talking as Kenyans, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. So let's talk. Let's talk. Wacha tufungue roho. Wanasema fungua roho. Talk to each other. Let's share, let's point out, appreciate when things are going well, and criticize when things are not going well. And we really want to appreciate everybody who comes here. Joseph, Anajira Joseph Kiri, you don't have to come in and insult. I mean, kama uko kwa serikali, you are supposed to be happier than wale ambao hatukufaulu kuingia kwa serikali. Lakini sasa nyie ambao mko kwa serikali mnakaa mko na machungu zaidi kuliko hata wale ambao tuko huku nje. Yeah, so we want you to behave like you are in charge. We want you to start behaving presidential. We want you to start behaving like umechukua power na mnaorganize. So don't be hecklers, don't be insulting, be people ambao sasa mko kwa power. Na I want to urge those of you who are in Kenya, na wewe ni wa Kenya kwanza. Tafadhali kama hujafanya hivyo, nenda tafuta kikundi ujiunge nacho. Kwa sababu hivi karibuni wataanza kuleta ile hustler fund. Sasa hizo wamesema ati hakuna hela. Hela ikiingia hivyo watatafuta wala kwa vikundi. Kama uko kwa kikundi, make sure you join one so that you can benefit. Usipige tu kelele hapa alafu after 5 years, God willing, kama tutakuwa hai na tuko hapa, utakuwa unakuja hapo wewe ni mmoja wale ambao analia. Hatutaki ulie. Tafadhali make sure you benefit from your government ambayo wewe ulihusika kuform. Tafadhali, we want to urge you. Usikuja hapa kupiga tu wewe nyinyi Azimio, sijui nini. That will not help you. Do something useful. Na unapokuja hapa kwa wale ambao wanasema sisi ni channel ya umbea, unatumia bundles zako. Sasa sisi we are gaining in the process. So badala ya kutumia bundles zako hapa, tafuta kitu ambayo ni ya muhimu uweze kufanya. But other than that, thank you so much. Now, wakati kama huu anapatia wale watu ambao wako na blue, tunawaita majina wale ambao wako na blue. Wale wengine, tafadhali endeeni maombi State House. Okay? Muendee maombi State House. Na nasikia pia mkisikia njaa sana mnaombewa unga pia inaombewa huko. Mafuta ikikosa inaombewa, wanaombea maji na kuwa mafuta ya kuweka gas inaweka kwa gari. Pale State House. So make sure
visa ni bure na hata uhitaji.
Kuna kesha wameweka kesha, sijui kesha inakuanga lini. Makiadi kesha inawekwa lini pale State House every Friday ama nini? Yeah, every Friday nasikia kuna kesha huko.
Nimesikia them hata watu wa supporters wa UDA hakuna help, ni bure, university ni bure.
Yeah, university ni bure. Yeah, university ni bure pale, mkienda hakuna help. Na nasikia Makiadi nyinyi ndio mnalalamika unga ni 250. Nasikia unga imeshuka kwa watu wa UDA. Yeah, wanalipa 70.
All you need is a yellow t-shirt imeandikwa kazi ni kazi.
Yeah,
hata traffic violation UDA walipi. Nasikia wanachiliwa tu waende. Watu wa Azimio ndo wanalipa traffic offense.
Yeah. Nasikia wale wanalalamika ya kwamba ati hiyo unga nini, hakuna mahali wewe hukuvotia UDA ndio maana wanalalamika unga imepanda. Unga kwa watu wa kina Geoffrey Ruto hapa unga huko ni 70 shillings. Sasa nyinyi shauri yenu. Na gas huko nafikiri mafuta nasikia imeshuka sana huko, yao hata ikupanda. Watu wa Azimio ndio nini imepanda.
Hata nimesikia watu wa UDA pale kwa Enange Street usharati ni bure.
Nasikia pole. Pole wewe umeanza siasa chafu. Haya, weka blue tuwataje majina, wacha nianze kwa juu. Sofia Omar, asante sana. Azimio for life. Tuambie unatusikiza ukiwa wapi, tukupatie shout out pale kwa Opaque, Joy Onaka, asante. Cyprian Kambuni, asante. Brian Richard, Asante sana, tuambie unatusikiza ukiwa wapi. Alfred Ontirisi, asante. Sema unasikiza ukiwa wapi ndio tuweze kutaja jina kubwa. Listening to you from Minnesota, Minneapolis. Asante sana. The Twin Cities. Brand from Bedfordshire, kama kawaida. Asante sana. Eva Wangila, tunashukuru sana. Betty from Midland, asante sana. TND Clips, JP in America, sawa sana. Wewe toa yellow hapa bana, toa.
Kuna mmoja anaitwa Rocky Kariabu anasema one more reason why Raila will never be president. Sijui ametoa wapi. Nani amekwambia ni lazima kuwe president?
Si lazima kuwe president.
Alfred Ontirisi. Chapa blue hapo.
Mko nisikiza nikiwa Dubai, Ivo Wangira, asante sana. Ramadhan Hussein, hatari sana kama pasi, moto kama pasi. Nisikia Douglas ameanza kuimba Olingo na likasiezele. Hiyo wimbo Makiadi alituimbia hapa, akatupatia hiyo nini translation.
Trufena Olaka kutoka LA, Los Angeles, California.
Trufena Olaka, nasikia mnajuana na Makiadi. Olaka.
Simjui lakini jina yake ya mwisho hiyo inakaa jirani. Douglas anataka kupiga gitaa leo.
Tuimbe Nzele.
Bolingo na mina kiyo sele mama mobali na kino kite.
Bata sauti hauna.
Bolingo me solo na nasi.
Piga gitaa
kabisa banaka.
Sauti hauna.
Somo. Mobali na kiyo sele. Mobile siki itambe komba na kani molimo esambi kaina mama kaina.
Hey, Douglas, hiyo gitaa usitoe siku nyingine mbele ya watu.
Ajui hata kucheza gitaa, unasikia? Olingo na linga kionzele.
Nini Makiadi unachezanga instrument gani wewe?
Hiyo gitaa usitoe. Hii yako ni gani? Hii yako ni bass ama ni gani?
Hii ni bass. Iko sawa.
Mimi nakwambia ndugu mpendwa, hii yako usiwahi cheza mbele ya watu siku nyingine. Hiyo weka tu, anika kwa ukuta.
Umesikia vile amestrum, kumbe ni kitu fake kabisa, mtu fake kabisa. Ana strum tu ati sijui nini. Hivyo ile
hapa mimi nachezanga, mimi nalipwanga kucheza. Sasa hapa siwezi cheza tu bure.
CPM Kambuni, good night. Nemba na Makiadi, acha huyo bole acheze gitaa kama ako soba. Huyu jamaa hajui kucheza gitaa bwana, ni kitu tu ameweka hapo kama ni bana. It's true. Saudi I have. Deroras Rigiji ndo prezo huku sasa. Hiyo sawa bana. Yeye endeleeni bana. Huyo jamaa ni fake kabisa. Hiyo Rigiji ni fake kabisa. Fake. Aenda apike kamushere huko. You can have title, but there are many people who have. Kuna ma president hata atuwakumbukangi walikuanga ma president in whichever country. Kwa sababu you don't, just because you have become a president, haikuoshi. I mean, listen to the way the guy is even speaking. Dani Darius ungefanya maombi kabla uende bana. Ungefanya Maria mtakatifu mwana wa Mungu, tuombee sisi wakosefu sasa na saa za kufa kwetu. Amen.
Nani hapa kuna jamaa anasema wengine wenu hapa mmekuja kutafuta mabibi. Anaitwa Greenlander. Jamaa anarusha maneno kweli.
Kama umekuja kutafuta bibi, uende ukapata ama ukapatwa, tafadhali wacha kukaa huko nyuma curtain kama unatafuta bibi ama unatafuta mume. Kuja hapa kwa show wakuone, wale watakutafuta. Unajua huwezi jua wakati ambapo utafanikiwa. Unaweza fanikiwa tu hapa tu, and who knows, utoke hapa na bibi and tukuje harusi, and you know, we'll be happy. So hata hapa Mutembei ukipata bibi pia ni sawa, ukipatwa pia ni sawa. Euphin Adams alipata hapa tu, I mean, na saizi jina ikabadilika akakuwa Euphin Adams.
Huyu anasema ni nani huyu? Ni Mato. Mato, usikuje na kuangala yako hapa. Unajua Mato anasema atakuja kutuchezea kesho. Sasa ndio mbaya kabisa kushinda hata Douglas
Chana Temba wa vipi Citizen na Inoro TV, Temba wa sasa nini? Huyu amesema nini hiyo? Huyu ndio afanya anasema nini?
Anasema wa Citizen TV, sijui ni nani, Inoro TV. Ile gani?
Simuelewi. Idi Alfano wasema nini? Sikuelewi. Anasema Abdul Mustafa Mombasa Ecolocta. Piga blue ndio tukaweze kutaja. Euphin Adams ulipata tu hapo, ulipatwa tu hapa kwa hii Mutembei pia inatafutana mabibi na mabwana. Wale wanatafuta mabibi, wale wanatafuta mabwana. Kuja. Who knows? Naweza ona Ebole hapa, kumbe hii muziki anangoja wewe akuimbie pale kwa sauti ya ninga. Akupigie wewe tu. Ni wewe walangu.
Hii muziki mtu akijitoka hapa ajiamue ati anataka kusema nataka kusikiza muziki yangu, na tutatafuta siku niwachapie muziki mzuri pole pole tu.
Basi unajua anatafutanga siku kila siku hiyo. Black vipi? Now that you didn't have government, you have nothing to offer you AZIMIO women, let us have Black, your government is empty. Haina chochote bana. You guys have no money. So hamna money in your pocket. So what are you offering?
Na ujue
Black alikuwa akifikiria tunangoja serikali ndio tukue na pesa, ama alikuwa akifikiria nini?
Chana na Black. Na ujue pia tunaenda kwa by election nyingine pia. Hawa jamaa wameamua kuchagua ma MPs kuwa ministers, but tutaona mahali watatoa pesa.
No, they don't lose the positions, do they?
They do lose. They have to resign.
It's not like Moi's government. You could be an MP and a minister. Or
I wish they will do it so that these people are MPs and they're also ministers, so that you kind of, I mean, it kind of also serve the taxpayer, like the money and all. So having these ministers and the cabinet secretaries and then having MPs, okay, I mean, it's a constitution, but the other one was better, and then wako answerable in parliament. You can ask them questions, but these others, watakuja na vitu zao.
But usijali Temba Makiadi, we as the youth, we are starting to organize ourselves right now. We are taking over this government in 2027.
Forget it.
Yeah, let me tell you, you'll see the youth.
I'm telling you,
8 million of the so-called youths didn't vote.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying there's a big portion of people who didn't vote. But so long as we create an agenda,
listen, Ebole, we are faced with the twin challenge. Not just the Ruto Gachagua drama. We also faced with a very critical mass of a youth
that don't care.
That is what I'm saying. And
you can't raise the awareness between now and 10 years for them to tell you that they are going to vote.
The youth that you think are transformative. Somebody just tweeted here and said Kipchumba Murkomen will be the most arrogant CS in William Ruto's government. You will sit down and say Matiang'i, Kibicho, Musheru were heaven sent, and I agree with her.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. You guys don't know what will happen in the next 5 years. Kuna watu wamekuwa elected deputy governors na wametuacha. They've left us. So anything can happen. But you have to
you're right about anything. No, listen, you're right about anything that can happen. But you in holding all conditions constant.
They cannot be constant. We know politics is not a constant game.
We usually say when you're experimenting, you say you hold conditions constant.
It was ceteris paribus, eh?
Exactly.
It's okay. It's okay.
If you hold the constant,
Is it
as it is right now, we have a youth that is very, very unresponsive to politics.
But let me ask you a question, Temba. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. They are not radical.
And I just want a simple answer.
You come from a generation of a youth that was educated in the youth that was a youth when there was agitation for multipartyism, and a youth when there was agitation for the new constitution. You know, those are two twin agendas that made you be more aware of the politics of the day. Now, the youth that is in their 20s, 25 and below, there has not been any agitation for anything. You see? So there was no agitation for constitution. There was no agitation for multi-party democracy. They only struggled with one thing: hustle and get money. That is all. And when they came in, someone came and told them that you can do tenderpreneur. And then they came and they found that you don't have to really even think about how you're going to write your CV. You can wake up, take a phone, become a YouTuber, and boom, you have money. So now you are telling them that you need to wake up and then start being aware of politics. You need to come and change this. These people don't vote, my friend. They didn't vote. 8 million. 8 million youth didn't vote.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
That is why I said you have to understand the youth and appeal to their needs. And the biggest question I wanted to ask you is, when is the right time to start, if not now? The rest of the people, even Raila and Ruto, they did not appeal to this youth. We understand the youth. Why can't we appeal to their needs?
The youth
that 8 million, they come and deliver that.
The youth
we can knock this thing off the park.
The youth you're talking about, the 8 million, they really don't care about who is in government.
No, they do. They don't. Let me not say that the youth they're not smart and they're not intelligent. They've just observed these old people play a very silly game and wasting our country, that they've decided not to be a part of it. But if you engage them in something that is meaningful and they can see a benefit that is coming from them, and you show them that you really care and you involve them in the process, trust me, that those 8 million votes, you're going to get it if you know how to engage them. And the time to engage them is now.
There are two things here. There are two things about being bright and being involved in politics. The youths are very bright. They are very bright, by the way. They know what they want. They know how they want it. But they also know that the leadership, whichever government comes, does not really bother them. In fact, the conversation you hear them saying is, wacha hii mambo ya siasa ipite, tuendelee na kazi zetu. So to them, even the idea of politics and things happening, most of the youth that joined either of the political parties, they were being used and paid to push the agendas of the other people, not the agenda.
So my question is this, Makiadi and Temba. Do you care about the future of Kenyan youth, your children, and the children of your children? Do you care about that?
That's a good question.
Yes. And it's a yes or no answer. It's very simple.
I care about the future of my daughter. Listen, yes. I want to be very, very specific. I care about the future of my daughter.
And I'm also talking about the Kenyan youth.
But I can only push that agenda up to so far.
So you care about the Kenyan youth. Thank you. Makiadi, do you care about the Kenyan youth?
You know, Douglas, that's not an easy question to answer, because the youth have to stand for themselves. even if I care, I don't think it would affect anything if the youth do not come out and make a voice and create space from for themselves in the political arena. So they have to do it for themselves. Whether we care or not, it's not important right now.
So for me,
And for your information, you should be looking at the IBC data on the percentage number of voters who are youth per se, and look at their turnout in the just concluded election, and then you can have that discussion moving forward.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I respect that. But for me, I care passionately about the youth of Kenya. As in, it's something that bothers my heart each and every day when I see the kind of leadership that we have. And what I normally say is that we need to strive to actually appeal to these individuals that we call the youth, who are the leaders of tomorrow. We are going to pass away, and we are going to leave them the country and what the country is. And if it's going to be a mess, it's going to be a mess or a success. We have to find them or meet them on a certain point so that we can actually have a dialogue and understand them. Because the more we alienate them and say, oh, they don't vote, they don't care, the more we are pushing them aside. But if we tell them that we care about what you're saying, we care what you think, come to the table, talk to us. What do you want for this country? You'll be surprised that these youth are so brilliant in terms of what they're thinking, because it's a global village. The world is a global village. They're seeing everything that is happening in the world, and they're wondering, why is this not happening in our country? So if we bring them to the table and talk to them, that's when we shall be able to connect with them. And these 8 million votes that we are talking about, the youth don't vote. That is a vote of protest. When you're coming not to vote, it's a vote of protest, saying that I don't believe in what you guys are doing, and we know this thing is not going anywhere. That's why I'm not even bothered to do this. But if you include them and show them that this is the way to go, and your thoughts and your passion and your whatever is going to be taken in forward, you can win this constituency that is the 8 million votes that did not move or did not vote, and you can be able to change the trajectory, knowing that you're looking towards the future of the country and including them in the future.
Ebole, your narrative, what you're saying, is what has been thought about for a very long time.
How come it has not been achieved? Because they don't have a strategy.
I want to change you. I want to bring you on to the current perspective and thought. Youths are not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders of today, now. So this issue of telling them they are leaders of tomorrow, that is already old. They are leaders of today.
That's why I'm talking about 2027. We are taking this government.
Wait, number two. Inclusion of the youth is not about bringing them on the table. It is about removing the table and talking with them. That issue of saying that we want to bring them on the table is what has caused the barrier. Because this table is already full. Remove the table, go to the youth. Don't bring them. Now, you don't include the majority. You're supposed to include the minority. So if 75% are the youth, who are the minority? The minority are the other 25%. They are the ones who should be included by the youth. So you need to come down, understand the perspective of the youth, and engage in their way of thought. So this thinking is what has derailed the elderly and those who are in the know as the policy makers. They create and say we want to bring the youth. You're not supposed to bring them, because when you bring them, they don't meet at your point of view. You need to go to them. And I want to give you an example of how Jesus did it. Jesus did not bring the people. Jesus went to the people. That's the way of inclusion. And the minority includes themselves with the other people, allows for that engagement to take place. You break the barrier. You don't break the barrier by bringing the person out. You break the barrier by going down. So, according to what you're saying, is there a question like Makiadi is saying as to a reason as to why we have created we have released a generation of a youth that does not think that their vote is going to add to the voice of the public policy agenda. Because that is the question. Public policy agenda. Your voice can be heard through the vote. Over time, there has been less faith in that process. Over time, there has been less agitation. And of course, times have shown that there's less and less involvement and engagement in terms of civic, or maybe also times have changed. There are other ways where change is being made. And if you look at the youth, they are making change in their own ways. If you look at their general thought, they have moved away from the traditional leadership of politics and all. They have moved into other ways of making change within the community. And it is happening. The older generation is still stuck at a political position. We are still stuck at a political position. Probably we need to start moving to the ways of the youth where they are at. They're saying, you can make a change. We don't really have to necessarily fight so hard to have this position. You can still make a change whichever place you are. This is a place and a position of leadership wherever you are. Probably that's the trajectory we need to move away, so that we understand that the next generation is probably moving away from this active competition for political positions to a point of change-oriented way of thought. Maybe that is the conversation that they are trying to invite us to. But as we are trying to invite them into this other side of, you have to use a certain method to get to a certain place. This is a discussion that we can keep having a ball. I think it's a good one. But since our time is not with us, we need to rest. I know tomorrow is another day. We will meet again kesho jioni tukipiga gumzo. Wanasema hii ni gumzo mtaani. So lazima tuendelee kufanya hii gumzo. And we deconstruct some of these things that we talk about. And of course, like we say, nobody knows everything. That's why we come and we share. Peter anasema youth are not political, but it will take them so many ages to get to the trajectory that Themba is saying. Yeah, I'm blessed. Asante sana. Black. Okay, sawa. Tulishawasalimia. Sasa tufanye nini? Now that today we are to do the East African. Oh, subscribe to Mutembei TV if you haven't. Tafadhali. Kama umetoka hapo na hujasubscribe kwa Mutembei TV, subscribe so that we keep having this conversation every single day. And we see you again every other day when you come here and we talk. We like seeing you. We like seeing you. We have become a family. If we don't see any one of you, tafadhali kama kuna mtu jamuana hapa, tutafutieni yule mwanadada alituimbia hapa vizuri sana, anaitwa Emma Zakisha. Kama mkimuona, mwambieni tunamtafuta hapa, manake Ebola ametubwaga hapa leo, sauti yake haiko, wimbo hajui, gitaa hajui kucheza. Sasa ni mapepe tu, ni madigaga tu hapa amevaa na nini tu amevaa hapa. Sasa sisi ni mbwembwe tu, mbwembwe ndio ako nazo hapa kidogo. Lakini
Ebola ni mbwembwe na mahanjam.
Ni mbwembwe na mahanjam tu ndio amejaza hapa. Hakuna kitu ako nayo. Hajui kupiga hata hiyo gitaa. Tumemweka hapa imbe, hajui kuimba. Lyrics hana, hata Fadhali Makiadi yako na lyrics. Sasa tafutieni Emma Zakisha. Emma Zakisha tunamtafuta sana. Mwambieni aje hapa.
You know what they say, Makiadi? You have to lower the expectations before you deliver. Unachoma nyumba, watu wanaanguka.
Wole Soyinka alisema, a tiger does not announce its tigritude, it pounces. Sasa usianze kushinda hapo, unashinda announce. Haya basi. Makiadi, tupe wimbo wa taifa alafu tuseme basi ndivyo hivyo.
Haya, sawa. Wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili nasema kwamba Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana Makiadi. Tafadhali subscribe pia kwa Themba and Lulu Show kwa wale ambao wanataka kumuona my daughter, tuko naye pale, tunapiga gumzo pia pale, tunachapa gumzo. Wanaposema how do I prepare the youth for the next, huyo na muandaa life skills, you can come there, just watch a dad and his daughter having life skills, tunashare, tunaongea. Yeye pia anacheza kidogo, yeye anacheza violin, wacha hii yako ebole. Nenda pale umuone akicheza violin, mpe support, mpige support pale. Anacheza violin, alafu tunaongea pia. Namfundisha lugha za Kiafrika, namfundisha Kiswahili. Nataka aweze kuwa akija anaweza kusimama cheo, msianze kusema huyu nani bana. Sasa namfundisha Kiswahili pia. Nenda pale kama uko na a daughter and you want to learn how to teach them some of the things. We talk about all life skills. You can learn one or two things. Or if you have friends who have teenagers, you can come on and then tell them to share. We have talked about emotional intelligence. We have a youth that does not have emotional intelligence. And that is part of what we want to develop in them. So go there. Thank you. Tuseme basi,
usisahau kupigia huyo blue hapa, anaitwa Oscar Juma Tiara, anasema hola from Spain, es Buenos Dias. Unaelewa ki-Espanol, eh?
Naelewa Espanol. So buenos dias ni good day, have a good day. Buenos dias. Yeah.
Unasikia hiyo? Kuongea hapa Kiluya throughout, Douglas.
Sema hasta manana tuonane kesho.
Sikia Douglas aache kushinda naongea Kiluya hapa kila wakati na gitaa.
Wale ukisema hola, unajua Espanyol nyimbo nasema hello, nasema hola lakini wanaandika HOLA. So hiyo ni hello.
Mfunze Douglas hapa. Mfunze Douglas aache kutisha na Kiluya na gitaa hapa kila wakati, ati anaimba bolingo na telefoni sijui nini. Yote ni Kiluya tupu, alafu anaongezea gitaa juu. Sasa
niko na ngoma zingine, tulieni, kwenu wapole.
Haya, Themba, maliza hiki kitu, tuonane kesho boss.
Haya basi, tuonane. Mubiasu aache sugar cane, tumesha majani tukue, but huyu Idi Alfana anasema maneno haya. Basi tuonaneni kesho, Mungu awabariki inshallah. See ya.